just wanted to be somebody to be. I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great.
All right, welcome to the 2023 Fantasy Six Pack NFL Draft Special. I am Joe Bond, founder of FantasySixPack.net. With me to my right on the screen is AJ Applegarth, my normal co-host of the Fantasy Six Pack Hour. And below me, I'll let him introduce himself. Steve, what's up, man?
What's up? How's it going, guys?
What's going on?
Steve Tomasin. I go Dynasty Santa on Twitter, and I am the content manager for the IDP Guys. So
nice, man.
This is a lot of fun. Was here with you guys last year, and looking forward to running it back.
Yeah, we are. Thank you, Nick. Yeah, got to give credit to Davis Pang of Fantasy Six Pack to help us out with that. He blended the music together for us. I had the same music last year, and I did a terrible job. So I was like, Davis, you're good at video stuff. Help me. And he blended the music a little bit better for me this year, and so I was able to add the pictures to it a little bit. But thank you. So yeah, guys, the draft is going to start in about 25 minutes, at least. That's when the clock starts, right? First pick probably around 8:10, 8:15. So our first guest here is going to be in about 10 minutes. I gotta look, man. We have a lot of guests tonight, so if you are staying with us, you're gonna be in for a treat. First couple of guests here is gonna be Hutch Brown and Tom Strachan. I don't know, man. I should have asked name pronunciations. I'm terrible at this. AJ, you want to read the names? Screw off shaking your head. Anyway,
yes.
I'm sure only drinking will add to that.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be phenomenal. Speaking of drinking, Steve, I saw you already sipping on something. What you got?
All right, so this is Lake House Brewing Skinny Dip Summer Ale. We took a vacation to the Finger Lakes a little while back. So this is a leftover.
Where are those for people that don't know?
New York.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like the middle of New York, I think.
Cool.
Like yeah. It's very
AJ's cracking open a fresh 4-pack. What we got?
Yes, indeed. Hold on 1 second.
Well,
as I close the fridge of delicious.
You'll be proud of me. I brought my cooler this year.
One of the two 4-packs I bought from. Whoops. Sorry, Bog Turtle Brewery here,
nice.
local to Rising right? Sun. This is one of my favorites. This is the Bristol Witch. It is a 7%er New England style IPA. It is delicious. I love this one, and I've got a fun story that I'll break out later involving the 4-packs that I bought.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
So
cheers.
I'm drinking. I randomly went to the beer store by me that opened up like a year and a half ago, not even. And they get this like random selection of beer now. They get stuff from Delaware and even Maine. So they have brought in the Maine Beer Company lunch.
So good.
And I saw you reviewed it on Untapped, man. You gave this like a 4.5. I have not tried this. This is a very large beer. This is going to be with me for a while, by the way. It is a pint, 0.9 ounces. So
Jeff Hicks,
whatever that equals out to be.
That would be probably through maybe pick one.
Shut up.
Challenge.
Oh, if you all were in the Twitter DM group, it was pretty hilarious. I'm getting called out. But let me try it. If it lives up to all the hype on Untapped from all the people that have tried this, besides me, apparently.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've had that before, too, and it's definitely lives up to the hype.
Ooh. Yeah, that's pretty solid. It's only a 7%. It's not like heavy. It's just it's just good.
It's good.
It's just good. So would I'd probably get it like at least a 4.25. I'm gonna let it
4.5 might be. I figured you were probably gonna. I was a little generous. Maybe.
It's a little. It's on the lighter side. I kind of like them a little
more
maltier and a little heavier sometimes. But
I did try it the first time when I was getting a haircut. So
I saw that on your notes.
Shout out Shaving Grace Barbers. got their mug somewhere.
Yeah, not important. All right, let's all right, so before we get just run with guests the rest of the night, let's talk, right? Mm-hmm. So, man, my first question to both of you, what are your thoughts about these rumors that, Will Levis is actually going to go number one? This Reddit thread or whatever the hell happened, like, this seems like nonsense, right? But I don't know, man, like, any truth to that, or is Bryce Young all the way, right? I mean, that's what I think.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, how many times do people need to get internet trolled before they learn?
Literally some dude was like, I read the thread for like 2 minutes, and it was like, one guy was like, you would only know that if you know him. Do you know him? And the guy's like, yeah, I know him. It's like, oh my God. Right. Like, you gonna fall for that?
Reddit is notorious for that kind of stuff. Like, I anybody taking that seriously, I just have to question, your.
I get the upside of Levis and like the arm strength, but he's so inconsistent. We'll get to that, I'm sure. But
and if you're gonna talk ceiling, why wouldn't Anthony Richardson?
Right, that's what I'm thinking too. Yeah, it's like that just doesn't make a ton of sense in my opinion. So, yeah, it was a weird one when I saw that. Hey, LaPlante, can you send Bonnie the StreamYard link on Slack? He's asking me for it, and I don't have it.
You betcha.
Yeah, thank you. Our producer, Mike LaPlante, in the background, will chime in from time to time. I'm going to ask him to do a bunch of things to help us out, because this is a crazy show, and it got crazier last year than I ever thought it could be, with like 15 trades. It was like every other pick. I was like, I can't even think.
I'm feeling that we're going to have that again.
I don't know, man. So that was my next question.
Like how the first 2 picks go and what Arizona does. I mean, they don't necessarily want to pick there, I don't feel like. I mean, will they? Sure. New head coach, former Eagles D coordinator, Jonathan Gannon, obviously could go after one of the stud defensive guys, but I think that he could also trade this pick away and be 100% fine with it and not even like worry about anything. So Arizona, I feel like, is likely to trade. That's my opinion, but
it would be the smart thing to do, right?
Well, I think they want to, right? Yeah. So that was my next question, right? So we're hearing all these rumors now. So I was going to ask about the Lamar thing. Like, is he going to get traded? But he got signed like an hour ago. So that's out the window. Aaron Rodgers signed, finally traded a couple days ago. That's out the window. But now we've still got D-Hop, right? DeAndre Hopkins is still getting talked about. There's tons of room. We've heard the Titans trying to jump up for him. We've heard the Ravens still trying to go up for him. Still trying to trade for him. The thing is, though, is like the teams that need to jump up, right? The ones that really want to go up there and get in front of the Colts, right? Because that's the team that if somebody wants a quarterback, they got to get in front of the Colts if they want that second quarterback. Their pick. They know they're not getting Bryce Young or whoever Carolina finally picks. But who do we think, if anybody, finally makes this trade for D-Hop to move up into the 3 spot, right?
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's tough. He's such a solid player, but injuries are there for him. He is, I would say on the downslope of his career, but man, he's so dynamic when he's healthy and good. Mm-hmm. It's so hard to not want him on your team. I don't know. Like, I don't really see anybody in the top 10 teams really jumping up to get him. That has that much of a need, for receiver. When I was going through and doing my projections, for the show and everything, I just, there wasn't a lot of receiver heavy teams early on to me. or that really even have draft picks. So I don't know. What do you think, Steve?
Are we talking about like package of Hopkins plus the third pick? Because I think that's getting messy.
I don't know, man. I feel like I've heard that somewhere, but maybe I could be just embellishing things at this point.
I think that's going to be
there's been a lot of chatter, obviously, the last couple of days. But I mean, regardless though, like who even moves up? Who even trades for D-Hop at this point?
Oh, for D-Hop, I don't know, but I was thinking Tennessee might have some motivation to go get 3, but independent of D-Hop.
I got the Twitter update from Pro Football Talk that said the Cardinals are trying to send the number 3 overall and Hopkins to the Titans for the number 11 pick plus more.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So that's where I got it from. It was from our producer. I knew I heard it somewhere. I was at my son's baseball game an hour and a half ago, so I was like scattered and running back here trying to figure things out. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. So the last question, right, is before we start bringing on our guests here is where do we think all these quarterbacks are going to go? Like, is it going to be like, we see anybody like, remember last year? Willis, man, was like the talk of the town. Oh, you could go number 1. Dude, nope. That was bad. Do we see something maybe not as bad, but is similar to that last year? Or are we really expecting like Young to go number 1, maybe Stroud to go 4 or 5, whatever it is, 3 or 4, Levis to go somewhere in the top 10 or, maybe early, just outside. And then, then you've got Richardson maybe in that mix too. And then Hendon Hooker is the wild card to me because of the ACL and his age. But, could somebody in that back half of the last round just be like, screw it, we're going to take a chance. And he's got massive upside. If he just gets over the injury, he's good.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Steve.
I think this class is clearly better than last year. So I don't think we're going to have only one go like last year. So I think the number is going to hang around 4 or 5. I definitely think we're going to see a Lamar Jackson style, somebody sneak in to the very end and grab whoever may slip, whether it be Levis, Richardson, Hooker. I think one of those 3 could make it to the 20s plus, and we'll see someone trade back in for it. But I definitely think Young and Stroud go within the top 10 for sure.
Yeah,
fair enough. All right, well, let's bring in our first guest of the night, and bringing in Hutchinson Brown and
what's up,
Tom. What's up, man?
Hey, how we doing?
What's going on, guys? Happy to have you here. Steve had to step away for a minute. I asked him to fix a little something for stuff here, but so. We're talking about the quarterbacks right now, and Dylan just chimed in. Stroud moved to negative 1,500 to go second overall. So I guess that means we're all thinking he's going. I mean, there must have been some recent chatter. So
I've got him as my most recent mock draft I did have him number 2. So hopefully that's correct.
That always made sense to me. Young and Stroud always went 1, 2. Both teams up top need quarterbacks, especially after the Bears traded to the Panthers.
The big question is whether it's actually the Texans taking him now, or whether there's a team who've got the deal in place to trade up and the Texans are going to move back down, because we heard a few rumors that they were kind of okay to that. So I think there's still a small amount of ambiguity to it for me, but it definitely seems like he's nailed on for that second overall pick.
Yeah, I mean, especially with how loaded the AFC is at quarterback. It's just kind of like you got to get your guy. You got to get a quarterback. It's just so tough. I mean, it would be awesome. I feel like it would be really, really cool if they took Will Anderson and then took JSN at 12 and then tanked or crashed for Caleb in 2024 and then got him. That'd be pretty awesome if they were able to do that. But we all saw last year that they're not able to really tank as they won that last game and they lost the first overall pick in the draft. They completely blew it. So, I think the first 4 picks will all be quarterbacks. I gotta be honest.
The first 4? You really do think the first 4?
It's going to go Young, Stroud, Titans trade up to 3, draft Anthony Richardson, 4 as well, Levis.
Boom.
Huh.
So let it be
No other
written.
quarterback. No other
Stamp
quarterback
it.
selected round 1.
You heard it here. You heard it here, everybody.
That would be awesome.
If
We're just done talking quarterbacks the rest of the night, basically.
Yeah, we're no more quarterbacks. Yeah.
Well, so let's
think-
move off quarterbacks, right? So, I want to ask about these receivers. There is so much, like, this site says this is the best 2 or 3 receivers. This site is the best 2 or 3 receivers. This is, it's just all over the place, right? Tom, who is your number 1 receiver?
For me, it's Jackson Smith-Njigba, but the difference between him and Jordan Addison is really minimal. I know, like Daniel Jeremiah had Jordan Addison as his wide receiver 1 for a while. My co-host on the Fantasy Sanctuary, Rich Cooling, he's got Jordan Addison as wide receiver 1. And I think there will be teams who really don't have much daylight between the two at all. Once you get past them, you kind of get into that tier where it seems to be Zay Flowers has opened up a bit of a gulf between him and Quentin Johnston. So it'll be interesting to see whether we do get 4 wide receivers in the first round. And I think, I feel like there's still a wild card kind of chance for somebody like Jalen Hyatt or Josh Downs sneaks in there. But I think the only 2 that I confidently say will go in the first 25 picks are Jordan Addison and Jackson Smith-Njigba.
Yeah, I agree. I think Jackson Smith's definitely the top of the group
tier.
here.
Yeah.
He's a top tier guy. I feel like outside of him, it's a lot of question marks for me. Like, I'm not a huge fan of this wide receiver class.
Yeah.
I think JSN is I think JSN's a stud. I really do. I believe he's gonna be like a stud in the NFL. But the other guys are like, oh my goodness, there's so many question marks. So many of them. It's
Is
just
he going
kind
to
of
be the new slant boy? Take over that from Michael Thomas?
So much of it's just going to come back to landing spot, though, isn't it? Like, I put a tweet out the other day saying, like, the last time I saw this much hate for a wide receiver class, we ended up getting, like, A.J. Brown and Deebo Samuel and Marquise Brown in that sort of 2020 class, and the 2019 class even.
there too.
I do feel like there is a lot of talent here. It's just like everybody has nitpicked it to death. It feels like, and it's like these dudes are talented. Let's not forget that they are super talented.
Yeah.
But everybody's nitpicking every little bit, and I know you have to at this point in the process. Like, it's kind of all you can do, right? But it's like, again, like what you just said, Tom. Right? I feel like we did that even last year, right? It was like everybody hated we got some good guys out of it. Like, it was like, okay, like these dudes could play. Coaches have to find the right role for them, coach them up. I've seen a couple of sites where even Quentin Johnston is the number 1 just because of his size and his physicality, and I don't deny that. I get,
man. He has the most. I think he does the most upside in this class. But man, he needs so much work.
True.
I mean, we all know AJ is leery of. Is leery of some TCU receivers, but I think Quentin Johnston. Sorry, brought you in right then.
Perfect time to come back.
Yeah, exactly. Welcome back, AJ. I think
Eagles. That one hurts. Right?
Quentin Johnston is. I can poke fun of Steve too. So every time I get to make fun of the Eagles, it's I get both my co-hosts all at the same time. It's fantastic.
What I would say, like, the wide receivers in this class, they've got good roles for, in the right offenses. I think that they're really going to fit in very well.
Yep.
If they do get brought out. I mean, you look at Jordan Addison and Jackson Smith-Njigba, and it's easy to label them as slot predominantly, but players like Zay Flowers who can play on the outside, like send Quentin Johnston to the Chiefs, or like put him in San Francisco or somewhere like that with the right coaching. And there's coaching staffs who will get the best out of these players. I mean, even Jalen Hyatt, you send him to somewhere like Buffalo or even Cincinnati, like, they are going to get good results out of these wide receivers.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, how does that translate to fantasy is the big question. Like, not all these guys could be successful in the NFL, but not necessarily translate to fantasy. Like you see like a smaller guy, maybe they're involved in their offense certain ways. Like maybe they're because there's a lot of small receivers in this class. Maybe they use as like a Swiss Army knife kind of player in their offense. That doesn't necessarily mean they're good for fantasy. They could fit well in their offense, have a successful career. We're talking fantasy though. There's so many other ways to play into that.
Outside of JSN, who I do think also needs a good landing spot, I feel like we're going to be stuck with a bunch of guys who are just going to be frustrating and inconsistent every week. A bunch of Gabe Davises.
No,
Yeah.
don't put that evil on them. Come on.
Yeah, I mean the one guy that kind of stands out to me is Mims Jr.
Yeah.
I mean,
Another guy, yeah, for sure.
I love what he's got. He's got speed, you know, he's got decent arm length, you know, good wingspan, I guess. Well, his wingspan's a little smaller, I guess, but either way, I think that coming out of Oklahoma, you know, it's another power school, just like JSN coming out of Ohio State. Like, these schools are known for their offensive caliber. Mims is just a guy, I think, as long as he gets in a great fit for him, he could be productive as a fantasy asset.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of really shone at the combine, didn't he? Because, I mean, you know, if he hadn't had a good combine, it'd be very easy to look at him at sort of like 5'11", 180 pounds and just be like, does he really have enough? But, you know, he ran a 4.38 or something and was like doing 11-foot broad jumps. And it kind of just forced people to be like, okay, well, let's go back and watch the tape again. Let's make sure that we're kind of firm in our analysis. And the amount of people who seem to just be like, okay, well, actually, maybe there's a little bit more to Marvin Mims than I maybe gave him credit originally. But, yeah, I think he's somebody that you could put all over the field, and with the right quarterback that he could really definitely come on strong towards the fantasy playoffs.
Yeah. All right. So what about defensive side of the ball? We've obviously talked some offense. You know, let's look at some of these defensive guys. I mean, obviously you got Carter up top as possibly one of the best players, you know, in this draft, but then he's got the off-field issues. You know, I've heard a ton about Nolan Smith, Will Anderson.
Yeah, Nolan Smith is so he's a raw prospect, but man, he is so freakishly athletic. He's like kind of like, I mean, not like necessarily how similar they are like play style, but like Trayvon, like remember Trayvon Walker, how raw he was as a prospect. So athletic though, like he athletic beast, and Jacksonville ended up picking him number 1 overall over who we all thought deserved to be number 1, Aiden Hutchinson, and it actually turns out like looks like Aiden Hutchinson should have been the number 1 overall pick based off rookie years so far, but Nolan Smith will be an interesting one because man, he had one of the best combines. He really did.
His range of where he's going in mock drafts over the last sort of
insane
month, it's just like you could see him anywhere between sort of 6 to down to 20. And I was having a conversation with somebody about it the other day, and I said I would really like him to land with the Jets because it feels like the kind of piece where, you know, last year the Jets had 45 sacks, but you look at
I've got
the top contenders and they had sort of 60 sacks, or the Eagles had like 75 or something ridiculous. And that would be, you know, year after year we see top defenses regress slightly after they've performed above expectations, but adding a piece like that who can really rack up some sacks and add something that they didn't necessarily have last year would be very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen some grades where he's even like a day 2 pick.
That's crazy. Yeah, I've got him at number 8 right now, going to Atlanta. I've got him going to Atlanta 8. I think Atlanta's going to take the shot. But
I think most people have him much higher, but I do see where he is, or not
lower,
not where you are, but at least like a round 1, not day 2 pick.
You know, day 2, I haven't seen anyone say that.
That would be probably a mistake by 32.
Yeah, exactly.
There'd have to be something we don't know then, like maybe off field or something we don't know. Like if he's going day 2, that'd be impossible. He's just too good.
It's funny. This whole defensive class is kind of there's not a lot of consensus on where they're going to.
And you know, I think it's funny. Like in the fantasy community, right? what did we hear last year? Oh, the 2023 draft is all we want to. You want to go get now. Now that it's here, everybody's going, well,
yeah,
sure, whatever. Like, the wide receiver class, meh.
Yeah,
obviously you want a couple of the running backs, but meh, right? But last year was like defense heavy, right? We knew that coming in.
Oh yeah,
but like, I still think because the defensive class is not as good, this is still going to be more offense in the first round than we've seen in a while.
And I think there's plenty of assets in terms of fantasy, particularly talking about Dynasty. This is going to be such a quarterback-heavy draft compared to last year where we had Kenny Pickett and then nothing till sort of like round 3. But if you're playing Dynasty, there's no immediate urgency to just sell all your 23 picks and try and push the rebuild down into 24 because quarterbacks, generally speaking, retain their value really well. Wide receivers generally retain the value or increase the value really well. And in terms of Dynasty, what are we talking? Maybe 2, possibly 3 running backs in Superflex round 1 rookie drafts. So I do think come sort of like Saturday, Sunday, when we start really diving into rookie mock drafts, people are going to be fairly pleased with things if they do have multiple firsts.
Yeah, I think especially like where there's a lot of hype about like different wide receivers going the first round. Like I think there could be, I think I have it mocked where 4 receivers are going the first round. Zay Flowers, Quentin Johnson, Jordan Addison, and Jack Smith-Njigba. Then Jahmyr Gibbs and Bijan are both in my first round. I have 4 quarterbacks going in the first round. Like I think I think after like right now because like I have the 107 in one of my rookie drafts. And I've been trying to sell it because I haven't liked the pick. Because after the 106, it's a huge teardrop. Like after JSN Gibbs, it's like a big teardrop there. And I don't want it. And I've been trying to sell it because, I've been trying to see if anyone will take a first. And no one's been biting on it. Like no one's wanted anything. No one's been biting. No one wants that drop off there. I think after the draft, though, if someone gets super high draft capital, if someone goes super high, like if Zay Flowers were to go, like I have him mocked to 114. To the Patriots right now, like if he were to go up there at 14, like he's going to be the locked-in 7th pick. Or if Zach Charbonnet ends up going really high round 2, he could be there. There could be another running back in this class that goes high round 2 that gets up there, like Tajay Spears or Kendrick Miller. Kendrick Miller would be up there for me personally. I love Kendrick Miller. All in on him.
Yeah.
But I think after the draft, there's going to be a locked-in like 7-8 kind of pick, and people are going to want.
Yeah, landing spots will make a big difference.
Yeah, landing spots and draft capital are going to make big differences, and I think it's going to help more than hurt this draft class when you look at like perceived dynasty value.
Yeah, I did want to bring in. So we are rotating guests in every 15 minutes, although everybody's got 30 minutes of time. So want to bring in our next segment of guests, and actually it's just one, but he deserves it. Chris Allen, what's up, man? Welcome back,
fellas. How we doing, man? It's been a while.
Yeah, man, it has been a while. So I've always got to ask you because, of course, we like the brew.
Oh, of course.
What you got, man?
Tonight, I'm actually just sipping on just like a seltzer at home, man.
All right.
I'm keeping it light tonight, man.
What does that even mean?
I'm not trying to get like too deep into, I'm not trying to get too drunk tonight. I'm trying to stay pace myself if I can and not get too wild. But nah, man, I'm glad that we were able to get together. It's been forever,
Yeah.
It's probably early last football season.
That's right.
At best, yeah. So.
Nothing wrong with the seltzer, by the way.
No, it's all good, man. I just, slightly disappointed because I like hearing what you're brewing right now, but
I've been out of the game for a little bit, man. I've been way too busy these past few months, but now that it's getting a little bit nicer outside and I've got some competitions coming up here in the summer and like late fall or early fall rather, I'm about to get back into it. So you'll see me posting, with some
cool.
good brews here in the next few months.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff.
Yeah.
So I think we're talking defense right now and trying to figure out, what's going on with these edge rushers and things like that. So you got any thoughts on, I think everybody knows Will Anderson Jr. is going next, but kind of the next tier with Nolan Smith and that kind of crew. You got any thoughts where Nolan Smith might land? His mock drafts or landing spots seem to be kind of all over the place.
No, I don't have a consensus right now, and that's kind of for the reasons that you're saying. It's not like this massive draft class, like where a ton of teams can wind up, selecting whomever they want. But at the same time, I'm trying to think of like a team that could particularly needs or that's a huge need for them at this point. I think a lot of teams right now, they want to try and prioritize like interior pass rushers, because we've seen so far over the past, let's say, especially last season, if I could say the most. I mean, teams being able to stop the run, keep quarterbacks like in the pocket, versus seeing some of the elite pass rushers and more being able to, or not being able to get home to some of the more mobile quarterbacks in the league. I mean, even, of course, guys like Josh Allen will be able to like get away from most of the edge rushers. Patrick Mahomes, to an extent, even hobbled on one leg, capable of beating most of the edge rushers. But even a guy like Joe Burrow, who primarily stays in the pocket. I mean, those are the guys that you typically want to try and bring down. So I can see teams shifting more towards the interior guys, like of this particular class. At least that's.
Although the grades on the interior guys don't seem to be as good, but
yeah, that's true.
I do want to give Hutch a second to kind of let himself. He's got to bounce a little early. So Hutch, thank you for coming on, man. I know you got a busy night, man.
I do. I've been called a podcast whore a couple times. I'm on 5 shows tonight.
You're good, man. You're good. Glad you could join us, man, and enjoy the night. And
yeah, thanks.
First pick should be coming soon, guys.
Yeah. All right.
See ya. But yeah, I mean, like I was saying, the grades on these interior guys don't seem to be as high. But I mean, team need wise, I guess that makes sense. Like, somebody's gonna maybe reach for him because it's gonna, especially maybe later in the first round, right? You're gonna see teams just go for immediate need, someone who can make an impact right away. To where early on you kind of see these guys go early that, maybe is more of a project, type of thing.
Right, and that's why it's easier for teams to kind of pass on some of the guys that might have later first round, draft stock, or that's where they might be mocked at this point. But unless they're just the show off guys, like the Will Andersons of this class, I mean, it's easier for them to take the swings to those guys because athletically, you don't have any concerns with them. Like from day one, you shouldn't have like any problems being able to fit them to whichever scheme, depending on the landing spot dependent. But the other guys, I mean, it might take a little bit of time for them. Not from a development standpoint, you could probably put them out there in week 1, but from like being able to be like the impact player, the guy that you spent first round draft capital on, that you believe to be a no doubt starter / impact player with like Pro Bowl aspirations, like right out of the gate. I mean, it's harder for teams to make that assumption about some of the other prospects in this class. So that's why, I mean, it's easier for me just to say that, landing spot. Yeah, I mean, we'll see how the draft works out. And then afterwards, I mean, just like stick to the guys that at least have the athleticism and like the testing and all that behind them to say that without a doubt, like these guys should go in the first round, and they most likely are.
I'll just jump in quickly there. I think what you're saying is just nailed on, because we keep hearing as well how few first round grades teams have on players, and it just seems like that's where things are going to get a little wild, where certain teams really value a position highly and stuff. And like, I wouldn't be surprised to see Mazzy Smith creep up into sort of like the mid-20s, or Brian Breezy seems to be all over mock drafts, but again, he could easily go into mid-20s.
Yeah, I can see that too. I mean, at this point, I've seen him like him in particular mocked like all over the place. And if he can go early in the first round. If he starts to slide, I've heard like at least concepts of teams like trading up in order to pick him up, like in order to stop the slide. So it just really does. I think it's more about like how things go in the first, I would say even 6 to 7 picks, because essentially it's more or less like whatever happens after like pick 2, whatever the Texans decide to do. We've already seen just like massive market movement over the last 15, 20 minutes just regarding the Texans like specifically. But I think after like those first 4 to 5 dominoes fall, it might at least provide a little bit more clarity as to how some of the rest of the teams in the back portion of the top 10, and then after that, like how the rest of the team and like in the teens and whatnot are going to respond to whatever happens in the first, like those first 5 picks are going to be more of like the blockbuster, like the big moves that we're hoping to see happen. But overall, like we just don't know how those first 5 picks are going to play out.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty wild, and we talked about this earlier with the quarterbacks, but I want to ask both of you, Tom and Chris, and obviously Steve and AJ, you can chime in too. What's the position you're most interested in looking at where landing spots go outside of quarterbacks?
I think the wide receiver ones are definitely really interesting. Obviously, we're going to spend a lot of time talking about them, but also the tight end position. Like, you go back to when the first mock drafts started popping up in January, and straight away the Packers were being linked with either Michael Mayer or Dalton Kincaid, and all through this process, it just seems very easy to just pencil them in for one. But over the last few weeks, there's been points where those tight ends have kind of slipped further back at times in a lot of, good reputable mock drafts down into sort of like the mid-20s range to teams like the Bengals, the Cowboys. So it'd be very interesting to see where they go, because I think, tight end as a fantasy option is, really hit and miss. And I just put an article out on Underdog this week about how poor rookie tight end production is. But with the right landing spot, I know that we'll get swept up in the hype. I mean, if Dalton Kincaid goes to the Bengals or something, it's just, all aboard and start riding the hype train now.
Hey, I think I 100% agree with Tom. I think that the tight ends are the most intriguing positional draft class. I think at least on the offensive side, because if you look at the wide receiver class, I would say that we've just been spoiled, right? We've been spoiled over the past 3 to 4 seasons, like whether it's been, the CeeDee Lamb class, or, I mean, even before that, we got Jamar Chase. I mean, we've had just so many just big name wide receivers come out, just like the prototypical X receivers that have been able to just take over games, like Justin Jefferson, like, insert wide receiver name here. And we don't see that in this class. I can make the case for solid wide receiver 2s, or even your wide receiver 3 options. But at the same time, teams have now shown us over the past 2 to 3 years that they're just willing to move their tight end and kind of put them in that wide receiver 3 role. I mean, the Bengals, like Tom brought up, is an excellent example where while they have had like Tyler Boyd as a part of that offense, like to go alongside T. Higgins and Jamar Chase, I mean, they have rotated guys in like over the past couple of seasons, whether it was CJ Uzomah like a couple of years ago, Hayden Hurst like just this past season, and now of course, like as Tom was mentioning, like they have been linked to a couple of tight ends in this particular class. But I think the thing that intrigues me the most about this tight end class is they're not all Travis Kelce's. I know that the guys at the top, your Dalton Kincaids and all that, those are the guys that will at least come right out of the gate, like, as right out of the box, and say that they are the guys that can earn targets right out of the bat. And if they can potentially quickly develop into the Travis Kelce archetype, where you could have like 2 wide receivers, like bunched to one side, and then have your tight end like ISO'd like to the other side. And that's essentially what the Chiefs do with Kelce right now. But you do have those other guys that can play inline, like Darnell Washington, who has gained a ton of hype over the past month or so after his combine performance. But he primarily played inline. Like, he was more of like your essential, like your wide tight end who would play like on the line, move, like work as a blocker, because he's just a huge freaking guy. I mean, he almost looks like a tackle, like attached to the line of scrimmage, but he can also like work down the seam as well. So I think this season, again, landing spot and draft capital dependent, I think this season will be at least a decent challenge to fantasy managers, because we'll have to learn about how tight ends are used. They're not all going to be Travis Kelce's. They're not all going to be George Kittles that are just running a bunch of routes and earning a bunch of targets. Tight ends, while the usage can be volatile, they can have those spike weeks because they might get 4 to 5 targets, but 1 to 2 of those targets are when the team gets in the red zone, and those are vital to fantasy scoring. And so a guy like Darnell Washington, or even like Luke Musgrove, I mean, they could have like those types of weeks where, they're not running a bunch of routes, but they do get those targets like where it counts the most, and that could be useful to fantasy scoring. So I think overall, like the running backs are fine. I mean, the wide receivers are fine, and of course the quarterbacks always get the most notoriety of any draft class, especially for fantasy purposes. But for my money right now, I think the tight ends probably hold like the most intrigue, because 1, we have so many, and 2, like I said beforehand, it really forces us to learn more about the position, like what they're asked to do and how they actually earn snaps, like not just running routes, but just being out on the field. And if they can actually earn more of those snaps and like get more usage, even if it is as a blocker, we might actually be able to at least get a bit more fantasy production out of them just because they're on the field more.
Yeah, I like, from the tight end class here, I'm kind of high on Brenton Strange, because he's got enough. He's Penn Stater, so I'm a little biased, I guess. But he's got some skills. He can be a sorry, I'm not reading Tomlin's thing here. He can be the blocker that you need. And as a rookie, I think any of these tight ends, that's going to be where they actually get more playing time on certain teams, because they're going to throw them in these trenches, see what they can do to help move the offense along. And then if they can wiggle out and get open, hey, they might become a favorite target, especially on a team with a younger quarterback that's looking for that safety gap. Strange, like I said, he's got nice route running. He's good at blocking. He's a solid pick. I doubt he's a first rounder, but he's someone in this class of tight ends that I think is going to be a very valuable asset for the team that drafts him.
I think for a fantasy perspective, getting that high draft capital is absolutely critical for these tight ends, because you look at it, and tight ends who were drafted between rounds 1 to 7 since the year 2000, 70% of them failed to score more than 4 PPR points in their rookie season. But those who were drafted in rounds 1 to 3, that comes like way down to like 40% or so. So it's like they're better and best ball candidates, definitely. But there's definitely a lot of really interesting players, and I do hope we get some nice landing spots.
That's what I was going to say.
Dynasty is definitely an interesting aspect with tight ends. I don't tend to target them in my rookie drafts in Dynasty, but in redraft, I 100% do not. I don't care. I don't care who you are. I mean, we all got burned by Kyle Pitts twice in a row. So, nope, I'm out. Until you show me something, I'm not drafting you. I'm sorry, not in tight end land. But we do have our next roll of guests here coming on here, and it is Keith Fleming from Fantasy and Frames and Fantasy Six Pack. Does some golf stuff over here, and Michael Bonney from Fantasy Six Pack. What's going on, guys? It's full house over here.
Welcome to the show.
Cheers.
So yeah, we do have the Carolina Panthers on the clock, and I mean, I think we all kind of know who they're picking, but we're not going to announce it yet until it shows up. I have no idea.
What are they doing?
Until it shows up on TV, it's like
I'm confused.
I don't know.
I heard they were drafting a receiver.
Yeah, I heard they were taking Will Levis. Oh, that internet troll! That internet troll won the internet for about 3 hours. That was glorious. I mean, even the sports book lowered their odds because of that dude. Like, come on!
Oh my god,
that
shouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
No, absolutely not.
I love it.
Everybody because Bryce Young's odds went up because of it. It was like, I would have been smashed. I wish I had been at a computer. I would have smashed the button on Bryce Young just for a minute, but I just didn't get a chance. But yeah, so it looks like they're making their pick here very, very soon. I never really. I know it's TV and the NFL making them wait, but my God, we all know what you're doing. Just make the pick, guys.
Yeah.
This could be a really quick or long show for me.
But yeah, we do. We do need to let our first round of and Hutch already left a little early, but Tom, I want to thank you for coming on, man. I know you are over in the UK, so it's late night over there for you. Hopefully you can survive the first round, but glad you could come on and join us, man. So have a good night, man.
Before I bounce, like the one time where I didn't stay up to the end, I'm a Ravens fan. Watched the trade back, took Hayden Hurst, then I went to bed, woke up the next morning, we took Lamar Jackson. So now I'm
all right. I mean, hey, maybe you need to do that again.
Thanks me, guys. Big fans of you guys. Have a good one.
All right, man. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks so much.
Thank you, man. See ya. Yeah, so I'm getting used to this new rotation. We used to do it by team pick, but that was chaotic with all the trades last year. So I went, nope, not doing that again.
What team did I come on for?
I'm like constantly on Twitter, like AJ and Mike and Steve. You guys talk. I'm over here on Twitter chasing people down. Hey, can you come on now? Because they just traded up 3 picks. And everybody's like, what? I'm like, yeah, that wasn't working. So everybody's clapping over in Carolina land. Man, we're so close. Like, just make the pick. Come on now. TV drama.
It's like
Right,
the person
so-
in your Dino draft, you know, that they've had the 101 for months. All right, we already knew they were gonna have the first pick, but yet when the clock starts, they're still milking it. It's
The
like,
worst
Oh, that's gonna be me
Man,
this
I don't
year
know if I want
because
these
I'm
shots.
waiting for somebody to trade up. Give me.
Work that out ahead of time.
Come on.
Like,
But
Come on,
nobody's
Yeah,
offering
come on.
me crap, and you know as soon as he goes on the clock, somebody's gonna offer me something good.
yeah.
Of course.
It happens every year in my league. That's why I'm waiting.
Now you're up? Okay.
Oh,
Let me see who I can
didn't know.
fleece you
Oh, I
for.
was first.
Oh,
this
I didn't
year?
know that.
Oh,
Oh, shit.
I mean, obviously we all know who I'm taking, but it's unless he gets drafted by the Patriots, then I might have to have second guess. If that happens, I'm gonna cry because it's the only time I've ever had the
I
101.
think you and most of the fantasy community will cry.
yeah, probably.
Oh my
so
God,
first
Bijan, please.
things first. What's everybody watching as far as the draft? NFL Network, something else?
Network.
ESPN
This
Network.
Network.
network, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I got
yeah.
nothing. I don't want to give them my ratings.
I got the NFL Network
I like
on.
that.
All right, I guess I should switch over then. Chris Mortensen is
Given the
I
fingers.
can't-
to the
I
man,
can't.
I like that,
Mort.
Steve.
he's looking old, man.
I don't.
Shame.
Yeah, I can't deal with the
That's
ESPN
tough.
crew anymore. It's like they need a refresh with the NFL draft crew
But
over
I
there.
kind of look, or I've been told that I look like Mel Kiper at times. So I don't really know why, because I think Mel Kiper looks like Sam Eagle, the Muppet. But
Yeah, that's fast. Oh man.
All right, now I gotta
No,
look
it
this
wasn't a
up.
humble brag, but
First time ever in life.
hold up, Sam
I'm only
Eagle.
in one dynasty league.
Oh, okay. That's
So,
fair.
there weren't a lot of opportunities. My team just absolutely sucked ass this year. It happens.
Damn, now I see it. Like Mel Kiper does look like Sam Eagle.
Yeah, dude,
Yeah.
it's there. It
That is
is
like-
there. I had
Oh,
a
you're gonna
picture.
make me change the
As soon as
channel
you
over
said that,
here.
it
What's
clicked.
going on
It's
here?
Wow.
it's uncanny.
That's spot on.
Yeah.
It's fanatic.
Oh my
It's
gosh.
awesome.
Something you
Alright.
see and then
Oh,
you can't
Nick is in.
unsee.
Yeah, you can't unsee it now.
All right. Well, just for that, I'm gonna hold tight with ESPN for now.
All right.
You're gonna get the pick in before
Just for
There it
everybody
Sam
else.
Eagle because he's
All right,
blue.
it's
The
on
Panthers
Twitter
are blue.
now.
The pick is in.
Yeah,
for
no,
you.
we follow a Twitter feed that gives us a pick like 15 minutes ago.
This is
Yeah.
what's so frustrating about it. We have the pick.
We know it. We're just like
Right, exactly.
Oh, that's
but
right.
we're waiting for the
I totally
TV,
forgot
we're waiting for the audience, for everybody else. But
Like everybody else already knows.
yeah,
This is. I mean, I'm shocked.
Will.
oh man.
I thought it was.
Well,
gonna be
Levis, no, just kidding.
The
Bryce
guy
Young,
that
the number one pick in the draft.
Finally.
All right, let's give our thoughts here. So there's a lot of Keith. I'm gonna let you talk because you haven't had a lot to say here yet. First thoughts on Bryce Young.
I mean, it's probably the right pick. I would be very worried about his size.
Right.
As a Georgia fan, seeing the two games where we played against him, he tends to kind of try to make too many plays, which is, I mean, it's admirable. But when you're in the NFL and every dude is huge, it's not good. So he's going to have to adapt, I think, the way he kind of holds onto the football or tries to make plays and really get rid of the football a lot quicker. But I think that other than, obviously the size and injury concern, he's an unbelievable prospect. I am surprised, though, and I've said this, I would have much rather traded 2 first-round picks inside Lamar Jackson than get any of these rookie QBs, especially if I'm the Carolina Panthers and a crappy NFC South and a wide-open NFC, conference. I'm shocked none of these teams went after him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think the biggest, knock on this pick that I would have is the Heisman curse, and how that always seems to affect these quarterbacks,
What do you mean?
especially
Baker
when they
Mayfield's doing
get
just fine.
drafted high. But it hasn't been as prevalent, I feel like, recently. They've had more success, so that's been good. So maybe that shine's worn off a little bit, but again, looking at the size and everything, I agree with you, Keith. It's troublesome, and I don't think Carolina has such a great line that they're going to be able to protect this
Definitely
short
not.
guy.
That's
That's
been a
what I would
problem
be
with a
worried
lot of
about.
these quarterbacks that come
So-
in their top prospects. The line
With no
around them
weapons
is
either, really.
awful. No weapons.
Get rid
Like
of DJ
he's
Moore.
gonna have to. He's
They
gonna have to
traded
be the guy.
weapon of DJ Moore, and and CMC. So
yeah, I would say though that the one big positive for him is that his development path. You couldn't ask for a better spot in terms of the coaching staff that's going to be around him. I mean, look at what Frank Reich did in terms of what he did with Carson Wentz when he was still a part of Philly. I mean, being able to keep like Matt Ryan, at least for the parts that he was there for, in the latter days of his Colts time, that was fine. But then you also look at Thomas Brown, who's the OC coming over from LA, and you know that LA has been able to put together solid offenses as when he was the assistant head coach to Sean McVay. So at least from that perspective, I would say that for the concerns that we do have about Bryce Young, his development, his transition from the college to the pros, I mean, you couldn't ask for a better spot in terms of being around mentors and coaches that being able to take a known weakness and turn that into something that could at least be, something that they could use or work towards or work past. I would say from that standpoint, I think they know what they're getting into, and they have the knowledge and experience to be able to turn that into something that can actually power at least a decent offense. All the rest of the stuff, the line trash. I'm hoping they can come back and at least work on it. Throughout the receivers. Mid
trash.
At best, mid at best. DJ Chark. I got some love for DJ Chark. Thielen, trash. True. I mean, but everybody else, Laviska Shenault, not so great.
Terrace Marshall?
No.
Come on.
I'm holding out hope. I'm holding out hope for Terrace Marshall.
Yeah,
me too.
But I would say, still, the thing I keep going back to is that, with this coaching staff, they know how to be able to turn him into something that we'll see past the height and the size thing over the next year or so. It might take some time, and probably after the first nasty hit that he takes or something along those lines, we're all gonna be that's why they shouldn't have drafted him. That's gonna be everyone's reaction. But I think with this coaching staff, they'll be able to work past it and be able to at least help him turn into something that we won't even see size afterwards. And I mean, I would say that size has also been a curse for over the last couple of years, because we've seen Kyler not be able to really take over the league like we expected him to. Russ has now been a disaster over this past. And so it's the shorter quarterbacks, they just haven't been there like we expected them to. But I think this
big guys have gotten injured too, though.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's very true. Yeah,
not Ben Roethlisberger.
Well, yeah,
he's a walking.
When he got injured, it was
yeah.
Still hallucing out of broke my nose. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I like about Bryce is that, he's just, he's very smart with the ball. Yeah, he holds it a little long, like Keith was saying. He's gonna have to stop trying to play hero ball, I guess is a way to say it. As often as he does, he's gonna get destroyed if he tries to do that too many times in the NFL. But the ability to be able to extend the play and to be able to make accurate throws on the run and be able to improvise like that is something you can't teach. You can't coach, right? That is just something that this feels like the player needs to have, and he's got it. So that is a skill that I think is going to help him, especially early on a team where they're pretty bad, as we've all said. So he's going to need to run around a lot and make plays happen, right? So that's going to be something that I think will help him a little bit early on, but he's going to have to rein it in a little bit as well. Obviously, the size is big, but we do have the Houston Texans on the clock here. They are in. The pick is in. They weren't wasting any time.
They probably sprinted up with the card.
CJ Stroud. There we go. So not a big shocker here.
Damn it!
All that hype for nothing.
I know. It was very interesting. All right, so who wants to start here with CJ Stroud, the Ohio State quarterback here, who had a hell of a career at Ohio State, much like a lot of the Ohio State quarterbacks do.
Yeah, my Davis Mills shares are not happy right now.
They weren't happy a long time ago. Let's be real.
I immediately pulled him off of my taxi squad and then just cut him.
Do you understand these teams making a move like this when I don't really like Stroud too much? I don't think that I'd want to spend a second pick on him. And why would the Texans not take the best player available, try to tank? And then there is a can't miss QB coming out next year.
Right.
And that's what I would be doing. I don't understand this philosophy from some of these teams picking at the top.
No weapons for this team.
Right.
Except for Dalton Schultz.
And Dameon Pierce, my boy Dameon Pierce.
Hey, this Nico Collins slander, I'm not gonna have this. We can't do this, fella.
Bobby Trees.
Hopefully he's not number one. Hopefully he can do something. But
Nico Collins is Joe's favorite player.
John Mechie, come on, man.
Yeah, Mechie's back. I was gonna say.
Yeah, Mechie's back. Yeah.
Dalton Schultz, come on.
Yeah, they already said Dalton Schultz.
We said him.
So I mean. I'll get my quick thoughts on Stroud. Like I am not a fan. I have not been a fan of a single Ohio State quarterback that has come out in many, many years. There is a big reason why. One is they are fantastic passers when the pocket is clean. I'm not going to deny that. Then that's what we see on tape. When he gets pressure, he is not a good quarterback. He gets hit too many times. He's throws too many interceptions, and that's been the bugaboo on all of these Ohio State quarterbacks that have come out the last few years. Does he turn into a Justin Fields and decides to just screw it? I'm just going to run? Maybe, but I doubt it. I don't think he's that kind of athletic quarterback.
He did no chance. As somebody who was a Georgia fan, like I was shocked. I didn't expect him to run, and he ran for a lot of yards against them, and that was the best he looked all year.
Yeah.
Small.
Yeah, it's just size. He doesn't. He's not the big mobile quarterback that we want. But like if somehow the Texans can get this line right in the next year or two, then I do think he has a chance. But you do worry, does he take that trajectory in the NFL that a lot of these young guys do when they go into these bad teams with bad lines and they're pocket passers and they just get hammered time and time again.
Yeah,
and they don't develop, and then we see them
back there.
bust. Yeah, they just bust and they rush and things like that. So I don't know, Chris. I know you've got to. We're gonna be kicking you out here in about a minute. Bringing on the next crew. So I'll let you have your words here about.
I would say though, I guess my only thought is that after everything that's happened with Deshaun Watson, him leaving the Texans, I mean Davis Mills. It's just for Nick Casario's life as a GM. Ain't no way he can justify having a job without getting at least a quarterback that's better than Davis Mills coming out of this draft. Ain't no way, because he wouldn't have a job. There's no way that he'd be able to walk in and be like, oh, yeah, so the best thing that I thought for this team is for us to go back into the season with Davis Mills at quarterback. That's not going to fly. That's just not going to fly. So, I mean, he was kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, because having Davis Mills on the roster and everything that happened to Deshaun Watson, it's like, what else are you going to do at this point? I agree that what they should have done is taking Will Anderson.
Yep.
But at this point, with the way the team is built, there's just no way that he could justify not taking a quarterback in a draft class that has 4 to 5 quarterbacks available for them to select at this pick. It sucks, but I guess I understand the reasoning, because you can't. There's no sale there. I mean, there's no way that he can there's no way that you can talk your way out of the fact that everybody has been complaining about the quarterback play since Watson left. You have the number 2 pick. There are quarterbacks available for you to select at that pick. So it's just, you kind of have to do it. I'm not saying that they should have done it. Probably not what I would have done, but I guess I can understand that logic, because I mean, without it, how do you sell that to fans of the team? By passing on a quarterback? If somebody was calling for the pick, they should have done that. Absolutely. But if they have to make the pick, then at the same time, it's like, I get why they made the selection.
Yeah. All right. Well, Chris, we're going to let you bounce. I know you got a busy night as well, but thank you for joining us, man, and enjoy the draft.
All right, man. Y'all be safe.
And then as Chris is leaving, we're going to bring it on our next tier here, Gladys Lewis.
Real quick.
Gladys, wow, that was terrible. I'm so sorry. I don't know. GL Tyler. I don't know where the hell I got that name from. I'm just reading my own words. I don't know what the hell I'm doing here. And Jeff Hicks. What's up, man?
What's going on?
See, Jeff, I told you he's already hammered.
I don't know where I got that from. That was in my own head, and I think I just spit it out.
It's all right.
No, that made no sense. I'm sorry.
I don't care.
Oh, I can't.
Far too many consonants there. Yeah, you're wrong.
So I guess I'm stuck on ESPN because my TV won't let me switch anymore.
Cardinals traded the number 3 pick to the Houston Texans
and took their 12.
Whoa!
To the Texans?
Will Levis.
What?
Wow.
They're going super flex. Wow, that's got to be Anderson, right?
What?
Take both quarterbacks.
I'm putting money.
Why not?
Probably
take both quarterbacks.
See what happens.
Oh, that would be hilarious. That would be very, very good.
Wow. Well, hey, good for them going in.
It's clearly Anthony Richardson. They want a quarterback controversy right off the bat.
They've already got one with Davis Mills. Okay, that's going to be a big competition in camp. All right.
Well, I have no TV feed, so
right.
I'm relying on you all and the internet at this point.
They're celebrating.
Yes,
sure.
trust the internet.
I mean, the internet's faster than the TV feed. We do know that.
Twitter, not Reddit.
Oh,
Did they bring D-Hop back in the fold?
Now?
No, it's Tyree Wilson or Will Anderson.
It's gotta be.
Yeah,
it's somebody to appease D'Amico since he was put in the position to draft a QB first.
What if they pair?
That's fair.
With JSN?
I was gonna say I almost threw it out there in the pre-show that they were gonna somehow trade because I know that they had the 12, so I was like, well, they could get the receiver there if they really want, but they need protection on the line, so maybe they trade.
Houston gets number 3 and 105. Arizona gets 12, 33, and a first and third round pick in 2024.
What the?
That's
I don't know it. The pick is in. We know who it is, but
I don't.
I know.
Well,
yeah,
I don't.
if you follow at Draft Diamonds on
that's what it is.
on Twitter, you will know the picks minutes ahead of time.
Or you got to follow Shams Charania, the NBA newsbreaker.
He was the first one.
Early in all of them.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but Shams is on it right now.
Nice.
Stay in your lane, Shams.
Yes.
Yeah, so it is Will Anderson Jr.
Okay.
So we were just talking last pick, like they should have taken Will Anderson. Well, now they got both. So that is a way to win draft night. If
all right, fair enough.
Well played, Houston.
Yes, that was a solid trade.
Except for next year when they don't have a first round pick, and
they probably desperately needed one. They still will desperately need one. Yeah. So, who wants to talk about Will Anderson? This dude's a freak. He's one of the top of the draft boards in every single draft that I've seen. Jeff, you want to lead the way here?
Well, I think with Will Anderson, a lot of talk has been high floor, maybe not a high ceiling, just because he's been who he is. But players like him, where you're that tall, that big, and you're still moving that quick the way he does, it's kind of like taking a tackle in a top 5 pick because your quarterback needs help. Like, it's not sexy, but in this case, it may be because Will Anderson's been that guy for a couple of years now, and now gets a chance to do it with the coach that probably really wanted to trade to get him.
I think it's sexy. I think Houston has made a sexy draft already, and I'm okay with it.
Yeah. How about that?
I don't know how anyone else can win the draft now. It's over. It should just stop.
Except Vince Carter, it's over.
Yeah,
After 3 picks.
After 3 picks, it's done.
I mean, for IDP, I had him in the same grouping as Parsons, Watt, Crosby, Bosa. I didn't care about the landing spot. I mean, he's right there. He's a monster.
He's a freak.
Home run.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very good pick. Very, very, very few cons, a lot of pros. I do semi agree with Jeff where, like, I think the floor is very high, but maybe he doesn't have the ceiling as some of these other edge rushers that have come out in years past. But he's still going to be a very good pro player, somebody that's going to be a difference maker on the defensive side of the ball. So that is That is a very, very good trade and very good pick for them. They got their quarterback, they got their edge rusher. That can change teams. You get two guys like that, that changes teams pretty quick.
Good for them.
Yeah, so the Colts are on the clock. Where do we think they're going?
Jalen Carter.
Kind of just saw.
Gotta go defense now. Hasn't been enough quarterback.
Well, then you're not allowed to say, Steve.
I won't comment.
Damn.
Anybody who hasn't seen, you want to chime in and think where you think they're going?
Quarterback.
Let's just say the Reddit guy is full.
I think so too. I think quarterback would be. I mean, everybody was trying to jump
This
ahead of
Reddit
them
guy
for
really
quarterbacks
pissed everybody
for a
off.
reason.
Right.
So them going quarterback just seems like the
The right
no-brainer,
thing to do.
right?
Which quarterback though?
Yeah,
That's the
that.
question.
I mean, Levis was,
No.
Reddit.
Levis. No
was-
Levis.
Levis was Reddit, rumored to go number one. So maybe him.
Okay.
Richardson's got the massive, athletic upside. Do we take a chance on him, or do teams learn from the Malik Willis, debacle for the Titans? Or feels like he feels like he could be Malik Willis.
Wait, hold up.
2.0.
I'm watching the replay. Boom! Look at that. Oh, beauteous. I love the freaking high five hand slap from Goodell.
Did he nail it?
It is the best thing I've ever seen on draft night.
He never knows it.
No, he fumbles it
Exactly.
worse
Oh, okay.
than.
I was gonna say, did he actually hit the dap or did he go like
One of these
white?
times he will. He will one of these times.
Yeah. He's gonna get it. He sits in that man cave and just tries
so
to
much
practice with his own hands,
Constantly misses.
and he knows that it's not gonna work.
That shit's pathetic. I hate him so much.
I love how he brought out celebrities with him this year, and and it was like a joke. They booed in his face. It was like, dude, just own it. You're getting booed. Come on, you still suck. Nobody likes you, Goodell.
These celebrities
Stop
do
it.
this now too.
What?
He's gonna put these celebrities through that now too, so they get booed.
Probably.
It's ridiculous. Don't get me started. That's why I can't watch, because I would just be commenting on all that ancillary stuff.
I mean, that's what we're here for. It's a 4-hour show. We got to talk about something after a while. It's a little mundane just talking about,
who did
we're
he
waiting
bring
for.
out?
We've known this pick for about 3 minutes, but yet it's not announced yet. Cool.
Who did he have bring out for within the first?
It
Dude from
was
Modern Family.
the dude from Modern Family, and I don't know where the girl was from.
Heidi Gardner. She's from SNL.
Yeah, I never heard of her though.
Both Kansas
I
City
don't watch
was,
SNL anymore. I'm old. I don't.
Yeah.
I don't stay up that late on Saturday
It
nights
doesn't matter
anymore.
if you're old. You still know what SNL is, right?
I know what SNL is. I don't
Okay.
watch it, so I don't know
There you
who she is. That's what I meant.
Oh! I just got the pick. Sorry. I just saw the pick.
Oh, you saw it? You saw it on TV? We got it.
No, it's not on TV. On a stream.
Joe.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well,
Joe,
what?
Keith does have to head out of here, so why don't you give him a good exit?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Keith. Yeah. Thank you for joining us, man. Sorry. Thanks for joining us, man. You do great work here with the golf stuff, and looking forward to seeing more of your stuff. If let everybody know where they can find the rest of your work coming football season, man. Oh, I think you're muted, or
That's my bad. You can find me at Keith Fleming on Twitter. Host the Daily Fix show, DFS show for Fantasy and Frames. And Joe's talking about the golf picks. I give 10 plays each week on Fantasy Six Pack for DFS. 6 of the 10 plays were 5 under or better today.
Dude,
so we're
you kill
off
it,
to
man.
another
Awesome.
new week. So
What a
let's
hero.
get it. And if Carter could fall to the Falcons, I will be the happiest man in the world if they can fuck it up and not pick them. So we will see.
Good.
But
All
I
right.
appreciate
Good
it,
stuff,
guys.
man.
Keep up the great
I don't know
work,
if he's
man.
getting past Seattle, but maybe
Good
maybe
stuff,
now
man.
that Will Levis.
Thank you
is
for
still
coming on, man.
board.
But yeah, so we now do have the pick. The Colts took Anthony Richardson, the massive upside quarterback
All
pick.
right, that's
Yes.
interesting.
Love
That's
it.
a
I like
great
it.
pick. That's a great pick. with the new head coach.
Yeah, Steichen, the QB.
All right, so JL
is the QB whisperer.
You like this pick. Why do you like this pick? And why do you like him as an NFL asset and even in fantasy? That's what we're here for. We're here for fantasy. So
I love him for fantasy because Steichen he worked with Justin Herbert, he worked with Phillip Rivers, he worked with Jalen. I mean, he knows quarterbacks, and he doesn't try to make them into something they're not. So we know that Richardson's going to be running when he gets the ball. I love this pick for him. I think that this was the best place for him to go with the coaching staff that they have in place right now.
Yeah.
I don't even care about anything else. I mean, Alex Pierce is going to be dirt. He's going to be dirt. Michael Pittman Jr., maybe I like. But Anthony Richardson, I'm picking up all day in fantasy redraft.
Who do you want, Richardson or Justin Fields? Who do you got with this landing spot?
Wait, why can't I have both?
I mean, Fields is going to be like a top 6 quarterback pick this year. So
yeah.
Richardson will not be.
Yeah, it would be Justin Fields. And then slide in.
Checking the temperature.
Love the extreme question. I love it, Steve.
Yeah. The other nice thing
do you
here.
Want to kill him or do you just want to date him?
Wait a second.
Where we're going.
Yeah. Well, Bonnie, you're going to be bouncing soon. So what's your thoughts on the Richardson landing spot here and what he can do?
Murder, marry, kill.
Like she said, I think it's going to be great for fantasy. I love it for that, but he's a project, that's for sure. His throwing is not the greatest, obviously, but with his running game, he'll be fine. Obviously,
yeah, he's got a massive arm. He just needs to get consistent with it, work on his footwork. That's
some
coachable
of his
stuff.
Throws are so bad. Like if you watch his tape, like I saw one on a slant, he just misses completely, and it's bad.
And some of that's footwork, and so that's stuff that's coachable. Like he's got the intangibles that aren't coachable, and so I feel like he's going to be
Yeah, I think he's going to be fine.
He could be very, very good, but
I mean, he's one of only a handful of quarterbacks. I mean, at least out of the top guys that actually ran a 40. 4.43. I mean, okay,
yeah, I mean, he should have.
That's pretty quick.
That's kind of good.
That's his thing. If he didn't run it, people would be like, what?
Yeah, or like, nah, you guys seen how fast I am. It's cool.
You could see it. Check tape. Check tape.
Why is the Fields question so extreme? Better offensive line, better weapons, better draft capital.
Why are you still on that?
Wait a minute.
Like 5 minutes later. Hold on.
Let's go back. Let's go back to the Fields question.
I think that's a great comparison and a great question with this landing spot.
I think it would have been a better question if you said Richardson or C.J. Stroud or Richardson or Bryce Young.
Yeah.
Richardson and Deshaun Watson.
You can't compare somebody who just like basically just set the record in quarterback rushing yards. That's not a comparison. Good try, Steve.
It's the 10.0 RAS guy, right?
Oh, Eagles fans, always delusional.
Hey, I'm
just gonna try to poke fun at both of you at the same time, as many times I can this night, AJ. Just deal with it, okay?
Just remember
Better
that last
coach,
pick.
Better line, better
Coming, baby.
Better draft capital.
Okay. So Seattle's on the clock here. What do we think they're doing? Jeff, you got any thoughts here?
I mean, I don't think they're in for Will Levis.
No.
I mean, it's one of those luxury picks because obviously it's Denver's pick, part of the Russell Wilson trade. But I mean, Tyree Wilson is there.
Yeah, that
and
makes
they got
sense.
Jalen Carter if they want to bring him in. They feel like that he can do something there. But I mean, I'd have to assume it's one of those two, or just one of those two. There's no other player that
is
high. So
I disagree with that actually, Tomlin.
I think it's better for him.
Yeah.
Because now there will be an extra defender watching Richardson.
Yeah, focusing on him all the time.
Yeah, we saw running backs thrive behind Cam Newton.
Yeah. So, Bonnie, we do have to let you go, man. It is past the time. I got to bring the next set of guests in here. So thank you for coming on, man. And we will we'll talk later.
Yeah.
So we are bringing in Casey and Herms.
Sup?
Sup?
Love it.
Love the love it. So we're talking Seattle. We're on commercial break. They are on the clock. So where do we think they are going? I gotta think there might be a last-second trade here. I don't think they need this pick. Like, there's nobody on the board right now to me that screams Seattle.
Rap is saying that they are making the pick.
Who are they
okay.
trade with? Oh, yeah, the pick is in.
They are. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Seattle isn't trading out.
Yeah.
Apparently they were taking calls, but yes, they're gonna make it.
Okay.
I think they're going to trade it.
I wasn't wrong about them trying. At least I guess.
Oh, they were definitely going to try.
I don't. Who's trading up? Who do you think is trading up?
I mean, the Titans need to, if they really want. But at this point, I guess the Titans don't need to reach up for their quarter. If the Titans went Levis, they're probably going to get him at 11 now.
Yeah, no.
Unless the Falcons shock people, but I don't think they're going to do that.
I think the Titans are going to sit and take Hooker, honestly. But
ooh, that would be nice.
Tennessee boy, I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah, but I don't think they're gonna do it. They have already come out and said they do not trust Willis. They've got to get somebody that can go in and play.
They have Tannehill, and
but they don't like Tannehill. I guess.
No one likes Tannehill. That's the problem.
They're gonna be like, here, take Tannehill. Take Tannehill.
Fantasy players didn't. Fantasy players didn't like Tannehill, even when he was producing. It took like 3 years to finally buy in, and then he finally sucked. And we were like, damn it, we knew this was you all along. Now you're doing it to us? Come on.
Classic.
Pull the rug out from under us.
Last year.
Oh, he was terrible.
No, I'm saying like the year that he was actually decent, and then he came back into
crashing back there.
So, I have a quick question. Levis, all the smoke about Levis going early, was that Levis like putting the smoke out?
Possibly.
It was some internet troll
telling people to post on Reddit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I heard he was really
a burner account. Yeah, sure.
I think it was
like, yeah, sure, I know him.
Weavis.
He's like best friend.
He's just making up shit. Like, this is fun.
Yeah. He put it out on his own account. He's like,
hey guys, I'm going number one. Say what?
But it kept getting retweeted, and then he just went with it.
All right, so we know the pick, but we're gonna let it happen on air before we announce it.
I know it now too.
It's fun to watch the Twitter accounts that say it.
It is.
Yeah.
It's very, very fun.
Odd choice.
So
I'll wait.
I was off, but not on.
I don't.
Yeah. I didn't.
Right side of the ball, wrong area to me.
They had
You're talking a guy. Sorry, Joe. I don't mean to interrupt, but like it was hammered the last 2 days that even though the draft community is really high on Devin Witherspoon, like top 10 pick, pretty much everywhere you look.
Yeah.
The NFL coaches and staff were even more high on them. So you're talking instead of top 10, maybe he's a top 5 pick, and Witherspoon going 5th. Makes sense if that's the case. Also, I just love him. I'm 45 minutes away from Champaign, and he and the Brown brothers have just been so much fun to watch. So I'm happy that he gets to go, and he is the first Illinois top 10 pick since 1996. So
Damn.
90s.
Jeff came ready with that stat.
Yeah.
Kudos to you, man. No,
he just hit that little scan for Devin Witherspoon trivia. So you are good. Throwing it out.
It seems
just
like
kidding.
Odd.
He's an Illinois boy. He knows. He knows.
Take. When they've got 2 solid corners.
But why not get a better corner? Then you're playing more nickel and dime
more than 2 to have a good.
Dylan, another Illinois fan over here, loves it. So there we go. Yeah, I mean,
go ahead.
I mean, he's got great footwork. He's got some decent size. He doesn't strike me as like a lockdown corner though. Like that's the thing. Like I don't think that's gonna be where he goes. He's just a good cornerback. He's gonna be helpful on that side of the ball. But I don't know if he'll ever turn into like, you're like, hey, put him on an island guy. I could be wrong, but it just doesn't seem that way for me.
I mean, they were a top 5 defense in the nation last year, and a large part of it was having him out there, and also Sidney Brown, the safety, is probably going to be a top 50 or 70 pick. They had real defenders. Jartavius Martin is also in this draft at corner. He's going to get picked probably in the top 100. And then they have 2 defensive linemen that are probably more, day 3 or priority free agents. But they have dudes this year on defense, and that's something that they haven't had in a long time.
I like it. I like the pick. I want to see.
I
want to see Carroll continue to, live on his crazy years or senile years as whatever. That dude totally looks like Elon Musk. By the way, in the draft.
All I know is I don't want to be the receivers going up against Tariq Woolen and Devin Witherspoon against Seattle. That's going to be nasty matchups.
Yeah.
Right. Oh my God, dude, that's going to be shutdown. Legion of Boom Part 2.
Yeah.
I said it first. So if anybody tries to say credit, I said it.
Rewind the tape. I already said it. Herm's copying me here. Come on, that's plagiarism. We don't play that game.
Oh boy.
Show me the copyright.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to.
Copyright. It's on video. It's on YouTube. The world listens to YouTube. Okay.
What? So it's Detroit now, right? That's the.
Yep.
Detroit's
on the clock.
That's who's up.
Yes, sir.
We got.
They're gonna be so much fun. They can do so many different things.
Lots of defense.
It's got to be defense,
in
right?
A tight end with.
I don't know how they don't go defense at this point. That's all of their team needs. Herms, I think, is shaking his head yes, in a very peculiar way.
Actually, no. I'll say this because Ian Rappaport tweeted it. Cardinals are trading with the Lions for this pick. They're on the clock.
Ooh, there we go. So never mind. No more Lions. Either way, when the Lions get on the clock, they're going defense. I can't imagine them going offense.
So the Lions already have the 18th. I would assume
wonder
they're
if this
dropping
has
back
D-Hop
to the
involved.
12th now too.
Yeah.
But they also may
could
be
be
getting
fun and
an
very
early second
spicy.
round pick.
Yeah.
I bet you Arizona's trading their second round pick as part of this deal. So
Yes,
Lions
you are
trade pick 6.
correct.
The Cardinals trade 12 and 34.
There
you go. Boom.
So they're gonna have 3 picks in 22 positions.
Look at the Lions.
Dang.
Look at the Lions being smart.
Taking the playoffs.
True changing of the guard, I think, in the league. We had the exodus of the quarterbacks, the long-time veterans, including Brady. I think there's a big changeover going on here.
I mean,
Honestly,
is anybody
I
shocked
love
they
this
didn't
journey for
just
them.
pick this pick and take Tyree Wilson instead or something like that? He was the guy who was projected to go around this range.
They also may be cool waiting for a Lucas Van Ness or someone.
Yeah.
Especially at 12. I mean, he's not necessarily the perfect fit for them, but he can play anywhere between 3 and 7 on the defensive line.
I mean, I would say they could wait and take some defensive backs who are good there, but they loaded up on defensive backs in the offseason, so they don't need any of that.
They may wait for a second or third rounder because it's a pretty deep class.
Yeah, it is. It is.
I'm just terrified that this means that the Cardinals hop backed up to take an offensive lineman, because as a fan of a team that needs an offensive lineman, they better not take one of the guys that I like.
Oh boy.
I will be very upset. I want to be happy on this day. I don't want to be mad on this day.
Agree. Is there anybody worth trading up for?
The mock draft contests have more
Parrish
red than the
Johnson,
NCAA brackets
Johnson,
this year.
That is
Yes,
correct.
Michael Tomlin, you are 100% right.
Yeah, after pick 3, everyone was done.
So it says the
I'm
Lions
just gonna
pick
put
is in, but they traded it. So
again,
we're gonna. I don't know. Maybe my feed is behind. I don't know. My TV totally botched up here.
So the Lions will have picks 12, 18, 34, 48, and 55.
Wow.
They have 5.
They're going to load
Jeez,
up.
man, that is wild. Oh man.
Dan, look, we're coming back.
How many people think they're trading more? Me.
That would be
now
cool.
that my logo is covering my hand. Me. I'll do it with this hand instead.
Nice one.
My stupid overlay. There you go, Mike. You got it blocking me.
Guy.
I'm trying.
Do we think the Lions take a quarterback with any of those picks?
No.
No.
I want them.
I mean,
100%.
What is it with you and quarterbacks tonight?
No.
What, quarterback or just Will Levis?
I mean,
it makes sense. He's basically Jared Goff light, right?
Oh yeah. Oh boy, what a comp!
That's an insult to Jared Goff
and his agent.
I'm honestly torn on live. I can't make heads or tails there.
So the pick is in. I mean, now that it's the Cardinals,
I don't know what it is yet.
Sorry.
I could see them going. I could see them taking Carter here.
Yep.
My immediate thought was either O-line to protect the quarterback, or
It's a smart move.
or
They did.
defense, because the defense is just god awful.
He's really excited too.
I saw a post on Twitter.
God, he's a big boy.
Where they broke down like all the Cardinals like recent top picks and how so many of them have been defense and all of them have been terrible.
So they ended up taking Paris
Johnson
Johnson of Ohio State, the number one overall
condolences, Herms.
offensive lineman.
And they
here.
traded down to get him. That's a good move.
Yeah.
Phenomenal.
Can I just comment on his outfit?
And then back.
Yeah, I know. Isn't it nice?
Sharp.
He is.
I mean,
For a big man, look at that.
I don't think he would have been there at 12. So
probably not.
No, there's no way the Bears would take
I
him.
like it.
So if you do have the ability to bet and it's still up, I know it isn't on DraftKings Sportsbook. If there's a option for selecting who goes ninth to the Bears if they don't trade, put money on Darnell Wright. That's exactly who they're going to go with now that Paris Johnson's off the board.
They don't like Skoronski? I mean, he's got the name.
Darnell Wright, the biggest hole right now for the Bears is right tackle on that line. Darnell Wright is considered the best right tackle in the draft. I mean, and also a lot of smoke around Darnell Wright in Chicago with local reporters and stuff talking about it. So I bet you it's Darnell Wright at 9 if the Bears trade out.
He's going all in on these hugs
That's
this
some
year.
great advice right there.
He's just straight missing the hand. He's just like, just bring it in. I don't.
You think he goes to a chiropractor?
Smart way to do it if you're going to fumble.
I would if I were him.
I know, right?
Just go in
That'd be
for the
I mean,
hop.
that leather chair is only going to hold so much.
I guess Goodell's got some piece of a brain.
No. No.
Barely. What was the fit? From what was his fit? The outfit from
It was a cream colored, all cream colored, all the way down shirt, jacket.
Nice.
And he's like, and he's like a huge man. Like
Yeah, he's a huge man.
Pull that off?
He's all modeling with his jacket
and
on.
he pulled it off. It was like nice.
Nice. I love that.
Exactly.
So, I mean, I think AJ brought up a good point though. Like, is anybody shocked that they didn't take Skoronski? Like, he does in a couple different spots that I'm looking at. He's got the higher grades than Johnson.
I feel like
they're close, but
I think some people are concerned about whether or not he's a guard.
Right. I heard stuff about his arm length. They thought that they were going to move him to guard when he got to NFL. So they didn't think. So no, not.
Yeah, you just can't unless you have him being, what's his face with Indy, Quentin Nelson. Unless you have him like that, where it's surefire. You know, there's no way that you could think that he'd miss. You know, then you do that. But like, Skoronski's going to be like the Eagles pick at 10, or he's going to fall to like New England at 14. Something like that.
Should we remember that Josh McDaniels is the one who drafted Tim Tebow right now since Raiders are up? I'm just saying.
Love that as like one of your final comments there.
That is
because
bouncing.
Love it. All right, well, yeah. So we do have to let you go. Let everybody know where they can find your stuff and what you got going on this season.
So I will be on in a couple hours on the Going for Two drafting, and then supposedly have an article coming out on instant reaction, winners and losers. supposedly. We'll see how that works out for me.
Nice. All right.
All right,
We'll
you guys.
keep
Thank
an
you
eye
so
out.
much.
Thank you for coming on.
Awesome.
We're going to bring on our next crew here. It's going to be Josh Stevens of Fantasy Six Pack and Nate Markov of Fantasy and Frames. What's going on, guys?
Hey, how's everybody doing?
Good. We lost AJ for a second. I don't know what happened, but he'll be back eventually. So
Probably a bathroom break.
Yeah.
I don't know. Hopefully he didn't pass out and his computer just dies. He's done it to me a couple of times. Y'all have seen the show the last 3 weeks. He leaves and doesn't come back. It's pretty funny. Kind of.
Not for you, right?
Thankfully, I've had a guest on those 2 nights, and I wasn't just left to myself, because that would have been weird, and that doesn't work. Anyway, so we got the Raiders on, as we were talking about. The Raiders are not known for making good picks. So where do we think they're going here? Jeff's laughing, so I want him to make the pick here. Will Levis.
I mean, who's the fastest person in the draft?
yes. I love it. I love all these comments because this is exactly what I was going at.
Jalen Hyatt, or they're going to draft Deuce Vaughn.
They'll redraft Alex Leatherwood. Take him again. We want to bring him back from Chicago.
Please do.
We'll take Devin A-Chain. Why not?
Hey, he's a sleeper, right? If they're smart, Tyree Wilson is still there, and they just got rid of Cleveland Farrell, who they
Imagine him
famously
opposite
whiffed on,
Crosby.
just 4 years ago. So
Christian Gonzalez maybe might make sense.
I like Gonzalez here. They need to keep up with the quarterbacks in the AFC West.
They need both.
Herbs has got some comments here. Herbs, would you like to talk? You seem like you've got something to say.
Now since someone said Christian Gonzalez, and I was like, "Ooh," because it'd be fun.
Mm-hmm. Because it'd be fun.
Is it a good pick or is it just fun? Or do we not know?
Oh, both. It's definitely both.
It would be a good pick, but that's how we know it's not going to happen because it's
the Raiders.
Exactly.
So I'm looking at their team needs here. It lists quarterback, but I don't think they're going there. But cornerback is their next, one of their top needs here. Tackle, D-line. They got a lot of needs, but yeah, I mean, I can see Christian Gonzalez here. He was kind of flip-flopping with Witherspoon in a lot of mocks and rankings that I saw. So I think that would be a solid pick for them. I'm also looking at, if they want to go edge, they Tyree Wilson's still sitting out there. That could be a good one for them as well. I wouldn't be shocked at either one of those picks.
Yeah, I feel like it's got to be on the defensive side of the ball, though. I mean, they do have a need at quarterback, but they can't go quarterback here. It's got to be defense.
So the pick is in. I'm watching the broadcast now so I can announce it. I do know who it is. Thank you, Twitter.
I know. I forgot to turn off my Rappaport notification, so I'm getting everything before.
Well, I do it on purpose so that I can prep my notes ahead of time instead of scrambling the last second.
Is Rappaport spoiling?
He doesn't usually do that.
I think it's been Rappaport and Schefter have been
maybe a couple seconds before.
There's a Twitter feed at Draft Diamonds that will put it out a couple minutes ahead of time.
Yeah, he somehow has them all.
No idea who this person is.
The television, it's insane.
Yeah. I love how the TV the broadcast, they milk these picks, man. The draft the first round could probably be done in an hour and a half if it wasn't for television.
Oh my god, yes.
Let's be real.
Oh yes.
Tyree Wilson.
But it is Tyree Wilson. So that was one of the guys that I mentioned. I kind of thought O-line, cornerback or edge, right? And so I was thinking more one of those. Tyree Wilson was a guy who very highly touted in everything that I read up on here, right up there with excuse me, blanking on his name for a second.
Will Anderson.
Yeah, Will Anderson. Kind of not quite as high. Like Will Anderson was like number 2, but I mean he was in the top 10, sometimes in the top 5. Like he was right there. What's our thoughts on him? Nate, you haven't said a whole lot here. Let's get your thoughts here.
Yeah, there was a good case to be made that he could have even supplanted Will Anderson and been the number 1 if it wasn't for the ankle issues. They think he's a little bit longer. He's not as polished as Will Anderson, but it's the old the Mahomes conundrum. What do you do if you're in the AFC West? Do you address pass rush and secondary, or do you load up on offense? And I think that's the situation the Raiders didn't feel offensively that any additions they made weren't going to be enough to keep up. Mm-hmm. So at this point, you line them up opposite Max Crosby. You have the most dynamic, potentially at least, edge rushers at least in the AFC West right now, which is loaded. And then, it takes a little bit of the pressure off their linebackers because they don't have much depth at linebacker. They brought in Robert Spillane. They have Divine Diablo. It's not great. From a, like an IDP standpoint, immediately as long as he's healthy, he's a dangerous playmaker. And I mean, he's exciting to watch for sure. Watch some of these clips on his highlight reel, and it's easy to become a fan of Tyree Wilson.
Yeah. Josh, you got any thoughts, man?
I agree. I mean, he's just such an athletic edge. And I mean, you have the mobile quarterbacks in the AFC West. You have Mahomes. You have Wilson, who could still run around a little bit. And Wilson, I mean, he's great at setting the edge. He's going to be a great 5 tech for LA or Las Vegas. I mean, I really like the pick. I would have rather them see go corner, but for an edge, Wilson is a great pick at 7.
Yeah. Jeff, I know I've kept you a little long. I apologize for that. I kind of lost track of it, but last quick thoughts on this pick here, and then bid you farewell.
I totally get the pick. Tyree Wilson, he's gonna fit a hole that they just made open on their own. So it's interesting, and I'm afraid the Falcons are going to do something weird. But
don't they always?
I mean, the weird thing.
Hopefully, Keith Fleming is still watching and can comment.
It would be Bijan, just because Arthur Smith has to.
Jeff, read the private chat.
Oh no!
What happened?
Let him keep going.
Oh,
keep going.
No.
Okay.
They could do Bijan because that would make sense with Arthur Smith, because he loves his running backs, and it's less of an issue than for Desmond Ridder, who doesn't really have a lot of receivers outside of Kyle Pitts. So you're talking just an extra addition potentially, to make sure Desmond Ridder isn't, whatever. So. But I don't know, Jalen Carter's still there. There could be a trade even. Like the Eagles have been big allegedly on him. Especially because
you're cracking me up, dude.
Especially because Jordan Davis was his teammate at Georgia. So maybe they try to move up to get him, but
he's dying. Let him go. Go.
All right. Jeff,
if I may.
We will see you later. Thank you for jumping on.
Yep.
Casey, what do you think the Falcons are going to do here?
What do I think the Falcons are going to do here? I saw what the Falcons are going to do here.
Well, that doesn't count. So
but the thing is also, I'm not that great at I watched the draft. I'm going to be completely honest for the outfits. And no, I'm just kidding.
I mean,
they're also pretty dope, though. They're pretty dope. I don't know a lot about the draft, so I am very excited that I've been able to kind of absorb all that you guys have said so far like a sponge. Hopefully that'll stick with me for the next show I go on, so I can be like, oh, yeah, let me steal some of the stuff you guys said.
Nah, good stuff.
Awesome.
Herms, you're putting your fingers up.
I may.
Yes, if you may. Sure.
So, Tyree Wilson, right? Okay, so Texas Tech, the Red Raiders.
Mm-hmm. Oh, boy. I like where this is going.
Hear me out. The Red Raiders to the Las Vegas Raiders.
Oh,
boom.
That's a home run.
Oh,
Smash.
Wait a minute.
And Herms, this is why we miss you. And Draft Sharks got a steal, dude.
That was the analysis. I've been waiting on that for several minutes.
I saw you. You were ready.
He's over here like
that together.
He's like, look,
if
I don't.
The payoff was not worth it. The payoff was not worth it at all.
Put it together because that's what you're here for. You put it together for me.
Would do that.
And holy jeez, is that
Ooh,
amazing.
I think you share a brain with a head coach in the NFL. That's very impressive.
There it is. I got that. That's what I'm for.
I mean, that's a total Davis move. I mean, his haircut alone is that of a 3-year-old toddler boy. So maybe girl. I don't know. It's just strange to me, his hair. So yeah, I could definitely see him being like, you know what? In March Madness, I pick the teams that I want to win based on their mascot. We're the Raiders. He's a Raider. It only makes sense. And we didn't have to trade up to do it.
Yeah. Hey, Josh, what jersey do you have on? I'm just curious. Dolphins jersey?
I have a Jalen Waddle jersey on right now.
All right, you Dolphins fan?
I am a Dolphins fan.
You missed it last year, man. I was wearing old school Marino jersey, man.
Oh, I wish I was on last year.
I was a huge Marino fan growing up as a kid. Grew up in Washington. You know, they were the Redskins back in the day. Now the Commanders. I don't root for them. I might in a month when they sell. I'll be back when Dan Snyder is out of the picture.
Yes.
I will be wearing lots of Commanders gear for lots of shows when that happens. I told my wife I'm going to wear like a full like Commanders jumpsuit, and she laughed at me. She thinks I'm kidding. Anyway, so the Falcons pick is in. They're doing one of these.
Wait, if we're waiting, are we waiting?
Sure. What do you got?
All right, for Tyree Wilson, for the IDP people, where do we think he slots in with this draft capital and landing spot? Like, I feel like he kind of instantly is like a tier 2 type guy with like Rashawn Gary, Azeez Ojulari, like that kind of tier of players. What do our IDP people think about that?
I feel like he's a higher tier than Azeez Ojulari. I mean,
okay,
he wasn't picked anywhere near as high as 7.
True.
Yeah. So the pick is in, and I want to, and because we got to rotate guests here in just a second, and I want to get everybody's thoughts here. Bijan Robinson is the pick. So Herms, you need to give us your thoughts on this landing spot at the Falcons. There was a lot of talk that he could go, to a lot of different places that were kind of established, running back rooms. I heard the Patriots, and I was terrified as somebody who has the 101 in the dynasty draft. Herms, Bijan to the Falcons. We good?
I mean, in my home dynasty league, I have Tyler Algier and the 101, so I guess I have his handcuff.
Algier's handcuff, or you have Bijan's handcuff, right? It better be Bijan's handcuff.
R.I.P.
Up to you. Oh, but
all right, Herms.
It makes sense, but I kind of figured they have so much to do on defense. They needed edge. They needed so many other things. It's fun, though. It's fun, and that's what matters.
Herms, do got to let you go. I got somebody else trying to jump in. I'm not quite sure who it is. Maybe just somebody trying to jump in a little early, but got to let you go. Thank you for jumping on, man. I know you are you're over at the draft, right? Enjoy it. Have fun, man. See ya.
Later, Herms.
Casey, thoughts on Bijan from a fantasy perspective going to Atlanta?
From a fantasy perspective, I think okay. Well, I was just going to say I have Algier too. So from my fantasy perspective, it sucks. But from my fantasy, but
go Eagles.
I as somebody who's got the 101 and I don't have Algier, I like it because we saw what Algier could do in that crummy offense. So I do think there is potential for Bijan to produce very, very well in that offense. And we do know it's not going to be a pass-heavy offense still. They just don't have that type of capability right now. So we do have got to let you go, though, Casey. I want to thank you for coming on, and we will talk again soon.
All right. Thank you. Thanks,
we do
guys.
need to bring on our next rotation of guests here, and it is Tim Riordan and Dylan. Sorry, I had to look at my list here for a second. There's a couple other people down here on the list. Garrett came a little early, so got to figure out who I'm bringing on here. So welcome guys to the room. What do we think about Bijan here? This is the big bomb that we were like. This is the redraft, the dynasty bomb. Like, this is what we were waiting for. Where was Bijan gonna land? Dylan, you're kind of smiling here. What do you think?
I love it for Bijan. It just kills Tyler Algier, right?
Yes, it does.
Bijan's your typical 3-down workhorse. Hopefully they use him like that. Arthur Smith used Derrick Henry like that in Tennessee. So hopefully it's around the same game plan there. And, hopefully he gets him a little bit more involved in the passing game, because that's something Bijan can do as well.
Garrett's in the back room. My Tyler Algier shares are sad now.
Yeah.
Lots
really
of people who drafted him last year are just – like, are you kidding me? Like, this is awful. Tim, what's your thoughts here?
I've been listening for the last couple minutes, and it seems like it's a sorry party in here for Tyler Algier. We just saw Bijan Robinson, one of the best running back prospects in our lifetimes, go off the board at 8th overall to a team that only has Tyler Algier at running back to compete with him. This is a huge win for fantasy football.
Yes, it is.
We should be throwing a party right now.
I love it.
This or the
I'm one of the only ones in this room apparently doesn't have Tyler Algier on a team, so I love it, and I get to have Bijan. Sure,
this is amazing for Bijan Robinson. It was basically just this spot. The Eagles would have been interesting. The Cowboys were probably too far away to get him, but as far as places where he can go, where he becomes a 3-down back right away and becomes the workhorse running back, it's here. He's the number 1 dynasty running back now, without a doubt.
100%. I love it. And we were talking earlier, and Steve and AJ, you guys were here talking about how I had the 101, and like I was waiting, like, oh, whoever's on the 101, like, why are they waiting? Because I want somebody to trade with me. You are not trading with me now. This is not happening. You're gonna have to give up way too much to take Bijan off my hands at this point, because this is a fantastic landing spot. Nate, what's your thoughts?
One second. We do have a trade. Philadelphia is trading with Chicago to take this pick.
Oh, and the pick is in already, so this was quick. They knew who they wanted. So, real quick, Nate, and then Josh, want to get your thoughts on this, because Bijan's a big deal. So I want to get all your thoughts on Bijan. So, Nate, 30 seconds.
I agree with everything. The landing spots, near fantastic. If there's one pour, cold water on the situation, is that unfortunately Desmond Ritter's DJing this party. And that doesn't exactly mean, you pull the plug a little. Maybe might not be a ton of sustained drives, but then again, shit. Who knows? And I think this would be Jalen Carter is most likely who they traded up to probably take. That would be my guess. Maybe.
Josh, thoughts on Bijan?
Well, Bijan, I feel like we talked about enough already in the Atlanta offense. He doesn't have to compete too much for touches. I mean, they have Kyle Pitts, they have Drake London. Really, Bijan will be the guy out there in the backfield. And I'm just happy that he was actually my first pick I got right in my mock since number 1.
Wow, you had him going this high. That's impressive. I have not seen a lot of people that put him this high in the mocks. That's impressive. Good job, man.
2 for 7 was pretty. 2 and 7 was pretty rough.
I think it's probably rough for a lot of people.
But for the Eagles, I feel like it's got to be Carter, right?
Yeah, I would lean Carter. If not, they're gonna go like outside the box, and I'm gonna go with Broderick Jones over Skoronski, because I think he's better than Skoronski personally.
Eagles give up a 4th rounder to move up 1 spot this year.
All right. That's all I was more concerned about. Was the price.
That's not terrible. So the pick is in, and I'm reading it on the Twitter feed, but it seems odd. It doesn't seem right, but maybe that's who it is. And if that is,
it's Jalen Carter.
For some reason, it says Bears select offensive tackle Darnell Wright, but it's not the Bears pick anymore, so I don't know where that came from. So Jalen Carter.
Just kidding. We traded again. There you go.
Shut up, Joe.
That could be their next pick.
Yeah, no, that could be the next pick.
Oh, crap. Was it really? Oh, man, I'm sorry. Oh, my God. Is it really that far ahead? It's a whole pick ahead?
That's crazy.
When things happen and trades like this happen,
Oh, my gosh. Well, sorry, I gave it away.
They made the trade back, so they had to probably know who
3 or 5 picks.
I mean, one mistake in 10 trades. I mean, I'll take that as a win.
How many trades have we had here?
I'm kind of shocked the Bears didn't try to move back even further. Not that Wright's he's a great right tackle, but the need for right tackle over some of the other names, Broderick Jones and Skoronski, who has the ability to move inside and out, just seems like that's, I guess, the get your guy, I guess, applies in the NFL draft as well as it does for.
Yeah, see, I'm a Bears fan, and they seem to really like Braxton Jones at left tackle, the 5th or 6th round pick from last year. So, they really wanted to solidify right tackle, and I think that's why Darnell Wright's the pick. As a Bears fan, I was hoping Jalen Carter was the pick. The Bears are so depleted on the defensive line, and he could be
just putting that out.
He could just be a total game wrecker. That's where I wanted them to take Carter at 9.
Well, so obviously the big elephant in the room with Jalen Carter is the off the field issues. Any concern there that this lingers and this becomes a real thing with him? It doesn't. No, I've read up on it and his story changed, other people's stories changed. They don't match up. It's kind of a weird thing. It seems bad, but it's just kind of been brushed under the rug for some reason. He still went super early.
Over. He's already settled.
Did he?
I don't think. I don't think
it's all
an
right,
issue at all.
Goodness. Yeah,
okay.
in the grand scheme of somebody ended up losing their life, but it wasn't his fault that person lost their life. It's just
it's an awful situation.
Yeah, it's a really bad situation, but every young kid has been there probably when they were driving too fast against a kid who was driving next to them. And
I did a lot of stupid shit when I was 21.
I did stupid shit. I'm not driving 100 miles an hour or whatever.
Never done anything stupid. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Well, congratulations.
Who are you people?
AJ, you probably did something stupid today.
The second thing on his,
spent way too much time trying on new Eagles hats.
Well, now you can try on Jalen Carter jersey and have that. But yeah, his only other concern is, the fact that he quote unquote takes plays off and doesn't give 100%. But guess what? When you have a second year tackle in Jordan Davis and you have Fletcher Cox and Brandon Graham and Josh Sweat and Derek Barnett, and they rotate that line in as much as they do, he can take a play off because he'll get every other series off. He'll be they got my Eagles kids.
How many Eagles fans? I've got to vet my guess here and my co-host. This is awful.
It's not beautiful. Even. It's my damn daughter's boyfriend's friends. Little frat parties over here.
Oh no!
Rubbing it in my face that they lost to my Chiefs in the Super Bowl. So let's we don't need to talk too much.
I think you win that one.
I think
yes.
2 things, quick.
Sadly,
did anybody see the Cardinals trying to steal the slogan of Bird Gang? That was unbelievable.
I did, and I don't like it at all.
Second, it was either Jeremiah or Zerline that was on Part of My Take who said, this is literally the perfect landing spot for Jalen Carter to mitigate the bust risk because Jordan Davis was something of a mentor to him in Georgia and will likely, obviously, continue that in Philadelphia. So, this is a home run for me. I love it. It's awesome.
And let's not forget about Nakobe Dean.
Yeah, I was thinking
also there. Yeah. Also a mentor, also a stud player for that Georgia team.
He's
going to be looked at this year. He's got to fill in this role because they just don't have linebackers anymore, and they just they haven't really prioritized the position, but. Losing Hargrave, this is an absolute steal for them to come in and only giving up a 4th this year to move up 1 spot.
Yeah.
Well, technically, they lost obviously the next pick, but to move up flip-flop picks and give up a 4th to get arguably one of the best players in this draft class.
Yeah. He's the number 1 ranked player on a bunch of sheets. He really is.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Eagles are a good team. They are. How long has it been since a team has repeated winning the NFC East? I think that record will go up.
20 years or something.
It's
incredible.
SEC East.
Yeah, right.
And I wouldn't be shocked if we see them even moving up. If Skoronski continues to fall, they have enough pieces. Right. There's a chance they might jump back up to grab something across that offensive line. But
I don't see them falls past Tennessee. 30 pick. at all. I think they're either gonna if somebody falls like a Skoronski, like you said, Nate, or another offensive line, piece that they really need. Guard is the big one, but obviously the talk is they can throw Cam Jurgens in there, let him play there, and then assuming this is likely Kelsey's last year, I'd be hard pressed to see him come back another year, but who knows? All right, here we go. Bears.
Yeah, I heard the ding on somebody's.
I might have spoiled this one a while ago.
Snap! I would have never guessed this one.
Yeah, no shit.
Holy.
My question, that was felt like 10 minutes ago. How are we not even on the next
Darnell Wright. I know. I wish we had that much time with the freaking Bijan pick, because there was way more analysis to do on a running back than there is a freaking D lineman and a tackle. But anyway, all right, Darnell Wright to the Bears. Dylan, I'm throwing this to you.
It's good. I like it. Like I said, it solidifies the right tackle spot. They needed help to protect Justin Fields, obviously. I haven't watched a ton of tape from him, to be honest with you, but I just know he did have some good games against solid competition like Alabama and stuff played in the SEC. So I like it. Very solid.
Tennessee ran an air raid offense, so he can pass block for sure. It's just probably the running blocking that he needs some more help on.
Yeah. And then Josh and Nate, we got to let you guys go soon. Josh, you want to give your thoughts on this pick, or even the?
I really like the pick.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, you have Fields as a scrambling quarterback. You needed tackles to stay in pass protection for a while, and I really like him as a pass protecting right tackle. Now you figured out in your second year that Fields is your franchise quarterback. And so now you solidified left tackle with Jones. They have right tackle with Wright, and I really like the pick here.
All right, rapid fire. Titans pick. Who's it going to be?
Oh, go back to me. I think Titans got Levis or Skoronski.
All right.
This is my top.
All right, cool. Josh, thanks for staying on, man. We're looking forward to seeing all your stuff here on Fantasy Six Pack.
All right, thanks for having me. I'm
man.
excited to continue.
And then Nate,
thanks, Josh.
Thoughts on this pick?
Yeah, it's exactly like I said. They did protect Justin Fields. Even though they ran the ball a ton last year, they were still they allowed the highest pressure rate in the NFL. It just makes sense to try to keep a person who I believe they believe in upright for the entire season.
Yeah. And then Titans, where are they going?
Yeah. I would have said they would have traded out, but I'm going to say they end up going with I'm going to say Skoronski. I'm going to say they solidify that line.
Yeah, I would agree with you. It's either Skoronski or take the upside pick with Levis or something like that. So it wouldn't shock me. So thank you for coming on, man. We'll have to bring you on again soon, and good luck with everything over on Fantasy Frames.
Absolutely. See y'all, fellas. Take care.
Thanks, Nate.
All right, we will be bringing on our next guest here, and it is Garrett Ball, Fantasy Six Pack creator, content creator here.
What up, Garrett?
How's it going, man?
What's up?
Oh, not much. Just been
hating life,
watching the draft.
Miserable.
Damn, AJ.
No, I'm just I don't know.
It's been a tough work week.
Debbie Downer over here.
So yeah, I will admit that. But I've been really looking forward to the NFL draft. It's kind of been it'll be the number 2 highlight of my week. The second is tomorrow because that is my daughter's 3rd birthday. But
nice.
So
that was a good time.
So thank you. But yeah, when I first came on here, just kind of waited in the back room or whatnot. I was kind of surprised that the Falcons went Bijan, to be honest with you. Just kind of hearkening back to that, I get it, but at the same time, I'm just like, I feel like that roster needed just something else other than
it needed a lot of
things. Running back was not a massive team need for them, so 100% agree with you.
I mean, I would have figured they'd take a second QB because they just don't trust Ritter yet.
Yeah.
But
I'm like, I would have done offensive line or even like a corner or something like that, just something on the defensive side at least. But I mean, hey, as far as fantasy football goes, yes, I'm really sad that my Tyler Algier shares are gone, but However,
Tim's over here going like, "What the hell is going on here? Who cares?"
But
I'm with you, Tim.
But yeah, as far as like a fantasy football side of things, like Bijan, like he's going to be so good there.
Is he a solidified first round pick in redraft now with going to Atlanta? You guys think?
It's always tough for me to take a rookie that early, but I mean he's got
late first at best in like a 14.
I bet you anything though he goes like
I
think 6 overall.
I've already been taking him at around 6 overall.
I haven't even done any drafts, and that is exactly where in my mind he's falling. I'm just going like that. You know, you get your 2 or 3 running backs, you get those 2 stud receivers, and then you're going. Bijan. Sure, click. Like, why not?
Clearly
like,
makes sense.
Arthur Smith loved running the football last year.
That's fine. Like, and exactly.
Now he has one. No, R.I.P. Tyler Algier, the 5th round pick that we're all lamenting about. But
so Tim, here's the thing. I just have a thing for like underdogs and whatnot, and just kind of some of those types of guys. That's just me. So,
if we've learned anything from Arthur Smith, they'll probably use Tyler Algier in the passing game and not get Bijan anything.
even though Bijan can do everything, screw that. Let's not get Bijan any room to run
in the passing game, and then Algier will be the running back. Occasionally,
Kyle Pitts will block. He'll get about 3 targets a game.
That's all he's good for.
It's like, hang on. So you have how many generational prospects on your team, and you don't use them?
Yeah, they were playing chess, not checkers. They got Pitts to block for Bijan in the next year.
Yeah,
this is not funny.
Oh my gosh, my dynasty team is like weeping in the background, guys. Stop talking about this noise.
Is Arthur Smith going to come into the 21st century of actual football, do we think?
Oh, gosh.
Nah, we're
Probably
good.
not, right? Yeah, that's why it's a great fantasy, but horrible, stupid, real NFL pick, in my opinion. I don't get it.
Let's go, Levis. Let's go, Levis. Let's go, Levis.
So,
any team that was interested remotely in Levis is just like, ooh. Thank God we did not trade up for that guy.
Where does the slide stop for him if it's not Tennessee?
It's not Tennessee.
So it's not Tennessee. The Texans are next, and they still need a quarterback. No, they don't. Sorry, they took Stroud. Patriots, Packers,
and the Texans aren't next.
It's the Lions, Packers, and the Patriots.
Sorry, I didn't update the sheet as it was. So it is Skoronski. So they didn't take Levis.
Yeah.
I mean, I like Skoronski a lot. He has a higher grade on the board for me than Johnson, and so I like him a lot. There's not a lot that is negative for him. The one big knock that I'm reading on him is that his arm length is a little low, or a little small.
He's got little dinosaur arms.
Yeah, it doesn't feel great for an offensive lineman.
They can't block when you can only get out that far.
Yikes!
I'm a tackle. Come on, come at me, bitch.
But yeah, I mean he's a great fit for this team. I do think this is a good
His
pick.
Team won.
They still
game.
desperately need a quarterback though.
Yeah, I will say if we're gonna be throwing the funeral for Tyler Algier, I'm excited that my Ryan Tannehill share in a super flex league is still holding on for one more year, maybe.
Sounds like it. Unless they like trade back into the first round later or something, which would be kind of bizarre. You know, I have seen a random couple of mocks.
No, please, Michael, no.
Michael, I was just gonna say, I have literally just, dude. Get out of my head. I have seen a couple mocks where I've seen the Commanders taking like Hendon Hooker or Levis even. And I'm going like, no way are the Commanders taking a quarterback. I know they really like they really like they really like Howell and the thought is, oh well, the new ownership wants to come in and like make their mark, but the new ownership's not actually there yet, so that doesn't count. But like, is taking Levis at this point good? Like, that's just gonna create like a mess, in my opinion. I don't like it. Even taking Hooker, like, I get it. Hooker's not probably playing this year. I don't know.
Detroit pick is in. I haven't seen it on the Twitter.
Holy crap, that was fast.
Yeah. Is Bijan still a clear 101 in Superflex?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, just checking.
Probably.
Unless your team really needs a quarterback, I'm fine with taking a quarterback. But this is.
I wouldn't argue. Yeah.
The quarterback landing spots aren't good. I mean, like, I think there's
the
enough question
Lions
marks.
pick is in here, and I have a feeling we're going to want to discuss it.
Yeah. I did see that.
My only notes is what the fuck.
Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah.
Detroit Lions.
Holy cow.
The 12th overall pick, Jahmyr Gibbs.
They
signed
drafted the younger DeAndre Swift.
There we go.
They have to be moving him.
That was the first thing that popped into my head too. If they're moving,
Swift is gone.
They signed David Montgomery too.
Yeah.
So what? Like
Lions,
the Lions you traded back, and like the one thing you desperately need is defense, and you took the second best running back off the board.
I would love Dave Eddy's take on this.
They have the 18th pick here too. Was Jahmyr Gibbs going to come off the board to the Packers, the Patriots, the Jets, the Commanders, or Steelers?
And it honestly didn't matter. Like, they've got a good running back room. It didn't matter. This one's weird. Dave Eddy, yeah, exactly.
No.
That's what I want to know. Where are you?
I'm about to have my tire banks.
Pittsburgh, doubt it. No,
Rooting for
no.
you.
I don't see it. He
With
could have
and they
sat there
go-
at the 18.
And they needed a corner, and Christian Gonzalez is staring at him in the face. Right there, dude. It's very. It's
So
interesting.
where does Swift even go? Like, where would be a conceivable landing spot for him? I'm like,
The problem now is like everybody knows they want to trade him, so it's like you're not getting
if they
Yeah,
anything
you
for
can't
him.
get
Wanna
anything
trade
for him.
who?
Like,
Who wants to get traded? What are you saying?
Swift.
Hypothetically,
Where does
Oh.
Swift go? Because I'm like, I know, like,
Clearly Atlanta.
why not? Because like, I doubt that this would
Cheers,
happen,
just like-
but like, I know Minnesota is trying to get rid of Cook. If they can manage to get rid of Cook, or if they release him, maybe they would try to get Swift, or like, is Joe Mixon still rumored to be cut at all? Like, would they try?
I think he's expensive. So
Would they?
Yeah.
would
Unless he
maybe
can rework his
Bengals
contract,
go
I think
for
they're
him?
pretty much out on him.
Yeah.
Because the Bengals could
have-
potentially go for that, but I
I'm
The
sorry.
Bengals
I
need
have
line-
Dave Eddy's
offensive
reaction
line
in
help.
Slack.
oh, what do you saying?
Word for word. That's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever seen in a long time.
I was waiting for that. Tell him to jump in here.
Worst NFL pick since Bijan Robinson.
We got room for him right now. There's actually
So-
a light room right now compared to what we are gonna have most of the.
So
draft.
Gibbs obviously not going to exactly the best spot because they have David Montgomery. They for now have
terrible
DeAndre Swift.
Right.
Do we see a running back jump over him to running back 2 in rookie drafts?
Zach Charbonnet, probably.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One
no
of these
doubt.
second round guys, I
Yeah.
don't even care at this point, and
Yeah.
they're ahead of. I mean, I already had Gibbs lower than a lot of people. I
yeah.
obviously wasn't calling.
I wasn't a huge
Banding
Gibbs
with the
fan either.
Lions,
I'm with
but-
I mean, I pretty much only had Bijan and Gibbs as first rounders. And Gibbs
That's
was
fine.
Dave said
a
no.
possible Eagles 30 pick
30,
if they kept
yeah.
it, but
Yep.
that
Bengals,
that
Yeah, I
was
would have
kind
loved
of
that.
correct.
I would have loved that.
I had Gibbs
So-
as my
Bills,
RB3
Bills,
coming
one of
in
those
just
teams.
because of his
I
draft
was gonna go
capital
there.
that was projected.
Can I just make the obvious joke? The Packers pick is in. Please let them draft a running back or a receiver in the first round.
Yes, please.
That would be
JSN,
hilarious.
yes.
Please let it happen, just to be like Aaron Rodgers. Peace. Now we're drafting receivers. Bye.
JSN.
The JSN slide is officially begun, right? We're officially sliding.
If he goes to the Packers, yes, his slide has begun.
Oh my god!
I'm getting super. My Patriots are at 14. I'm very nervous that they're going to take Will Levis here.
Packers take a tight end.
It just make a mess, even bigger mess of that room in New England.
I'm terrified of it.
Check private chat.
I don't necessarily.
I see it. I'm not saying it, but I got it. It's a good pick.
Not big on it. All right, we'll wait.
As the resident Packer fan, meh.
Yeah.
Official statement from Packer Nation. Meh.
I mean, the Gibbs is just.
Yeah, that's
ridiculous.
Okay, what if, say, a Kendra Miller, or I'm actually high on Sean Tucker. Like, what if they happen to go round 2? Like one or two of those guys.
There's 5, 6, 7 guys that could go round 2 that would instantly.
Who's the Pittsburgh running back too?
Izzy Abakan.
Right, dude. That dude is a monster.
RB2 pre-draft, baby.
as a Hokie fan, AJ, you and I know how good that dude could be. He had 3 80-yard runs against us in one game. I mean, that was incredible.
That's rough.
Did not want to remember that, but thank you.
I kind of want him to with the Eagles, actually.
Yeah, it's
I don't know if we're set up for that.
Yeah, that pick to me we were saying it before they traded down, defense. Running what? I know.
Round. All right.
We know Swift is injury prone, and that's a problem. But that's why you got David Montgomery. It just didn't. It just doesn't make any sense.
We were getting production out of Justin Jackson.
No kidding.
This is just LOL Lions.
Yeah. As soon as the Lions
and Gibbs, the big knock on Gibbs to me is he's pretty much being touted as he's a pass catching back. That's what he's going to be.
Yeah.
So what? Yeah. You just drafted a third down back in the first round? That's Lions. We were just giving you credit about how smart you were being.
Yeah.
Nope. Nope. Now you're back to being the old school Lions.
I think he could.
Congrats.
I mean, Montgomery was a 1-year deal, right?
No, it was 3,
2.
right?
It was 2.
It was 2. Okay.
Wow. It was whatever, but it was a 1 year.
Actually, Jerry, you might be right. I think you're.
I want to say
3,
it was
actually 3 for 18 or something.
For 18, yeah.
Well, every running back second contract is a 1 year deal.
Yeah. So the pick is in for the Packers. It is edge Lucas Van Ness out of Iowa. So more Big Ten dominating the top of this draft.
Didn't they get the memo? You draft tight ends from Iowa, not edge players.
Right. That would have been actually awesome.
Van Ness is a solid guy. I do like him. He
gives me Karlaftis vibes. Just raw. Which is honestly the Packers' MO. They love to draft raw athletes in the first round that take, a year or two to develop. Right. Kenny Clark, great example. Quay Walker is going to be a good example too.
Aaron Rodgers, totally great example.
Another great example. Yep.
So we do have to rotate our guests here out. So I want to give Dylan and Tim a chance to speak here real quick. Dylan, as a Big Ten fan, what's your thoughts on this pick here? We're seeing a hockey clip randomly on.
I like Lucas Van Ness. When the Bears were rumored to be trading back further than what they did for 10, I wouldn't have minded him coming off the edge. That would have been all right. But I kind of like it for the Packers, man. Their defense should be pretty decent. That's their 9th first-round pick on defense now as a starter if he starts, which is pretty wild. How many team defenses really have that, But yeah, I think it's
49ers.
I think Washington tried that for a few years in a row. It felt like, and it worked, and then they just still suck. Anyway, so Dylan, want to thank you for coming on, man, and we will let you enjoy the rest of the draft. So I don't know. You wanted to come on for the Bears. You got the Bears, right? Now that I'm thinking about it, he's gone.
Yeah.
Anyway,
and he's gone.
Yeah. Anyway, so Tim, thoughts on the Van Ness pick here for the Packers, and let everybody know where they can catch you this season coming up.
Yeah, a little surprised they didn't take a wide receiver or pass catcher there, but that's what
are we?
Packers
weird?
do.
Packers gonna Packer.
The Patriots just traded back from pick 14.
I just saw.
The Steelers have that pick now, so I think I don't know what that means for me shaking my boots about them taking Will Levis, but I just got to wait another hour, I guess, until they make that pick. But anyway, you guys can find me at DLF Dynasty League Football, writing over there, and then I produce the morning show on SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio. So that's where I am.
Good stuff, man.
Nice.
Thanks for jumping on.
Thanks
and
for
then
coming
we will
on.
bring in our next guest here, Nick Young. How's it going, man? Nick Young frozen?
Hello.
Nick? Oh, I think Nick's frozen.
Okay.
I'll have to he is totally frozen or asleep.
Yep.
There we go. Nope. Nick.
He's awake.
No, he's awake. We don't know.
I don't
It's a
think you can hear
reverse.
us.
It's a reverse
Can you
game.
hear us?
I'll
Look
ping him on
up
Twitter.
from your phone. Nope.
We don't know what's going on. All right, so the trade that just happened.
Ooh, what do we think this is?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, what are the Steelers moving up to do? There was talk that they could be. That's cool. Yeah, I know you can't hear us.
I have no clue what's going on. Sorry, guys.
This was a reverse.
Can you hear us now?
Can you hear us?
Can you hear me now?
No.
Yeah.
Nope.
Oh, there.
All right. What's up,
Awesome.
Nick? Welcome to the show.
So it's AirPods.
Hey, sorry, guys.
Fraudulent
you're-
AirPods.
Sorry about
You're
that.
good.
No, you're good, man.
What's going on, y'all?
So we're here. We're talking about this Pittsburgh pick. What do we think they're doing? I mean, they traded up. What are they going after? Like a lot of people think they're trading up to go get Levis, but like I don't think that's going to be what they want to do. Are they just going to go get protection for him? Maybe I would have thought maybe Gibbs would be a good landing spot for them. Like give Harris a little bit of a breathing space here. Give him some time to sit on the sidelines and not have to catch as many passes. But that's out the window. But what do we think they're trading up for? That's so dramatic. They got to trade up for him.
I mocked them going Joey Porter Jr., so I think they're going to stay the same position and go after Gonzalez now.
Yeah.
And Gonzalez still being there on the board really does shock me. So that actually is a fantastic guess there. I
don't know if he I guess graded well like with teams in his visits. I don't know. I heard a few just negative things about him. Nothing super positive. I mean, his play is great. But you can only go so far with that. You got to be able to, you have to have the character and everything too. And I don't know if he fits that bill, but I think he does fit Pittsburgh's scheme. I think it would be a good pick for them.
I think a lot of Pittsburgh fans are going to be very sad if they do not get Joey Porter Jr. I'm not going to lie.
Probably.
But so be it. I'm not a Pittsburgh fan, so weh. Sorry.
I'm a Cleveland fan, so yep. I'm like,
yeah, you don't care either.
I could care less.
So this pick is in, and it is Broderick Jones, offensive tackle out of Georgia. Nice. So, again, when you draft the quarterback that you think is going to be your quarterback of the future, you've got to go protect him. We saw Jacksonville do this last year, and it seemed to work out.
That was definitely a position of need for them. So.
Quick little note. This is honestly the biggest boost for Najee Harris because Broderick Jones was more of a running blocking of a tight tackle, not a pass blocking out of Georgia. So, I mean, this is a big boost for him. Still, I mean, obviously, pass blocking is a lot easier to develop, I feel like, in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, either way, it's a plus to the offense. Like, I know it's a boring pick. We're a fantasy show, a fantasy site, but this is
it helps the
fantasy guys. The guys that we care for fantasy. It helps them. So these are the guys that we need to have in place so that your Najee Harris's and your receivers can actually do anything. What? That's funny.
Yeah.
I would hope so. But yeah, I mean, there's some negatives on him. Inconsistent hand placement, bad habit of leaning over and things like that. It's just those are things that I feel like are coachable. He's just got all of the intangibles. He's got the size. He's got he can jump off the line. All those things for a lineman like that. He is a huge asset to this team that's going to make, I think, a big difference for them this coming season even. We're losing everybody left and right here. So apparently it's just me and you guys. So I mean, you guys got any thoughts? Any other thoughts on this, or should we move on to just asking about what the next team is doing here? And honestly, I got to look it up. I don't memorize the draft order here.
It's the Jets now.
The Jets. So this is an interesting one. I mean, do you guys want to talk about that one? You got any more thoughts about a tackle?
Or I'll let you go first.
No, Garrett. Yeah, it's fine. So the Jets obviously got the Packers pick, because of the trade with Aaron Rodgers. Where do we think they go? Now, I mean, I would think their offense is pretty locked up outside of maybe offensive line. Defense could be improved a little bit. Where do we think they go?
I would go offensive line just because it struggled so much last year. I believe they struggled with a bunch of injuries as well, which I know was a factor to that. But it never hurts to have a surplus of good offensive linemen. That's probably that would be a problem that most teams would like to have.
I'm wondering who the problem is there is a drop off in offensive. It's Anton Harrison. That's the next. That's a massive drop off in. So maybe they trade back again if that's what they want to do. Maybe get some other picks, or maybe they say screw it and go after a Nolan Smith or Joey Porter or somebody like that and just get the best player available on the board who probably shouldn't have fallen as far as they did. Even a Miles Murphy, honestly.
You guys are talking about the needs for the Jets, and I see Adam Beasley on Twitter is saying Belichick is King Petty for trading that pick, and Broderick Jones getting picked because all these years later, he's still kicking it to the Jets because the Jets wanted Broderick Jones. All the reports.
I would have thought so. Yeah, that was a perfect pick for them.
That's a chess move by.
Or do they surprise and go after the first tight end off the board? Because tight end's not a big, strong position for them. Tight end's never really a team need, but you can get a great tight end. I think that could be something for them.
It would give them one more weapon in the arsenal.
What?
Yeah. Honestly, it would give them one more weapon in the arsenal. Who are their tight ends over there now? Herndon and who's?
Hold on. It's Conklin. Tyler Conklin.
Yep. I remember because
not great. I mean, he had a good start to the season, thanks to Joe Flacco, but really.
I think at that point, with those
Mike, sorry.
You have to go tight end.
Dumb teams taking running back. I agree, Chris. Totally agree, Chris.
So what I was hearing about the Pittsburgh pick is Allen Robinson to the moon, right? Now that Kenny Pickett has pass protection.
I wish.
Oh, there's a special place for Allen Robinson in my heart, but
he's one of those guys that I have been in on for a very long time. I even bought back in last year and got burned again. It was like, oh, all right, never mind. I'm out. I don't care.
It could be frustrating though for Pickens, Deontay. It was more of a
he could do just enough. Just enough.
Don't they have to catch something first? He was like, oh, I can be an asset. Even if it's just in the red zone, I can be an asset. You do know you need to catch the balls when they come to you in the red zone because that is something you did not do last year. Stop it, Allen Robinson. Stop it.
It's bad.
The Jets here, man. This is an interesting one. I think obviously they solidified their offense. Although, to be real though, getting another receiver, a top-notch receiver, could be something they could do to please Aaron Rodgers, right?
Replace Elijah, maybe.
I mean, Aaron Rodgers brought in this boy, pretty much before it happened, Lazard, but would I be shocked if the Jets were to do that? No. The smart move, honestly, is the smart move would have been not have somebody snipe you for your offensive tackle. But that being said, maybe,
that's what I'm saying.
That would be awesome.
I still think there's some defensive guys here on the board.
Levis, I'm telling you. Not only do they cock block the Patriots from getting him after they traded back, they also cock block the Washington, whatever the hell their mascot.
The Jets are the Jets are definitely trying to trade this pick,
and they want to have Jordan Love.
I get it. I get the pick might be in, but there is no way that this clock has gone this long without them trying to trade this pick.
Right, true.
Has it been that long? Were they on before I even left?
Yes.
It's been on for a fat minute.
The clock on the screen went down to 55 seconds, and finally it went in. That's a long pick.
Okay. I saw the chat.
Did too. I'm trying to find him on the. That's an Talk about this one in a second. That is woof.
That's interesting.
Interesting. That's a bad team stay bad move.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't want to be a jerk, but
still looking for it. Wait, hold up.
Because it's just there's other players graded ahead of him in every board you see. I don't know. The Jets obviously grade better than us.
Solid, the defensive genius. You trust in his grades or whose grades?
I'm looking at multiple sites that I trust here, and because I don't look. I never have come on this show and be like, I'm an NFL draft guru. Hell to the no. I read a whole bunch of other people's notes to gather my own. I get a lot of other sources. I put them together, and they're like, yeah, this makes sense.
I have yet to find this guy.
I know, right? I have to scroll. That's the problem. When you got to scroll down these lists, that's not good. You're passing people who are still on the board.
Right. The trade would have been the smart.
Oh, that's just.
No, that's not a good pick.
That's the Jets.
That's interesting.
So we're just gonna say it now. It is Will McDonald from Iowa State. I literally do not get this pick. He is outside of the first round in every single board I've seen.
For those of you also,
my number 2 edge behind Anderson.
The only site that I see that has him with a big board grade inside of the top 30 is this PFS guide?
Hutch, you didn't tell us you were going to be at the draft. Calling the pick in for the Jets? Love it. Just kidding. Love you, Hutch.
Oh, my God.
This is rough.
Take it as a compliment, I guess.
Man.
Please tweet at him with a screenshot of this. That would be hilarious, AJ. Oh my gosh.
Done and done. Hold on.
I told Hutch he needed to bring his dad on. Remember we talked about him? We talked with him at the
said
expo
that when he was signing up. I was almost gonna be like, "Hey, tell your dad."
I told him. I said, "By the way, your dad can come on and be your DD, your designated drinker," because that's what he said he would be. He was like, "Next time my son's on your show, let me know." And I let Hutch know, and he didn't bring his dad. I was kind of disappointed.
Sorry, Hutch. We're friends with you because of your dad.
No, not really. It's funny. All right, so we do need to rotate our guests here. Get back to my guest schedule here. So Garrett, Jet selection, obviously here. Quick thoughts on it, and then move on, and we'll bring on the next crew.
Gives me very much Cole Strange vibes of last year from the Patriots, where no one had him graded in the first round, but yet he was still picked. So I don't know. I guess Jets are trying to pull something from Bill Belichick's playbook. Could be wrong with that, but hope he does well in the NFL and has a good, bright future ahead of him. So I'll throw in some optimism there.
All right, I love it. All right, man. Well, thanks, Garrett, for coming on, and we'll talk to you later.
All right, thanks for having me. Take care.
And we'll bring on our next guest here, and it is Jeff Lambert for Going for Two. What's going on, Jeff?
What's up, guys?
You look like you're in the fanciest place ever because of your green screen, man. It is so fantastic.
I'm in the $4 war room right now.
I love it. All right, man. How you enjoying your night, man?
So far, so good. Been some surprises. The biggest one being Gibbs to the Lions, I think is.
Yeah, that one was. I mean, we all thought Bijan going to the Falcons was a little early. Like, I don't think anybody wants to do that, but yeah, Gibbs going, there to the Lions made zero sense. We talked about it a lot. We are going to bring in the other guest for this segment here, and it is Anthony Servino of Face Off Sports Network. What's going on, Anthony?
What's going on, guys? How are you?
Good. Enjoying the draft?
Yeah, very shocked at some of these picks, but obviously enjoying it otherwise.
Yeah, I mean we're all talking about the same stuff. I guarantee it. So it's fun. It's fun. Will McDonald here, a guy graded outside of the first round in a lot of places. What's your thoughts on this, Anthony?
This one threw me way off. I thought I had the Jets going. Broderick Jones, he obviously goes a pick before, but Will McDonald with some of these other guys still left on the board, it's a big time head scratcher.
I mean, they needed they needed offensive line help. We know that, but to reach for that, like trade back, and I think they were trying to. As we saw, the clock was ticking down. They just had to go for somebody. It was almost like a panic pick. It felt like.
Aren't there better guys that you could have panic picked?
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Yeah, I think they got auto drafted by Yahoo or something.
It had to.
Then they went edge defender, and there's just a ton of edge defenders that are just graded way higher. I said offensive tackle. Sorry, I had offensive line in my head for some reason.
They need a lineman too.
They do, and so I kind of when they got sniped with the pick, that's why I was thinking it. I was like, oh well, damn, they're screwed, and they were, and they botched the entire pick. But there's tons of edge defenders. There's Joey Porter Jr. still out there. There's Brian Branch. There's Miles Murphy. There's Nolan Smith. There's tons of dudes out there. Go get them. Just take the best. What do we say about the Ravens every year? When it's their pick, it's like some dude slips, and the Ravens are just like.
We'll take
we'll make it work. We're just gonna make it happen. It's like, Jesus, stop letting all these dudes fall to the Ravens every year just because you're gonna draft for need. Just take the best player available sometimes. That being said, here we do have the Commanders on the clock. As I'm slowly creeping back into fandom because they they are
want to just
hopefully selling. But I'm I'm looking at team needs for the Commanders here. They need secondary help big time. They tried to bolster that secondary last year through free agency and it didn't work. They're not going to re-up Chase Young for the 5th year, so they're going to need future defensive line help. Quarterback is always something interesting, although I don't really want them to take Will Levis here, so I hope they just don't do that. They have a lot of needs. They're just not a good team, period. Looking at the board here, I mean, again, a lot of the names that I said before, I don't think they need to go receiver. I think the receiving room is good. So these receivers that we're seeing, not slip, but still available that are very good, it's not the place. I think Joey Porter Jr. could be decent here. I don't think they're going to go after an edge guy, but Brian Branch could be decent. If they don't like Joey Porter Jr., Deontay Banks, that type of guy, I think they're all viable picks here. So I don't know, Jeff, what's your thoughts here?
I think it's going to be cornerback, and I'm thinking it's going to be Christian Gonzalez from Oregon. That's my.
Oh yeah, crap! You know what? I wasn't even looking that high in the big board because he should have been drafted already.
Yeah.
He's the only guy that high not gone. Yeah, Christian Gonzalez is like the slam dunk pick at this point. So why he's not going would be this. Yeah, that's like this. That's like the Ravens taking who they get last year, the Notre Dame kid,
the safety,
Kyle Hamilton.
Yep.
Yeah, Kyle Hamilton. When Kyle Hamilton fell to him, we were like, come on.
Yeah.
I walked upstairs after the draft.
My
wife's a big Ravens fan, and I was like, y'all won the draft because everybody else is stupid.
Another one.
All right, Joe, I just tweeted the picture out.
If they trade Chase Young, does the new team have the option to pick up his 5th year, or is that done?
I don't know.
I think that's done.
Okay.
I feel like
I think it's. I mean, I'm not obviously not a.
Yeah, I don't know how that works.
I mean,
I think
isn't he
it's your
technically
option.
under contract until
If we're going by Madden rules, it wouldn't work.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think once it's declined, it's declined. It's out the window.
Okay.
So Washington's pick is in. They are drafting Emmanuel Forbes from Mississippi State.
Okay. I've seen him.
You're gonna go quarterback. Why the hell do you not go Christian Gonzalez?
The question is, why is Christian Gonzalez?
There is
falling?
something. I was just gonna ask the exact same question, so I'm glad you did, Nick. There is something going on with him that we do not know.
Where's the weed gas mask from Tunisia?
Yeah, exactly.
I just don't get it. He is graded as the number 2 corner in every single board I've seen. It makes zero sense to me. He's got great size. Every metric that you can see is in there. I don't know. I don't get it. It would be very interesting to listen to these post-draft
Pac-10
shows.
/ Pac-12 bias, West Coast bias.
I mean,
Nobody
we
watches
do
the
know.
West Coast
We do
teams
know.
except for the West Coast.
We do know Washington loves their SEC players. They've drafted like tons of Georgia and Bama guys, and so to go after Mississippi State.
The entire team was former Gators at one point.
Well, that was Spurrier.
That
doesn't count.
Exactly my point.
Is it a no-brainer at this point that the Patriots go Christian Gonzalez?
It should be a no-brainer. It should have been a no-brainer 4 picks ago.
It should have been a no-brainer like 5 picks ago, 6 picks ago. There's a lot of
nobody else wants this guy or really needs him, even though Pittsburgh and Washington probably could have used a cornerback.
Mm-hmm.
It's anybody
Washington took one.
I've got too many screens open and like running this show. It's hard for me to like jump around. Like if anybody's watching, listening, or if any of you in this room with me can like go through Twitter and just like search Christian Gonzalez's name and see if somebody's like
he's a Patriot
putting something else out there to be like, hey, what in the hell is going on with this guy? Like, why is he sliding? I would love to know. I just don't understand why he's sliding. Even if he goes here to the Patriots, why the hell did he slide this far?
Yeah.
And of course, he freaking did. Come on.
Boom.
So ridiculous.
There's a good chance that this was the Patriots pick a few picks ago and they knew they can get him here.
Yeah.
But
and they're just
why?
like, you know what? We're going to do it, and we're going to slide back because
I would
we
love
know
to
we
know
can
what
get it.
these GMs are talking about behind the scenes.
Oh my gosh. This is nonsense, man. This is absolute nonsense. I just don't understand. I feel like Washington did this
It's a steal, man.
couple of years ago where it was like, oh, it was with Dotson. They traded up for Dotson or not traded up, but they took Dotson ahead of a bunch of other and Dotson's fine. I like Dotson, but they didn't need to take him where they took him.
Yeah.
And it was like, that was crazy. And they're doing it again to where this guy might be good, but Gonzalez is better, right? By all scouting reports, metrics, whatever you want to say, Gonzalez is better. So I don't know. It's weird. I do need to take a 2-minute break at least. I will be right back. You all have fun. I'll be back as soon as I can.
All right.
Guys, what is everybody's prediction here? We have Detroit and we have the Seahawks at 18-20.
Yeah.
Tight end, wide receiver, I can see going to either one of these teams.
I mean, the Lions at this point, I mean, they're going Zach Charbonnet, right? I mean, that's just stick.
Threw the Lions strategy out the window at this point.
I think Detroit would be stupid not to go tight end.
I mean, I think they'd be stupid to not go, Luke Schoonmaker, because he's a Michigan guy and he's got a cool name. It's a lot of letters, just like the tight end they traded. So
is it totally out of the question that Detroit doesn't go wide receiver, considering everything that's going on with Jameson Williams?
Yeah, it's not.
That's not a bad idea.
Because their 3 is Marvin Jones. He doesn't have a lot left in the league. I don't know. I don't think wide. And if JSN's on the board.
Wow, they can't take JSN
on the outside though. He's more of a slot.
Yeah, that doesn't fit. Quentin Johnson would be an interesting fit in Detroit, but JSN doesn't fit.
I could definitely see them going receiver here, since we have not seen one go off the board yet.
But their defense stinks. Why wouldn't they be? There's so many good edge rushers still available here. I think that's a slam dunk. It would have been at 12.
But they've already made their splash with these random trades already. So they're like, people have been talking about us, so now we can just do Detroit things.
So the resident.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Kincaid go here, honestly.
The resident Lions fan, Dave Eddy here at Fantasy Six Pack, when we were doing mock drafts before, this, he had them taking Miles Murphy a lot of the time. So I wouldn't be shocked if maybe they go him. I wouldn't be shocked if maybe we get even, a Nolan Smith or a Brian Branch sighting here, because they do need help in the secondary as well, knowing that they just traded Akuda.
Right.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind any of that.
Well, but
Brian Branch can play in the slot too, so he's not just safety material. So he can, he can match up on the outside as well. So it wouldn't be a terrible pick for him.
All right.
If they go tight end, what is y'all tight end one for the Lions? Who do y'all think they take here?
Kincaid, big
Kincaid. Like I said, I think Kincaid's the better pick for them.
It's the better pick. I think, me personally, I think Michael Mayer, because with the Jahmyr Gibbs pick, they want to run the ball. Michael Mayer is the best run blocking tight end, plus can pass catch as well.
Is he better than Darnell Washington?
They have.
Okay, maybe not in a couple years, but right now, instant impact, yes.
They already have tight ends that can block, though. I feel like.
I can't even name their tight ends right now. Isn't it like Jesse
James Mitchell,
Brock Wright?
Yeah, Brock Wright is there.
Shane Zylstra.
Lead. So they already got a cool.
They need help.
All right, then it's not going to be the Michigan guy.
The 2 touchdown wonder, Shane Zylstra.
No, it's
a guy that if you had him in DFS, you were money that week.
Now, the Lions did address their secondary free agency with Gardner Johnson. Right. They brought in Cameron Sutton. They brought in Emmanuel Mosley.
That's why I don't think D-back is the.
I don't.
Good call.
I don't have D-back as a need for them because of those moves.
Yeah,
I would almost go edge and pair with Hutchinson.
Edge or linebackers. Their linebackers stink.
Yeah, linebacker could be a good.
I mean, that whole defense pretty much is terrible, right?
The line isn't awful.
I guess. Yeah. You got what's his name?
Because they've got 2 interior guys that were pretty high picks the past couple of years. McNeil and Levi with a weird last name that I'm not going to take a shot at pronouncing.
Yeah, neither am
I. But so someone to go right opposite of Hutchinson would be, I think, a smash here, or even, I don't know, or one of these tweener guys that can rush the passer and play linebacker.
Well, yeah,
not
I mean, and
South
that's
Carolina
what
biased.
I could see Nolan Smith, because he's, from what I've been hearing on, WIP Philly sports radio, all they do is talk about anything that the Eagles could do. And a lot of this last week has been focused on Nolan Smith and the comparison to Hassan Reddick because of his size.
Right.
The big thing with that is that you're not looking at guys that are coming in and playing, 50 to 60 snaps a game anymore on defense. These guys are set up to be in specific packages with other guys that they work well with and that they can match up against. So I definitely could see, a Nolan Smith fitting here. I would hope that maybe he falls down a little bit more to maybe 30 or so. But
I wonder why you think that.
Yeah, it's totally out of the blue. But
this feels like a luxury pick almost. Like there's a million ways they could go.
I think it is because they had their luxury pick with the one they traded out of, and then took Gibbs.
Oh my god!
Okay.
If they don't have a plan for moving Swift and doing that, it is going to be just one of the. If in a week or two or whatever we see Swift move for something relevant,
maybe tomorrow.
They have to move. They have to move Swift. There's no way, in my opinion, they're not going to move DeAndre.
What are you getting for Swift though?
Right, exactly.
What's the good with him being there? They're not using him.
Yeah,
I just don't at this point. Like I don't know what you're getting for Swift.
Right.
Yeah, but
That's
I think
worthwhile.
He's like a great example of somebody who needs that change of scenery too.
Yeah.
He's been productive when he's been on the field for Detroit, but I don't know. I just think he's burned his way out of there. And
where do y'all think Swift, if he goes anywhere, where do you think his best landing spot would be? I was thinking Miami.
I could
because
see
Miami's got like 8 running backs.
Yeah, that's
What?
a committee.
I don't get that one.
I mean, clearly it's got to be Atlanta at this point. Vegas. I mean, honestly, a Tampa Bay wouldn't be out of the question.
It would immediately be the best back there for sure.
Yeah,
because
the Lions pick is in though.
It is.
This is an interesting one.
I mean, they
interesting
need this.
one. I mean,
they need this, but it
yeah.
feels
So
like
I don't know.
could have got him
I think
picks
we're
later.
moving over our next group here.
Okay.
So I'm gonna let you guys.
Let's.
Where are we at here? So Nick, I think you're the out man here. So I'm gonna let you respond quickly to Jack Campbell, linebacker from Iowa, going to Detroit.
But it's like we were talking earlier, Lions being Lions.
Yeah, I mean, like dude,
total Lions move.
Man, we gave you so much credit when you traded down. It was a smart move, and then no, you just ruined it. Twice.
It was so like I looked at it, I was like, "You making me break out in halves, Lions? Come on."
All right, Nick, where can we find your stuff this upcoming season, man?
Y'all can find me over at Dynasty Pros. We're doing a bunch of YouTube content, TikToks, things like that. We're just trying to grow over there, so definitely give us a look and see what you think.
Cool. Sounds good, man.
Thanks for having me,
Catch
guys.
y'all later.
All right, man. Thanks, Nick.
All right. So bringing on our next guest here, we got Rudy Gamble. I mean, he's from some site. I don't know. Maybe something called Razzball. What's up, man?
Yeah, man.
Nobody knows that one.
What's up? Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, guys.
Enjoying the night?
Yeah, I mean, I'm used to picking earlier. It's been
right.
So it's a little weird as a Giant fan. But if there was a draft to not have to pick early, this was the one.
There's a lot of guys falling.
Yeah, just a crazy draft with all the trades.
Yeah, I mean, like a lot of guys falling, and
but guys coming up.
Yeah, like what do you think about this pick that just happened? Like this one seems sort of bizarre. Like there were other players at the position that a bunch of sites had graded above this player. Why did Jack Campbell?
It's Dan Campbell's son. Maybe it's his cousin, his nephew.
Third cousin removed. I don't know.
Jack. Let's put it this way: I wouldn't feel comfortable with a Jack Campbell in the room with my kneecaps exposed. I'd be concerned that they'd be chewed up, or what was his thing about kneecaps?
Biting.
Didn't he have a whole thing about
biting kneecaps?
I did actually.
I don't know either.
There
actually,
is no relation, unfortunately.
I thought Dan Campbell had something about like one of his like idioms was something about like
biting
bite people's kneecaps.
Yeah. Interesting.
So Jack Campbell just seems like a guy that I would not feel comfortable with exposed kneecaps.
Unfortunately, there's no relation. Jack Campbell is just a P Dan Campbell is a BP.
Is this a smokescreen? They were just showing Will Levis
What?
again. They're saying Tampa Bay's picking is in. I'm having
In the last
flashbacks
name.
of the
Well,
2020 draft.
so let's do predictions real quick before it gets announced. Predictions, Steve, Tampa Bay.
Tampa? Oh God!
If you don't know it already, because we do.
No, I didn't see it.
Okay.
Well, sure, let's have fun.
AJ.
God. Yeah. I'm gonna go Levis.
Jeff.
It's not gonna be Levis.
I
don't know. I haven't seen it.
I want to go someone different than Levis just because everybody's picked Levis so far.
Quick.
Let me go Jackson Smith-Njigba.
All right, Servina.
I already know who it is, so I'm not
All
gonna.
right, so you don't count, Rudy.
I found out already.
You know, okay, I know too. So we got one receiver and two quarterbacks. I would have gone like offensive line somehow, but there's no good offensive lineman. But so that probably would have been a bad pick. So it is Kalijah Cansey, Pittsburgh defensive lineman. Not a terrible pick. A little bit of a reach, but not, he's within that first round range at least. We've seen a couple where they're like middle second round already, so it's like okay.
Didn't seem like a need for them.
I don't have as
I think they're trying to post Tom Brady rebuild this team. I don't know.
Inside out.
Well, I mean, Todd Bowles is a defensive guy.
Correct.
So
Cansey was kind of like an undersized defensive tackle who could play on the outside on that 3-4 technique for their defense.
Yeah.
And Shaquille Barrett is in his 30s, so they did need to get kind of like a protege to replace Shaq Barrett.
I mean, he's ranked as high as like number 2 at the position, 13, 14 overall in a couple of spots I've seen. It is not out of the realm of, this isn't a crazy bad pick. This is I think this is a very decent pick. I don't know if you put this on the board already. Did you put Tomlin's just last comment here on the board already to the Cowboys? Yeah. That's interesting.
Oh, you're kidding me.
Wow. I mean, it's not like that's just a prediction, but that's interesting, Tomlin.
That's not happening.
Okay. I thought that was for real.
Landing spot, right? We're talking about landing spot with
as an Eagles fan. I cannot.
Of course, you guys. Of course, as a soon to be back in the Commanders room, I despise it too. So, how about the Commanders taking him, because we don't have a running back room? Let's do it. Rudy, what's your thoughts on Kalijah Cansey here?
Bruce Love.
I mean, a slightly undersized, quick defensive tackle out of Pittsburgh. I don't think it'll never work.
Okay, he is.
No, I'm kidding. That's Aaron Donald.
Yeah.
Like the best defensive player in the last 10 years. So yeah, I did see an Aaron Donald comp, which was just lazy because he obviously was from there. You can't go. I mean, a defensive guy that actually is decent against the run and has decent pass rush skills. I mean, if you're going to take a shot, that's always the safe bet. So I don't makes sense to me. They're trying to rebuild. I like it a lot better than taking an inside linebacker. Yeah, I mean, to me, it's a bit of a, safe pick. But I mean, what I don't know what Tampa is, didn't they already have Vita Vea, and didn't they have already a good amount of investment in the interior line?
Logan
It seemed like it. Their run defense was always pretty good, and there's other needs there. You feel like they needed to rebuild its offense a little bit. And then to me and Anthony, I want to ask you this. Again, we're talking about some of these guys Nolan Smith is still slipping, Joey Porter Jr. is slipping, Brian Branch is slipping, Miles Murphy. There's guys that are slipping, and these guys are leaping multiple players. So what do we think about these guys like still on the board, like just giving the Chiefs and the Eagles like very good players at this point? Like this is silly. Like what's going on?
Can we please get JSN to the Chargers, please? That's kind of where I hope you would fall.
For a guy like Cansey, I saw him mocked throughout this whole process as high as 10th and as late as 30th. And his range of outcomes, obviously the Aaron Donald comps. So I don't hate the pick for Tampa Bay because of who their defensive coordinator is. And I also think when you're trying to rebuild post Tom Brady, you don't want to miss. And I don't think Cansey is somebody you're going to miss on. I think the floor's there. Just depends if he can reach his ceiling. And playing next to Vita Vea is actually going to – I think that's good. They also have Greg Gaines, who they brought in from the Rams. So I don't hate the move. But as far as these guys slipping, I think this is a really deep draft for edge rushers, especially, and teams are seeing that. Like, you know what? We can get talent with our second pick.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't dislike the pick. It's just there's still other guys on the board at this point that seem to have higher grades.
Yeah,
consensus wise across the board. Steve.
For Tampa, I mean, their first round pick from a year or two ago, Tryon Shoyinka has been coming along a little slowly, not really giving them first round production at all. So you would think, maybe take another shot at another guy on the edge there. So this is weird. I mean, the past two picks for IDP are pretty interesting. Jack Campbell's going to be that's going to be close to everyone's number one or number two IDP rookie pick, landing in Detroit. Everybody in the IDP community hates Alex Anzalone, so Campbell's going to be a welcome fit there from a fantasy perspective. And then Cansey, I think, has a nice floor built in, but it'll be interesting to see what kind of playing time he gets. It's pretty crowded there.
Joey Wright coming on here soon. The Bucks fan scratching my head. Yeah, I mean, again, it's kind of that interesting value. Like, I don't really know. So Rudy, I want to get your, because you usually are on, like I used to do these by team, right? And you know that because you've been on before. So because I know you're not going to be around for the Giants pick, unfortunately. What are you hoping they do?
I'll admit, I was hoping for Forbes, who your Commanders took.
Okay,
he's good.
Interesting.
And I mean, there's still Porter on the board, so I prefer.
But yeah, I mean, there's other good corners and stuff on the board. So
I mean, like if it's a great wide receiver, I think it's a good investment. They could use a great wide receiver. I just don't know if there's one in this draft. I mean, if JSN falls, maybe. I mean, Flowers and Addison, I'm just not totally sure. They seem like their peak would be at best 1Bs. Like even think like Devonta Smith, who's better than those guys. Devonta Smith is just fine. He's really good though as a 1B to AJ Brown.
Yep. Yeah.
So it's like where with and sometimes with wide receivers you get these guys like that flash for a half a year. The wide receivers kind of overachieved a bit, at least the second half, I'd say, last year for the Giants. I'd rather try to find some guy later and strike lightning because I just don't like doing that with cornerbacks. I'd rather just pay up and feel good that you're not going to get toasted all the time. So I don't know I was kind of hoping for Forbes. I thought that would have been my
what do you think, Porter, if he fell? I mean, or did you actually have Forbes higher?
I mean, I think I would have thought Porter was probably off the board. So I'd like that. I mean,
I was gonna say
kind of set. They've been really weak in edge, but now, I mean, with last year's pick, I don't see edge as a big thing. So I would, if I just say I'd go, I think Porter or it's going to be one of the wide receivers because I don't know. I think they'll go that route. But this wasn't supposed to be a flash pick. This was just kind of like a little bit of best player on board. Yeah, so I feel a lot better now than I did over the last decade with some of the direction there.
All right.
And as a huge Texas fan here, I am just ecstatic that Bijan Robinson's not in the NFC East. That would have been the biggest buzzkill.
Yeah. I did not want him to go to the Eagles or the Cowboys.
Right. No. I mean, because it's like that's one thing we have in common. Like it's hard. I don't even hate the Commanders anymore. They have to. There's too much.
They need
pity.
to be good again.
and right, yeah. But the Eagles and Cowboys, it's just so ingrained. So it's like, the thought of having like the guy you rooted for years, and who's like, he is like the real deal.
Yeah.
He's not only great, but he was like, I never heard one bad thing. There was never, he had one bad fumble last year, but it was like, but so great. So is Roschon Johnson.
Wow.
He's going to make whatever team drafts him is going to love that guy.
The Seahawks just picked.
Love this pick.
And
to the moon.
it's not quite on my TV yet, but if somebody else wants to announce it, go ahead.
Jackson Smith-Njigba.
All right.
And it makes all the sense in the world.
Yeah.
Looks like the other.
Yeah, I mean,
is gonna hit.
I mean, I was honestly surprised that the wide receivers didn't get drafted until then. I know, like, they weren't
nice,
but
I like it.
You know,
I like the
super highly touted, but he was the one that was like up there. And as a guy who I've actually in the same league that I'm talking about, I can get Bijan. I actually have the 105 also. He's somebody I'm kind of like looking at, like, oh, I can get a receiver too.
Yeah.
I don't think I love this landing spot.
Yeah, not on the same boat.
Another receiver that Geno Smith is going to miss in the red zone.
Exactly. Now I don't like it. So now I'm like, well, crap. Now what do I do? So, anyway.
We were down on DK last year, and he still had a pretty good year. So.
Yeah.
He had like 20 plus red zone targets, and for only to have, what was it, like 5 or 6 touchdowns that he had was pretty depressing.
Yeah. All right, so Anthony and Jeff, your all's time is up, unfortunately. We got to let you roll. But quick thoughts, 30 seconds on Jackson Smith-Njigba. Anthony.
I like the move more so from an NFL standpoint and a long-term standpoint. Lockett's getting a little bit older, and they have zero depth behind Lockett and Metcalf.
Agreed.
So I love it for the team, don't love it for fantasy.
Yep.
Yeah.
My thoughts
I
exactly.
agree. 100%.
Thanks, Anthony, for coming on, man, and we will talk again soon.
Thanks,
Good night, man.
Good to see you.
And Jeff, same question.
Yeah, so I was thinking the same thing. Good for the NFL, bad for fantasy. I wish he would have fell one more pick to the Chargers and been sort of Keenan Allen's replacement when Keenan Allen moves on next year. But it is what it is at this point. Maybe Zay Flowers goes here for the Chargers.
Yep.
I would think they'd go Addison over him.
Yeah, or Addison.
Maybe. Either one. Yeah. But all right, Jeff.
I mean, it's tough to.
Gotta let you roll. I gotta bring on these the next guys here. So Jeff, have a good night, man, and we will talk again soon. So Shane Barrett, and we're just calling him Bandit. Good stuff, and I love it. I love it. He's in full costume. I love it. This is phenomenal. This is
Where's
great.
my hamburger? What happened to my hamburger? I had a hamburger right here.
Rudy, I was thinking the same thing, but it's so good. I'm glad somebody else said it.
It's like, oh, you mean this hamburger?
All right, yeah. So, all right, somebody else talk for a second. Oh, damn, I'm laughing too hard.
Yeah, of course, you say that right after I pop Cheetos in my mouth.
Yeah, I'm real surprised with the Seahawks that pick by the Seahawks, and now it's kind of hard for me not to see it's hard for me not to see Baltimore taking a wide receiver here.
Yeah, there's a lot of value
at 23.
Even with the I guess.
I mean,
they didn't get D-Hop, or can they still get it?
I mean, I don't know.
Not yet. Not yet.
I was gonna say, I guess it's not out of the question, right? He hasn't been traded yet.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the Chargers have to go wide receiver. I have heard all the stuff about Keenan Allen being a little ripe, and it's not like Mike Williams plays a full season.
Mike Williams getting a little ripe too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he's just one of those that didn't have a step to spare. So each injury kind of exacerbates that. But so I could see this being wide receiver.
Yeah.
And even Minnesota. Well, I mean, obviously you've got Jefferson there, but you've moved on from Thielen. They've got Osborne is really a 3.
Yeah,
so
not
right.
It could be. This could be 3 straight wide receivers. It would.
That'd be awesome.
I mean, no. I mean, I guess I would. Yeah, like I said, I'd rather the Giants go with a cornerback here because I just don't think But
I also really hope the Seahawks take like a quarterback in the second round. I don't believe in Geno at all. I think I think it was a fluke.
It looks like Will Levis is potentially sliding to the second round unless Minnesota takes him. Like they're really the only QB needy team.
Only one left, right?
That I see here. So
Twin Towers.
Wow.
Sorry.
I mean, you're right. I mean, well, no, the Saints.
ESPN putting up that Will Levis had a 0.8% chance he would be available at pick 22 is just awesome.
Out of what percent?
Mainstream media.
0.8.
ESPN fails again.
Yeah, it would have been a nice prop.
This is why you are not good anymore.
Worst. Thank God they still have Monday Night Football, or else it would be pretty bleak there in Connecticut.
Well, all the college football that they do.
They're just like, we just want to be New York.
Yeah, right.
So who's the top guy? Not counting Levis, is like Nolan Smith the best non-quarterback on the board right now?
Yeah,
you could argue the wide receiver.
Receivers will be tough, but
I mean, you got the tight ends.
I think Nolan Smith. There's a couple linebackers.
Well, the Chargers. Chargers did go wide receiver.
Yeah, I saw.
But remember, evidently it wasn't Keenan Allen.
Oh no, they're trying to replace Mike Williams,
or Josh Palmer.
I don't disagree.
Hey,
not good.
You know what
I haven't seen it yet.
It reminds me of
Quentin Johnston.
Yeah.
Who is?
I think at this point,
wow.
I don't know how many people are still watching, worrying about us spoiling the picks. So
apparently,
we've got a few. We got
I
a
already
few watching.
hit the comment. I hit that private chat just so I can't see it. Man,
we've got a few watching. So I wouldn't spoil them all. I wouldn't spoil them all, but yeah.
I love it.
That
speed and TC. Where have we seen this before?
I don't like it at all. I'm just, I'm a big fan of just wide receivers that could separate.
Yeah.
I mean,
the guys who aren't Jalen Reagor, basically.
I don't really call
there's
6'2", 208 size, and I don't really call for a receiver 4.51 speed.
I mean, that's
this
the sweet
reeks
spot.
of
Look
Jalen
at the top
Reagor
receivers
all
in the
over
40s.
again.
That's the
He's a
sweet
body
spot.
catcher too.
He looks like. It feels like
kudos
it's
to that
Williams
dude
replacement.
in the maroon suit. I love that suit, that hat, that whole combination is more dynamic to me than Quentin Johnston himself as a player.
Total disagree.
Right. And
come on, man.
What do you have against maroon?
They
man?
had a
Come on.
connection to Jordan Addison too. I think one of his old coaches is in there. This is brutal.
With the Chargers.
At the Chargers, yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, right. Like, I would have. I thought Addison or Flowers if they went there.
I'm just waiting
And
for the
now,
Bills to trade up now. They need to.
Yeah.
I mean, I could see the Vikings would probably be game to trade. I've got to assume if I'm Baltimore now, I'm just taking
at this point.
All right, I see. Yeah, I mean, I assume they're taking Addison or Flowers with this pick. I mean, the wide receiver room there is kind of crappy.
You would think so, but they don't like to surround.
Well, not,
yeah, but I mean,
Lamar
both of
with
those
anybody,
guys
so.
don't really have size either. I mean, they're small.
No,
guys.
but they don't need.
They don't need
But
it because
I mean, I think
they've done it with Hollywood. But
I think I just
Why
think
would
the
they?
size
Why would
stuff's-
Baltimore draft a 21-year-old when they can trade for a 30-year-old? You know, that's what they want to do.
Seems to
They
be their
signed
MO lately.
Odell Beckham, who's 32. Just no.
okay, so what about this scenario? They trade out of the first round, giving the pick to Arizona for D-Hop.
Ooh. That feels like still a lot to pay for a guy that age. Though.
Would they get
just
Arizona
signed Odell
second?
Beckham, who didn't even play last year.
No,
Yeah,
well,
they
here's
give
the
up a
thing.
first
Like,
round for it.
no, but I would say like with a guy like Lamar, like I want a guy who could burn and take like catch a deep pass. Like I want a Hollywood Brown. I don't think like when you think like a Hopkins, it's like that's a quarterback that likes to throw contested throws. That's the whole point of having Lamar Jackson is you don't have to have contested throws because the whole defense is shitting a brick that he's going to run on you. So you just want guys to get wide open and then are tough to tackle.
Yeah,
because they're fast. So like to me, like if I'm Baltimore and saw like Quentin Johnson go off the board, I'd be like, thank you.
Yeah, they're like,
except now and then yeah. So if I had to guess, I would say they take. I would think Flowers that they would that would be like the
over Addison
thing to like a hop. Yeah, I would say they'd go the little bit
Wouldn't
more
they
dynamic
take like Nolan
guy.
Smith or something? Just a freak. Don't they love just like the crazy athletes?
They do.
They do. I don't know what their.
Oh,
I
okay.
gotta be honest, I don't know what their
For
defense
that last
is.
comment about Johnson, now do the same thing for JSN.
Yeah, right. I mean,
I'd love to know
you
his
can
thoughts
say
on
that
JSN.
about a lot of these college receivers. You really can.
I think people are just looking to nitpick Johnson because he's not flawless on tape. I think that's a great landing spot. New OC, amazing quarterback. Like Williams, Keenan Allen are on the wrong side of the AJ packs. I think that is a home run pick. I think he should be challenged JSN for wide receiver 1 in Dynasty.
I mean, I definitely like the landing spot better.
I would. Yeah, I think it is a better landing spot.
100%.
I mean, because I don't think Allen and Williams are going to both be on the field very much. Based on last couple of years as a precedent. So Johnson's already starting as like a 2B, where like to me JSN is like the third wide receiver from the get-go. And I don't see how he gets ahead of Lockett this year.
No.
And then you still
it's a terrible landing spot for this year. What do you think about Dynasty though? Like, would you still draft him high, knowing that he's probably going to replace Lockett next year?
But who raise your hand if you believe in Geno Smith?
No, but
No, wait.
Right.
Gross.
Wait. Did you say believe or Justin Bieber?
Both.
Yeah.
I mean, this might be a personal question only because I've got the 105 in a league and I need to know because Jason might be sitting there like, do I take him in a Dynasty league?
I still probably would if you could afford to wait a little bit.
I mean,
So we're all saying yes if he's sitting there.
No, I would take
Matt
him.
Miller.
I mean,
is it one QB or
open,
Superflex? Joe?
What?
Is it one QB or Superflex? I missed that
One.
part. Yeah, if he's there.
I've got the 101 and the 105, so I'm taking Bijan and I'm taking probably one of the top receivers.
If he's there at 105, I'm definitely taking him.
Yeah.
That would be a miracle.
All right, so the pick is in for the Baltimore Ravens. Rudy, before this happens, just want to let you say your goodbyes here. We got to get the next crew in here. It's your time to bounce. Unfortunately, glad to have you though.
Yes, you could find me at Rudy Gamble on Twitter for now, and at Razzball, where I do all the projections for baseball, football, and basketball. So the pick is in. Is it Flowers? That was.
I mean, it says so on the screen. It's in. We can probably find out here. We'll spoil it just slightly. Anybody know already?
Yeah, it's Flowers.
Zay Flowers.
Yeah.
All right, there we go. So you were right, and you got what you wished. So
yeah,
I won't take him in fantasy. But
right, and I'm calling as I go. I think Addison's the next pick, and I don't think the Vikings make it. I think they're going to trade down.
Please be the Bills. Please be the Bills.
Could be the Bills.
Why?
Could be the Giants. But there's no. I mean, if you want Addison right now, you have to trade.
Yeah,
up.
You got to move up.
So right. that would be my call. Okay,
good stuff.
Good talking to you guys.
Awesome.
Have a good night, Rudy.
Have a good night, man.
Thanks for coming on, man. So we're bringing on Joey Wright from Front Yard Fantasy and Football Guys, and Brian Ford for Going for Two. Also, the Dynasty Fever podcast. How's it going, guys?
How are you doing?
Enjoying the draft?
What up, gentlemen?
It's funny. I worked with Rudy for a whole year, and I feel like we're ships passing in the night because we have never actually talked to each other. So one of these days, I'm going to talk to Rudy Gamble, but tonight is not that night.
You should have let me know, man. I could have made it happen.
It's all right. It's at this point, it's comical.
We're good. So yeah, man, Zay Flowers going to the Ravens. Let the newbies here have their time. What do we think about this pick? You know, I think everybody thinks like, yeah, this is probably a good NFL pick. Like this is kind of a replacement, as we have alluded to already, with them needing the deep threat back. But for fantasy, I mean, that's kind of what we do. What do you guys think, Joey?
I mean, I feel a little bit better about the pick after the news that came earlier today with Lamar Jackson.
Right.
You know, of the three wide receivers? I'm just double checking to make sure because the 3 in a row.
Yes,
probably the one I like the least as far as landing spot goes.
Yeah.
But yeah, that Jackson Smith-Njigba pick's is a little funny. But yeah, Tyler Lockett's not getting any younger. So
I don't like a lot of them, honestly. Yeah. It's pretty brutal, unfortunately.
We got our Tyreek Hill comparison for the year. Jesus Christ. I hate it.
Shane, I didn't see. What is up, buddy?
Hey, dude. I miss you.
So we got Brian here. What's your thoughts on Zay Flowers going to the Ravens? Is he somebody you would even be remotely interested in like a redraft league this season?
I don't really do much redraft, and when I do, I'm generally not taking a lot of rookies. But
yeah,
I think when I look at it from a dynasty perspective, and I'm looking at my pre-draft rookie rankings, I was a little lower on him than some people. I had him at wide receiver 5 pre-draft. This doesn't really change it too much. It remains to be seen how much the passing volume is going to increase under the new offensive coordinator. If we think that it's going to get a good bump, and we see signs that it's going to get a good bump, it's better for Flowers than I think I'm feeling about it right now. I don't want to be one of those, a lot of mouths to feed, right? Narrative, right? But there is Bateman, a guy named Mark Andrews. We do have the ghost of OBJ and Isaiah Likely.
I'm so
right?
glad you said that, Brian.
It's not like it's not like there's nobody there for target competition. So when you have a low volume passing offense, and a quarterback who runs a lot, it's not a great landing spot for Flowers, I think.
Nope.
Yeah, I have drafted this many Ravens receivers in the last 4 years. None. Absolutely none.
Because they haven't
What about tight ends?
any receivers.
I've never actually had Mark. I've never had Mark Andrews, but that's not on purpose. What's up, Jay?
G-Man Jay.
Oh,
What's going on, man?
How's that baby, Jay?
Glad you can tune in, man. So next up, the pick is Vikings, right?
Yeah.
So we got the Vikings up. I mean, again, we're all kind of thinking like receiver again, right? Like Addison, this should be the pick.
I don't think so. If they're smart, they don't do it. If they're smart, they go with cornerback, secondary, like a defensive player, or they throw us all for a loop and they pick Will friggin' Levis.
I was waiting for that. I knew that was coming. And hey, they're showing him again on the TV. So
how are the cutaways?
And he looks like he's smiling.
I mean, you still got Deontay Banks. You still got what's his face, Joey Porter Jr. Right? Yeah,
There's a lot of good players right now.
I really like Banks.
There are a ton of good players left, and
this is crazy.
Brian Branch, right? He hasn't gone yet.
Yeah. Miles
Murphy
Murphy,
more as a safety.
Deontay Banks. We mentioned a few of these guys. They're all there. So
first round safety last year, so they're probably not going to invest in that position.
Yeah.
But
I mean, we've seen teams like just load up on like one position and just like, be like, dude, we're just like, good luck getting past us here. Like, especially on defense, right? Like, just load up on corner, load up on safety. Good luck beating us, and you figure it out. It's not a terrible decision.
Do y'all remember the NBA draft where the Minnesota Timberwolves took point guard for like 3 straight picks? That's what I just imagined. There
are other sports.
It was
like
Johnny
Rubio 1 year.
Other sports.
Yeah, sorry.
Come on, Shane.
I do know what you're talking about, Shane. Yes.
Shane, we're together and we're not doing
and eventually one hit.
Yeah.
Yes. It was like, oh, cool. We finally found our one.
The Timberwolves.
Now what do we do?
See, we told you.
Right?
We told you we would get this.
Horrible strategy.
That's awesome.
I feel like this pick has to be corner if they're smart. But it's the Vikings.
Yeah, I mean that's what I have as their top need. So I don't know.
I was really glad that.
What happened to the tight ends?
I wasn't on.
Everyone up for tight ends just is probably cashing right now.
That's true.
What happened?
I mean, I think you still got Dallas. Could take Kincaid or Mayer.
Yeah.
And even KC could go after a tight end, just like having their back pocket for Kelsey.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
Philly too.
Sorry, AJ.
There's something
Maybe I
with
stole your
Philly
thunder there with KC's
They're not going to
pick.
invest a first-round pick when they have Goddard.
You can steal the thunder all you want.
That's when
but
they took Goddard when
he
was.
You're not going to nail it.
When Ertz was Goddard's age
Watch
now.
and
That's
learn,
when
my
they took
friend.
Goddard.
Yeah, but it wasn't a first. That would shock me if Philly pulled the trigger on a tight end here. I think they trade out
Philly,
but
yeah,
that would shock me. I don't mind them grabbing a tight end, but not first.
This Twitter feed is
they
not pouncing on the Vikings. Oh, there we go. There we go. We know it.
Wait,
we know
let
it
me
now.
hit refresh.
All right.
We know. Yeah, dude. It literally, like it was only as the TV said it went in.
Yeah.
That's shocking. Like they must have been on the phone trying to trade a bunch. But we do know the pick. I'm gonna wait, as I've been doing all night, for the Shane's back here like,
dude, my upper back is killing me right now, so I'm trying to stretch it out.
I seem to be behind everybody.
Sitting on what looks like a futon,
I'm on NFL
probably not helping. Not gonna lie. I've got back problems, man. Like, trust me. I'm in like a kitchen chair.
Brian, are you seeing
but
the big overview of the audience right now?
I saw that a few seconds ago. I just see 2 minutes left on the clock just now. But yeah, my feed must be behind everybody.
Now I'm looking at
Scott. How's it going?
What's up, Scott?
Hey, Scott. What's up, man?
Gone to bed yet?
Thanks for letting me host the DC Scott Fishbowl live draft, man. Appreciate it. AJ will be there.
Yes, I will.
Live streaming it.
I'm live streaming.
All right, let's have Scott predict the pick, and if he gets it wrong, he has to eat a pickle.
Oh, that's evil. Come on, guys. Oh, that's terrible. All right, so
it's terribly evil. I mean, he doesn't like pickles. It's not like I said he has to kill a kitten. Like, whoa.
Yeah.
I don't like pickles, man. That would be awful.
Wait a minute.
Not cool. If I had to
You
eat
go
a
leave
pickle,
us
man.
banana as an alternate.
All right, so the pick is in. So we had a couple receivers, we had a couple secondary players.
Oh boy.
Drum roll.
You want me to say it?
So what happens at the end of the night? We don't know. Jordan Addison.
Wow.
And Rudy Gamble nails it. Fourth receiver in a row.
Wow.
Oh boy. What was that number? 4.5 or 3.5?
I guess it depends on which book you were at, right?
I think I saw 4.5. You're sweating.
I don't mind it. I really don't.
I like it a lot.
I think he's a very talented player.
Yeah.
They definitely need somebody better than Thielen at this point out, on the other side of Jefferson.
What are you talking about? They traded for Jalen Rager.
Thielen's in Carolina.
Yeah,
Purple loves purple,
Osborne and
Oh, right, yeah.
And
Look at this.
last year,
All right.
Jonathan Naylor, who had a very nice week 18. Don't
This
forget
guy
that.
is fancy. Look at this. Look at this
Love it. Talking about the dress code,
yeah.
man. This is solid. I love
nice.
it. I love it. Clash. I mean, hey, it goes a little bit with the purple.
Josh, there is
It's like he knew.
Does
necklace say Prince? Is that what it says?
Did the Giants just move up?
G-Man J. Damn it, I wanted the Giants to take Addison. Sorry, bro.
Or they're like,
Ain't happening.
I need to see his necklace.
Yikes.
Too much bling. Too much shine.
Giants just traded for this pick.
Yeah, they just moved up one.
Didn't give up
No,
25, it doesn't look like.
they didn't.
It does not look like they gave up 25, so they've got the next two picks.
Price? What does it say? Price?
No, there it goes. They did just swap with Jacksonville.
That's interesting. I wonder what they're going for here.
We're making that 5 in a row. They're going.
Right? It's got to be a corner.
Are they going to go? Are they
Their
going to go
secondary's
Hyatt? They're going to go Hyatt.
I mean, they
They're
do
gonna
need
go-
a receiver, but man, I feel like that's.
Hyatt might actually be a decent fit for them too, with all those
I mean,
short
he's
routes,
fast,
small
guys.
guys.
He's quick. He's got decent size. He's not huge, but
Right.
Yeah, that makes me think they'll take
few
Downs
guys.
just to another slot.
yeah.
I mean, that would be hilarious to me.
Yeah.
That's who Daniel Jones can hit. They're just loading up on him.
He needs somebody fast enough in front of him that can stop when he's about to trip in the middle of running, in his 60, 70-yard rushes.
Oh, God.
That can just stop and keep him back up.
He could pitch it to
It's the
him.
Mark Sanchez butt fumble.
Finish off the run while he's
So all right, so the Giants are up now.
Giants on the clock. All right, I like it. And they just flip flopped with Jacksonville here.
Yeah, so I mean, there's still like I said, there's a ton of good players. I mean, do they finally go after the Joey Porters? Are they just seeing these talented players falling and just being
I could see it.
We just gotta,
because
I think
Jacksonville
one of
could
thys guys
use-
that are falling in all of these
Jacksonville
big
will
boards
let
has to be the guy, right? Anybody disagree?
Oh, Goodell nailed
Like
that
Brian
one,
Branch,
too.
maybe. They need a safety.
yeah, they lost Love.
Well, Peter Schrager, today said he was pretty sure the Jags were going to go defensive back at 24. So if they were worried that the Jags were going to take the defensive back they like,
yeah,
maybe that's why they did. Maybe that's why they did the swap, and we see a Porter or a Branch or somebody like that.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think wide receivers off the board now. Josh Downs is my best available left wide receiver, and they're not going to take Josh Downs.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, no way.
That would be the
Addison. I think they would have
49th
taken
slot
Addison,
receiver.
but
Man, I hope Wandale can come back healthy. I really liked him last year.
Yeah, I don't know. This is an interesting one. We unfortunately do have to swap people around here. So let me go back to the sheet here. Think we're losing.
Wow, that went by quick.
It's a quick 30 minutes, unfortunately. It really is. So I think we're losing Shane and Bandit. So
peace, guys. Go Bills. I hope we don't take downs, but we will see.
All right.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
Bye,
Thank
Joey.
you, guys.
Text me back.
All right, we will.
I will when I'm off the show.
Yep. And we're bringing in Michael Tomlin from Fantasy Six Pack and Jason Snyder from Dynasty Nerds.
What's
going
up,
on, guys?
fellas? How's it going,
Glad
guys?
to have you on the show. So again, we're up with the Giants. They just made this trade to move up here. What do you guys think is happening? What do we think is going to happen here? Jason, what's your thoughts?
I mean, I was listening to the conversation, right before I jumped on, and it makes a lot of sense that they're concerned about Jacksonville going D-back here. Because, I mean, I heard your conversation about the receivers, but, I mean, Jacksonville's pretty well stocked at receiver right now. I don't think they'd feel threatened that they would steal a guy from them at that point in the draft. And the value's not there, I mean, in my opinion. I'm not a GM, but I don't see Downs or Hyatt being, the 23rd or 24th pick in the draft. So I think they've got to be going probably defensive back. It seems to be the best value too with, guys like Porter and Branch still on the board. So I think that's probably where they're headed here, but we'll see.
Yeah, and the Jags can still get a DB. They could still take Michael Mayer at tight end because they only have Ingram on the franchise tag. So they can still get somebody they like at 25 and get the plus that they got to trade down one.
Sure, yeah. Dougie P still outsmarting the Giants.
Tommy, you got any thoughts here?
Beautiful.
I'm just scared they both take tight ends. There's two good tight ends. There's two picks in front of us.
You Dallas fan.
And I'm
you
just
really want
Cowboys fan.
Yeah. But that'd be just their Firewall's luck. down. They trade up because Jacksonville's like, oh, we'll get the other tight end, and they both take him. Then we're sitting there with Levis available and whatever.
Looks like the pick is in.
Branch would be a good fit for either of them. So this will be interesting to see if he goes within these next two picks.
Mm-hmm. So, we haven't had you guys on the whole, obviously the whole night. What's the biggest surprise that you guys have seen so far?
I mean, Gibbs.
Yeah.
I would just say Detroit overall.
Gibbs.
Gibbs
I
much
would
higher
say
than
Detroit overall having two picks and doing what they've done with them. I mean, I don't get it, but I mean, I don't have any issue with the players, but I think they took 2 second-round talents in the first round, and I don't understand the logic there.
Yeah. The Buccaneers
Giants pick is in.
No sense to me.
There's the DB,
and I do not know who it is yet because I didn't refresh. There's somebody tell me.
Deontay Banks, Maryland.
Yeah, Deontay Banks, Maryland,
like him a lot.
corner.
Yes, that's.
I thought he'd go earlier than 24. Yeah.
Yeah, well, when Gibbs goes 12, everyone slows down a little bit, right?
Yeah, I mean, Banks isn't. Yeah, Banks is up there. I'm still wondering, what's going on with Jody Porter. What are people scared about with him?
Well, I'm not an IDP person, and so I learn a lot about defensive guys as the draft is coming, and there, the knock that I heard on Porter was that he's just stiff-hipped and not very fluid, not super athletic, and may not really profile as the type of cornerback that a lot of teams want to use, and may not be worth the draft capital you have to spend to get him. But that's all I know about Porter.
I do wonder, with recent success of sons of NFL cornerbacks being good, and wonder how far his name recognition is getting him. If his name is whatever, Jim Smith, is he even close to being that high? Or is it just he's Joey Porter Jr., so let's lock him to the Steelers and make it a whole story?
I will say one of the things, a bunch of the cons I saw about him was that his recovery speed isn't good, right? So like, if when he does get beat, he's not catching you. Like, so that's another big negative for me. I just know his rank was high in a lot of sites. Again, Tomlin, you might I think you brought something up where maybe it's his name recognition that was doing it. I don't know. It's interesting to note, but we'll see how far he falls. It would be
the Bills did just trade with the Jacksonville Jaguars for this pick.
Bills. Jacksonville's collecting capital, man.
Good for them. I mean, quarter's pretty deep.
What are they
this
gonna
year,
get
so.
with it at this point? The Jags just need players, right?
I mean, everybody wanted them to. Everybody wanted the Bills to get a receiver, but I don't think that's in play right now, unless they reach on downs.
Yeah.
Maybe they like Joey Porter Jr. then. You can't see tight end. Either that or Nolan Smith, the other guy.
I was going to say Nolan Smith with Von Miller getting older. And what a nice guy to
I'm shocked that Nolan Smith is still in the
Me and my multiple Khalil Shakir dynasty shares are really hoping it's not Josh Downs. That's for sure. Right?
Deontay Hardy crushed your Khalil Shakir shares already.
Oh, I don't know about that. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. As it stands now, it looks like Levis and Hooker are definitely falling out of that first round.
Buffalo traded with Jacksonville.
Unless somebody trades up into the late first to get that 5th year on some,
Yeah, that's what you have to think about at the end of the first.
Yeah, I think
if you could live bet, I would bet someone's trading up and it's a 30 or 31.
Yeah, it's coming within the last 3 or 4 picks. I think.
That 5th year is too. When you see $51 million a year for quarterbacks now, that 5th year to rookie contract is too valuable.
Yeah, Lamar 2.0 is coming. I think.
And I could see it, Steve, being the Eagles that makes that move. The only thing I think is if Nolan Smith somehow gets to them, and they get a chance to add to the Philadelphia Bulldogs that they're building.
Yeah,
they're definitely snatching him up. Yeah,
they're not going to trade. I mean, even if Smith if he gets past Jacksonville, maybe they try to trade up. I mean, I don't really see Cincy going after Smith, but New Orleans could, and that would be kind of kismet that they have to trade again with New Orleans to move up one more spot. Again.
I mean, the Cowboys could take him too. That wouldn't be crazy.
Yeah.
I just hope he doesn't. If the Eagles get the guy that everyone thought they might take at 10 and they get him at 30, that's going to really hurt my heart.
That's gonna make me super excited.
I was grabbing a bite to eat and switching computers and stuff. What'd y'all think of that QJ pick with the Chargers?
I'm in the minority of loving it, I think.
Okay.
People are finding reasons to hate the guy. I don't get it.
I just have visions of Jalen Reagor dancing through my head, and it hurts me to have them again. So, but overall,
I think Reagor is more athletic,
and that did a lot for him, right? That's what we're talking about. 40s for wide receivers.
Even worse.
Quinn Johnson's playing in the sweet spot.
They play in the same spot,
I know.
Perfect sweet spot for 40 time. I don't want my wide receivers, honestly, that are tall to be 4-3, 4-4 guys. I mean, look at the productive fantasy players. They're not running those times. Like Hopkins, the list goes on and on and on for the 40 time thing. So that's I don't even care about that.
Yeah, I'm not too concerned about that. I'm worried about him being. Hold on, let me check my notes. Bad at football. And no, I mean, the body catching the hands. I really question the effort, the physicality, against corners that should not be out positioning him. I don't know. I forget, Joey, you were on the pretend GM when you did those wide receiver rankings, right?
Yeah.
Do you like QJ?
I was the only one really going to bat for him.
Okay.
All the way to I'm going to pull it. I had it up right now. He slipped all the way to 5th overall for us at wide receiver. And I mean, I like him better than Josh Downs. I like him better than Zay Flowers. But the two other people I were on, they preferred, and one of them was Matt Harmon, so I'm not going to read Matt Harmon. But no, I mean, QJ, he's that big body receiver that you want to see use his body to get downfield, and I hope the Chargers coaching staff can coach that up.
Yeah.
So I like the landing spot for him. I just think he's a little limited because of the talent around him. You've got Keenan Allen and Mike Williams there, so not for long, but they're there now. So for redraft, I can't say that he shot at my draft board today.
Right now.
So
the last thing I'll say about him.
The Bills pick is in, and they ended up taking Dalton Kincaid from Utah. That was Tomlin's TV. I muted him for a second.
Wait.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear my TV?
Your TV's
They're
up a little loud.
out. They're not seeing anything.
So anyway,
what?
So yeah,
I'm glad
I was letting everybody else talk for a second, but I almost wanted to say, like, I wouldn't be shocked if the Bills went after tight end because, we had one good year out of the tight end a couple years ago, and then last year it wasn't so great. So
listen, as much as tight end is inherently a TD dependent position, Dawson Knox is a TD dependent tight end among TD dependent tight ends.
Yes.
What you've got now is they just got their slot receiver, and they can still use.
He is
they can
a
still
very
use
good
Dawson Knox.
possession guy.
I think this hurts. I joked about Knox. I think this might hurt, as I was saying before, a guy like Shakir, maybe a guy like Gabe Davis, a guy like Hardy, right? A guy like Trent Sherfield. Like that hurts them probably more than Knox because NFL teams are using tandems now. With tight end, they just got a big slot with Kincaid. So like, I don't even really think about it so much.
I really like this pick for the Bills offense. I really
it's gonna let them go 22 a lot more, where they can get James Cook and another back, and then two tight ends, and then Josh Allen can run a run pass option even more. Josh Allen's rushing TDs are going to go up more than these tight ends. That's what this means.
That's even possible. And
Tomlin,
anybody
so we're
not
up to
like
Dallas
the pick?
here. What
I think it makes a lot of sense for him.
What are you thinking? Do you think where do you think Dallas is going to go?
It's got to be
hoping not running back.
Yeah.
So I tried to get you on, Tomlin, for the Dallas pick, and I scored. So let's figure it out, man.
Time.
What's your projection?
Considering 3 years ago, I was literally in the hospital when my daughter was born that morning, and I was talking to you on it. That was fun.
Forgot about that. Dedication. Love it.
Yeah, it's got to be Mayer or Nolan Smith. If they really think Mayer's a Witten clone, we'll see.
Yeah.
They'll take him. If not, then you take Nolan Smith and just make Micah Parsons' job a little easier.
I can see that.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking tight end for them. I was thinking, defense. Anybody else got any thoughts? Jason?
Well, what's weird is when they take a tight end early, it's been bad. When they take the Gavin Escobar, back in the day, David LaFleur. But Witten and Schultz, when they go third, fourth, fifth round, that's when they find tight ends.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I mean, I would have thought they would have taken a running back late if it's one of them. But the two guys that should have fallen went super early.
Yeah.
The receivers, the ones you wanted, are gone. So now it's tight end and D line. So it's one of these guys that are falling now at this point. So,
well, we still have the fallers, right? Porter and Branch.
Porter and Nolan Smith, right?
And Nolan Smith.
Miles Murphy.
Miles Murphy.
I think any of those
What's
guys
his
would
face?
be
Bersay,
great.
right? Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, if someone wants to trade up for Levis, I'm sure they'll answer. But it looks like no one is.
Sounds like that's not a thing.
There's nobody else that
No.
wants him.
Man,
wouldn't Dallas
whoever that guy
be
that's
such a
on
Jerry pick?
whoever the guy is
I
on
would
Reddit
laugh
that started that thread
they started
needs to be banned from
picked Will
Reddit now. That is ridiculous. He
It had
literally
been, like,
changed
bad, right?
The draft.
Vegas draft odds.
Yeah.
How nuts.
I thought it was weird. Both McShay and Kuiper had the same mock trade for, I think it was Tennessee, to go up to 3 to get him. And that made me think, oh, that's happening. If both of them are saying a trade's going to happen and the pick, I was like, oh, they know something. But
And then Tennessee they passed him over him. So
yeah, they could have just taken him at 11.
There's something there that we don't know.
It's It's
but
just
for
bad
so
decision
much,
making
for so
for
much
his part, I feel
fanfare
like.
that we had in the beginning of the show about the quarterbacks and being like, oh, this would be great if we were done after like the first 5 picks talking about quarterbacks. Hey, guess what? We've been done talking about quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Because aside from me randomly throwing Will Levis into every random pick,
because I mean, like, as much as the press and these networks wanted to push Hendon Hooker being drafted as like the 5th quarterback, that wasn't happening. A lot of us.
I mean, he still could be drafted as the 5th quarterback, just not today.
Severely doubt it. Levis, to me, like, is just too inconsistent. And this is what we said very, very early on in the show. He's just too inconsistent with all of this. But we do got to rotate guests here. I know Dallas just made their pick, but unfortunately we got to rotate here. It is 11:16.
Right.
So I think we are letting go, and unfortunately I got to scroll over here.
Joey, right? No. I think I'm out of here.
Yeah. So it's Joey and Brian. Thank you guys for coming on here.
Absolutely.
And appreciate you joining us. Good luck with everything you got going on this season. And check the show notes. We'll have like links to all these people's Twitters and stuff. So
thanks for having me on. I appreciate it. I feel like I'm kind of the one of these things doesn't not like the other.
I saw that. On Twitter. No, you're good, man. You had great information, man. You were good stuff, man.
I just want to know if you've ever Tomlin ever like called into a restaurant and been like, I'm Mike Tomlin, just to get like a table, or
well, no bullshit. I was in Pennsylvania for work in the middle of nowhere, and I ordered a pizza, and the guy showed up, and like when I opened the hotel door, and it's a crap little town, crap hotel, and he opened like his face dropped, and I said, "Do you really thought Mike Tomlin was staying at this hotel? Like, come on, you're better than that."
Yeah, it's like
that's like people that are like, hey, your last name's Bond. Do you ever be like, Bond, Joe Bond? I'm like, fuck no, come on. But like, I had to like, especially like like
lying.
Resorts. They're like, I'm always like, yeah, I mean, maybe a couple times. They're like, yeah, like they get all excited, but I'm like, maybe a couple times. I'm like,
team of
hell
every
no.
league I've ever been in with.
What did you say, AJ?
Thanks for having me on, guys. Take care.
All right. Have a good night, man.
Cheers.
All right. Let's bring on the next crew here. It is Bo McBrayer, Fantasy Pros. What's up, man?
What up, dog?
And then surprise, I guess. I didn't think he was coming. Andrew Cooper. What's up, man?
What up, gang? What up?
I didn't think you were coming.
I did the live stream on the other channel, and we rotated over there, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go pop in with the boys.
That's awesome, man. Glad you could show up. I literally put you on the show notes and went like, I just put Cooper! Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. I was like, yeah, he's back. Let's do it.
Back, baby. Cheers, boys. If you got him.
Love it.
Let's go.
Love it.
Whoa.
We just got the pick. So Cowboys took defensive tackle Mazi Smith from Michigan.
Beast.
I think this dude is a hoss, man. Like, I don't think he's gonna be like, dude. He's just like a trot around at the middle on me, boy. In my opinion,
he's a wrecker.
Do you like it, Bo? Do you like it?
I love it.
Tomlin, you're the Cowboys fan.
So I am scarred for life on Michigan D lineman after talking about it.
Okay.
Oh, this is not even close to the same, though.
Why didn't you guys take Michael Mayer, dude?
People thought about that.
Because Jake Ferguson is pretty damn good.
Because Jerry Jones still runs the team.
He's not Mayer, but a tight end at this stage is not a good pick for value. Like you can get some decent tight ends, a deep tight end class. So why would you take a tight end in late first when you can get a guy next to Odigizua who is more of your pass rush, your quick, your swing 3 technique D tackle, and you get a guy on early downs like Mazi Smith who can just dig his heels in. And the Cowboys got run on pretty regularly last year, and that's a big hole in their defense because they were trying so hard to rush the passer, and it didn't work out when teams wanted to run the ball. They did. So I love this pick. Mazzie Smith, I mocked to the Cowboys a few different times this spring, and so I'm pretty stoked because the dude's an absolute animal. He's humongous, and I love big guys that play nasty like he does.
I mean, I know his draft grade is, right on the border of like first round. Like a lot of people have him outside, but if he's a team fit, like he is for the Cowboys, you take him here. I think that's a no-brainer.
And a lot of people mocked Brian Bressie to them because he's the higher graded D tackle, but he's too much like Odigizua. Like they already have Odigizua who played great last year, and they needed a guy who could stop the run.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because looking at the teams in the division, at least, that have running backs, wait, there really is
none.
I mean, Eagles throwing Rashad Penny at you. Yeah, that's
Saquon,
including the Eagles.
Aside from Saquon, I mean that's really the only legit current running back on a roster.
Tony Pollard's solid.
Yeah,
I'll give you that.
Have to run against him.
He doesn't have to run against his own defensive tackle, you ass.
Right.
What is this? Practice? We talking about practice?
Talk about practice.
But it's not the running back that scares you with the Eagles. It's that offensive line and scheme. They're incredibly effective. True. It doesn't matter who you run with them. Sanders is an above-average back that left town, but Kenny Gainwell's on breakout alert because they haven't made a move to running back yet. They re-signed
4 picks. They take Zach Charbonnet, and then we'll all change our mind.
Charbonnet or what I hope the Cowboys do in the second round, which is Kendre Miller, who's a perfect scheme fit to fill that hole. I just think that this Cowboys team is filling holes, but also getting guys that really match their.
Can I just say something real quick?
Mantra.
If the Jaguars take a tight end right here, I'll be very sad.
Right, Evan Ingram.
Big Evan Ingram fan.
Coming from you.
I want to read a tweet. I want to read a quote real quick. So Ryan O'Halloran, I'm guessing he's some sort of like Bills, beat writer or something. He said, AFC assistant on new Bills tight end Dalton Kincaid. He's a threat in the passing game, has great body control and great hands. He can go up and snag the footwork. And then here's where it goes digging deep. The difference between Dalton and a guy like Gesicki is Dalton is actually willing to be physical at the line. Okay. We were cool just like promoting Dalton Kincaid. Then we just took a stab at the Dolphins. Like, cool.
And what is
murdered him?
Did you say?
Damn.
He's not wrong though. He's
not wrong, but it's just hilarious. Like, damn.
Something, not footwork. What did you say?
What are you talking about?
I don't know. Hand and foot, mouth disease. Something.
Hand, foot, and mouth disease.
Yeah.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to
really
you.
bad.
He has great body control and great hands.
Keep going.
He can go up and snag the football.
That's not what you said.
And
You
willing
said
to be
snag the
physical.
footwork, which
at
got me
line.
Snag the footwork.
Physical somewhere.
Whatever.
You can
Usually
go
gotta
up
pay
and
extra
snag
for
the
that.
footwork out of the ballerina's hands because the Rocketeers.
There's a lot of so the Jags are
Rockets,
here.
that's
All
what we're
right.
going for. So,
What do we think the Jags do?
That's how you correct yourself on the fly, Joe.
Shut up.
Take notes.
What do we think the Jags do?
They're gonna reach on a no
It's
line.
got to be one of these top 2 defenders.
I
It's
mean,
the Jags. They're
If you
gonna
don't
reach.
know the answer already,
No.
Yeah.
then you can guess.
Trent
Very-
Baalke is gonna screw it up.
Not exciting, Vic. Let's keep talking about Kincaid.
We already know it's not a good pick. So
That's a given.
Oh,
Let's say your
I'm
Evan
not
Ingram
up to date
shares
on
are
that.
safe for now.
I'm gonna go with.
it's not horrible.
Outside
At this
the
point in the draft, it's not horrible. There's actually
It actually makes a lot of sense for that.
It makes sense with the Cam Jordan PED suspension looming.
Right.
Good call.
Probably 4 to 6 games, right?
Okay, so
Pickett
center.
in, and of
Center,
course
that's
the
what
network's
we're
gonna
feeling?
wait, another 5 minutes to actually announce it because they've
Hey,
got to get their
if you're-
4 hours in.
If your girlfriend looks mad that you haven't been picked yet, she probably shouldn't be your girlfriend. I don't know if y'all saw that girl just then.
Is that the open mouth girl from the?
I was just who that red dress
guy?
was. She
What the
looked
hell's his
pissed.
name? Russ. Cooking with.
Oh
Russ.
yeah, I just saw that tweet the other day.
Yeah, she thought she was set, huh?
Yeah,
It's crazy. Was it only a 4th rounder?
Anton Harrison,
Go, bitch. I'm
offensive
rich.
tackle from Oklahoma.
Sierra, what's
He's like consensus, 32 on the big board.
It fits here.
I do like this pick only because you
over
still
DeJuan Jones,
need to
though.
protect Trevor Lawrence.
Right.
Yeah.
If
Over
you're gonna
DeJuan
make this
Jones.
team
That's
go,
surprising.
you've got to keep Trevor Lawrence upright.
And
So
they
I do
have
like the
upward
pick.
Trajectory, so
It's not sexy, but it's
Right.
a good pick.
Yeah, it's a good pick.
It's clearly
Oh.
not one of the.
Cooper, I think you're
you're
muted
muted,
unless you're yelling at somebody else in the room.
Just working on my mime stuff. Was it good?
It was great.
I think we're good. I was like, unless there's somebody else in the room that you're yelling at, and I've done it before, you were talking to us.
Natural. He's a natural.
One of the best. Yeah, one of the best mimes, dude. But
Prodigy.
So
Mime
Bo,
prodigy.
do you think
Looks
he's?
like we're voguing.
I didn't think he was that far ahead of Anton. I thought it was pretty close. You had
Yeah,
DeJuan
the
Jones
same
that far?
tier. Same tier.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not huge on DeJuan because his movement skills don't match his gigantic size. Anton's a better mover, and I like the way because Dougie's offense likes to shift laterally a lot. They run a lot of zone. They run a lot of that mixed zone screen game. They need a tackle that can move around, and DeJuan just doesn't fit that, so it makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't hate the pick. I mean, obviously it's not sexy, but that's Dougie P's
it's a solid pick.
repertoire for
That's one of Trent Baalke's
the
best
guy
picks
that
ever.
still wears visors as a head coach. So I mean, you don't see that often. And trust me, I love me some Dougie.
I've got some vibes upstairs. I can pull them out.
Yeah.
I still have a ton of visors. They're
I'm a
all
little
sweat
bald, so
stained.
I have exactly.
I'm keeping it covered.
I have exactly 0 visors.
Does this move Trevor Lawrence?
This was like an early 2000 phase, man.
No.
You seemed like you're a lot younger than me, Coop. Like this was like an early 2000. I was in college phase. Like visors were in, so I had a ton of them.
You had frosted
Did you have the
tips,
frosted
didn't you?
tips? Yeah.
I do not. I never did that.
Shell neck.
Never
Shell
colored
neck.
my hair.
I have thought about doing it for the last 8 years.
Applegarth,
Just
are you bringing
because
visors back? Is that what you're telling me?
I might.
I thought you were talking about frosted
Don't be a
tips.
coward.
Take a
I'm
pull
gonna
of
bring
that.
both back.
You're not gonna bring anything back.
Bring that each.
Cincy's up, by the way. Anybody want to give a
Mayor.
quick? If you don't know the answer,
line.
Tomlin, quick pick because you're gonna get bounced here soon. Or maybe you don't have to leave. There's nobody coming after you.
It's like
Why wouldn't they be the tight end spot? Who's their tight end?
Right?
Irv Smith,
Michael Mayer.
Ever heard of him?
Jason,
Fantasy darling Irv Smith.
Applegarth, toss a visor on and give us a pull of that EH Taylor back there.
hold on.
what's your thoughts on the pick?
I'm gonna cut
Oh no.
the top off of my bucket hat just to display my frosted tips.
Bucket
You don't have any
visor.
visors either.
I love.
I
all
do
of
have
this.
visors.
And thus the bucket visor was born.
The bucket visor.
All right.
Oh no, I don't know what's
Big
happening.
hat.
Bro, what's your prediction here,
What?
quick, before it gets
Here?
announced?
I don't care. The Bengals are.
Who cares?
Best answer today.
I love the end of the night of the show. Everybody's just like, I'm just drinking.
Whatever.
Bro,
It
I'm
could
so
be.
I'm so invested in this bucket visor. I could care less who gets drunk.
Here you go, Coop.
Well, it was Miles Murphy, which is a phenomenal pick.
Is that
He
the
should have been a top 12
wild
pick.
turkey rare breed there?
Kentucky Spirit.
Which one?
Oh,
That's
Kentucky
good. That's
Spirit.
good
All
shit,
right.
dude. But Miles Murphy, Clemson went to the Bengals.
Nobody cares.
That is a phenomenal pick for them. He should have been a top 12 pick, in my opinion. At least top 15 at worst. Mike, what did you say?
He gets out the line really well.
He's so fast. He just got to work on a few moves. And I get it. You know, the ACC is not an elite conference at this point, so maybe that hurts him. But he can just destroy some people. He's a big, long dude, and that's what you want with an edge receiver or an edge rusher. I mean,
on the other side of the ball, right?
Him and Skoronski in the epic
High
before the
fiving.
Big Bang. T-Rex battle.
Yeah.
The battle of the linemen with short arms and no bucket hat visor.
Well, this stinks for. I thought this kind of stinks for.
Holy
Joseph
cow!
Assad.
Look at that watch.
Uh-oh. He's already spent it.
That's an NIL watch.
Red flag.
Oh my god!
No longer red flags. It's allowed, dude. You're allowed to have that
10 minutes
crap.
before he's got it.
He's already spent that money.
All
right, so what am I taking a pull of? What are we?
We don't know anymore.
E.H. Taylor.
Which one?
Control.
I'll go get
I don't know
something.
what's happening.
Why? Do you have a barrel? No, take a cheap one. Don't go crazy.
Oh my goodness, we're doing this.
I'm gonna go
Holy
grab my
crap!
Taylor.
barrel.
I'm going to get one too.
It's Taylor time.
Do you guys? Oh,
Wait, are we all doing this?
I don't have this
straight rye.
Did you guys meet Chuck Bass at the expo last year? He's
Yes,
a big bourbon guy.
I do know
All right,
Chuck.
okay.
Wait, Chuck Bass from Gossip Girl?
Yeah.
No, he has his own website. I don't give a
I don't know if I should have admitted I knew
Should we
that.
tweet him? Should we tweet him now? Hold on. Chuck Bass at Gossip
Oh
Girl.
my gosh.
Is that
Yeah, he might jump in.
Which one you got, bro?
Oh, is it a box?
Yeah.
It's in a box. It's got to be good.
I mean,
they're not
I don't have
boxes,
any
they're
of
like
this. I just got
barrels. So
beer
this
that
one,
looks
right?
like it's in the woods. Is that good? I don't know.
I got
Lost in the woods. We good with that? Could that be good enough?
You got
Pennsylvania Lions head.
we all just sitting here with the.
Apparently, I'm not in the cool club. All right, while they're drinking
This is the
whiskey,
last
Jason,
sip.
what's
Oh
your
my
thoughts
God,
on this
dude,
Clemson? Miles
Murphy.
Miles Murphy going to guys. Bourbon guys, hush. Pour your shot.
Mute yourselves and drink.
Silent drink, boys. Silent.
Just for a second, then y'all can react.
Well, which one?
All right.
This is an interesting IDP.
So what's your thought about this pick going here?
I would agree with you. I mean, I think he was a top 15 talent for me in the draft class, and so for them to get him where they did, I think that's really great value for them. I mean, who knows if he's going to pan out? But all the players at this point in the draft have some risk to them.
I really wanted Washington to go after him or the Oregon corner at this point. When they, Christian Gonzalez, and they passed on both. And I was like, damn it. Like, what are you doing? That's what they did last year with the receiver. It's like, we need a receiver. Oh, you take the 8th receiver on the board instead of the 3rd. Right. Come on.
Did you see the report today?
Good. All right, so we good, guys?
Who do you think it hurts, Jason, on Cincinnati, or who does he displace? Hendrickson, Asai.
Hold up, I'm gonna find a glass. I'll be right back.
Not Hubbard.
I don't know. I mean, I think they're probably going to run a rotation. Would be my guess.
Yeah.
So it probably hurts all of them, to be honest with you, because
True.
they're going to limit their snap counts that way. But it's another one of those good for football, bad for fantasy kind of situations.
Right.
Yeah,
muddies the waters. Yeah.
And it's funny because I mean, the league overall, whether you talk about running backs or defensive players, they're just like out to get fantasy players. Like the trends of the league are just like making it really tough to find value, and that's just the way it is.
Yeah.
The Lions. I wasn't on here earlier, but what the hell, dude? Like that's the worst possible pick for fantasy I've ever seen.
I tweeted the tire bags.
I just don't understand, why did they take him at 18?
What are they doing?
Take him at 18.
What are they doing?
You know what they're doing? They're creating a buy window for DeAndre Swift before he gets traded to the Chiefs.
It's over, dude. It's over.
Then where does CH go then? Because it has to be.
Fuck, CH is nothing.
Who knows? Yeah, he sucks.
The best thing that CH
the AAFL, it doesn't even exist anymore.
I captain the CH before good fan club.
Putting it in Joe's
Jonathan
face.
Taylor?
Nobody heard you, AJ.
Shut up.
Hey, I'll tell you right now, as a Patriots fan, this is what I'm scared of. The Dolphins, if I'm the Dolphins, I'm trading up and getting one of these tight ends, dude. It's the last piece that they need, right? The George Kittle for Mike McDaniel's offense. Somebody needs to stop that. No, do not let them get Michael Mayer or Darnell or any of these guys, dude. It's
if they get Darnell, that's really scary.
I mean, they benched. Put it this way: they benched Gesicki because they wanted a two-way tight end and used Durham's knife.
I don't think Mayer's the guy.
Anyone is the guy. Yeah, maybe not Mayer.
Mayer's too big. He's gonna turn into a big blocking tight end.
That's what they want.
Unless he can lose weight.
They want that. They want a blocking tight end that can catch every once in a while. That's like
Mayer's not that great.
I'm just not sure he's gonna be agile enough in the NFL to be a threat in the passing game at all. Like he'll be like just a blocking tight end that can he'll catch a pass like every 2 weeks.
Hard disagree there.
Yeah.
Imagine Laporta.
Hard disagree.
Miami.
They already had a Laporta. No, they already had a Laporta. They had Mike Gesicki. They didn't even use him.
Yep.
They had a Laporta.
I just think Mayer's too slow and too big. He loses weight, which he can. I think he's too big for his frame. If he loses weight and get more agile, I think he could be a very, very, very good tight end.
This guy that you're talking about.
I think Michael Mayer is a perfect fit for the Dolphins. As a Patriots fan, I don't want them to get him.
I think
so the Saints took defensive tackle Brian Brees.
Okay.
Which is somebody that is right in this time, right in this frame here.
All right, Steve.
Eagles.
Nolan Smith is there.
Yes.
Don't trade this.
Oh my God! If the Eagles get Nolan Smith, what the?
I don't understand. Or even Brian Branch. Did I not cross him off?
We don't.
Brian Branch.
This doesn't make any sense.
Get by with
No, Branch is not gone.
This doesn't make any sense.
I want
This is why good teams stay good because stupid teams make stupid picks.
We were saying this earlier. The Lions traded back, right? The Lions traded back, and we were like, "Oh, great! They have all these great picks. Like this should be awesome."
Yeah, I heard that.
Then they did what they did, and we're like, "What the hell?" Like it doesn't make any sense.
So, if they get another Georgia Bulldog first-round pick that just fell off for no reason, I'm saying
this is like and we said this. The Ravens last year.
Yeah, with
Kyle Hamilton, and I feel like the year before they got somebody else that just fell into their lap, and I can't remember who.
Were Ravens right before Eagles last year? That's what
I don't remember, but it was like every single year you're like these teams that just like trade back, or like the good teams. I don't know what it is about the teams that have early picks. Maybe they think they have to like reach massive upside. It's like sometimes you just need the good player. Just don't be stupid. Please, just don't be stupid.
You know who good players are? Georgia defenders.
Yeah.
It's not that hard. If they play defense in Georgia, draft them.
Wait, let's think about
or Kyle Hamilton, who had a top 5 draft grade on numerous sites.
Hamilton was
and
my
yet
number one
we
player
went to
overall.
like fucking 26 or whatever it was to the Ravens.
16,
like idiots.
16.
Come on.
His 40 time cost him a little bit.
Yeah, and that like literally doesn't even matter.
I know it doesn't matter, but it cost him. I think.
These teams, man.
So just to throw this out to you guys, like
Levis's green.
I've been swapping people in and out all night, but we're at the end of the night. So if you want to go, you can go. If you want to hang out until the very end of the draft, I'm happy to have you here. But just want to let you know that there's nobody coming in behind you at this point.
3 picks and
2 picks.
Actually, there's only 2 more picks.
Yeah.
The Eagles and the Chiefs. So that's it.
Oh, fuck yeah! All right.
Because there is no more.
Wait,
there was no Dolphins pick. It got forfeited.
SEC East, baby.
Yeah, tampering or something like
the
that.
The Saints pick got tampering?
Dolphins.
Oh, yeah.
For the Tom Brady, when they were talking with Tom Brady in the offseason.
That's what I'm saying. There's only 31 picks this round.
Yeah,
so we only have 2 more picks, not 3 more.
Oh, I was thinking it was the Rams. No, yeah,
I will say, I got to say something, guys.
Yeah.
Now that I've thought about it, the fact the Cowboys took Mozzie Smith, and I don't think anyone with the last name Jones knew who he was, So it had to be Will McClay. I like the pick.
Thank God. Thank God, Jones. Thank God the Joneses didn't have a say in it.
Jerry Jones has no idea who Mozzie Smith is.
No.
So the fact that he took him, I feel better about it.
He couldn't even
But
spell Mozzie Smith.
But he pretended to when he made the call. Like, welcome to the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
we had you on our board the whole
to
time.
have you here, Mazzy Star. We hear you had some popular songs back in the 90s. Guess what? We were good back then, so we like you.
Yeah, you were good then, and so were we. We're going to work out.
And so is Michigan.
So the guy who's actually running the whole scouting now is Will McClay, MCC. McClay. He called him Will Clay like 5 times in the press conference the other day.
Yeah, makes sense.
It wasn't. He doesn't.
We don't
even
have
know
McDonald's
the
down
guy's
here
name.
because I bought them out and I put in something better.
McClay.
It's called Arby's. Fuck you and your arches, McDonald's.
I mean, Arby's is exponentially better than McDonald's. That's
No question.
These days,
1,000%. Whoever said that,
I still.
Steve,
But
is that you?
on the flip side, food, you're right.
100%.
You're right on the food side, but you never wonder why McDonald's is still in business. But on Arby's side, you actually really have to wonder. They have so much money that they bought Buffalo Wild Wings a couple of years ago. I was like, Arby's had cash. No, Arby's.
What?
Arby's bought Buffalo Wild Wings a couple of years ago, and I was
Is that
like,
why
that
it
was when I
sucks now?
That's when I first realized
Howie
that
Roseman
this,
on the phone. Hold on. And
it's a
Jeffrey
real
Lurie's
estate
smiling.
game.
I know who the pick is. and
They're
I'm
like,
disappointed.
yeah, we totally got those.
I don't like that you're disappointed
Good.
because that means I'm
I'm
disappointed.
glad. I'm glad you're disappointed.
Yeah.
What?
All the
Gosh,
Eagles
dang
fans
it.
should be happy.
Yes, I love the sound of that.
All the NFC East
I'm not even looking
other
at it
fans
yet.
should
I
not
just
be.
see that. Is that Brent Selleck? Brent Selleck? No, that's next year. Never mind.
2 straight years.
I want to know why there
close
are
enough.
40 fucking men in this room. And
It's
like
every
They're going to
draft
escort
room.
him out if they don't fist bump Howie like that last guy did.
Yeah.
I got you.
Well,
Brent.
over half
That's
of them
what I
are
understand,
required to
like,
be shorter than
the hell are
Howie,
they all
so that
doing?
he looks taller.
That's right.
Yeah,
He's wearing clogs.
they're all required
All right.
to wear like
Can-
knee knocker boots.
nobody else was here during this pick. I want to ask you, Bo, Anthony Richardson to the Colts.
Perfect landing spot for him. And that's the kind of the spot where you wanted to see a guy like Richardson go. I was kind of afraid that somebody was going to take him on and not have the supporting cast or the coaching staff to really build him into what he's capable of becoming. Shane Steichen being his mentor and his offensive coach, that's the best case scenario for a player like Anthony Richardson, who just needs more reps. He needs to be developed into a guy who can read coverages better because all the tools are there. And all the tools are there better than anybody else has ever seen. So I think that if there was a better, there's no better team for Anthony Richardson to get drafted by, regardless of whether it's a 3 or 23. Richardson needed that landing spot.
All right. Jason,
How
do you
bad is that
agree?
for a
And,
guy?
and do you think he might sit out like a year just because he needs to develop?
I don't know that he's going to sit. I do like the
Minshew.
landing spot for him. He may sit a couple games. I don't think he's going to sit a year. I think there's going to be too much pressure on that team. You know,
Number 3
if they're
overall.
losing, the fans are going to want to see what he's got and see him in action. So, I mean, but I do agree that the coaching staff, specifically Steichen, coming from the Eagles.
Side
having
note, did you guys
experience
see that I predicted that Texans trade?
I
No,
did
I didn't
not.
see
That's
that.
a double-double.
It's impressive.
Jason, I
that's
love
injury.
your take though for the Colts there, where it's like start Minshew and let him watch, even if it's just one game, let him watch one game of how the team gets ready and how an actual guy who's been with a team prepares and does the whole thing. If they get blown out, then you bring him in, right? But see how many games Minshew can win, right? And then as soon as it looks ugly, then switch it, right?
That's the classic playbook, right?
The playbook, man. Right?
Tank with the backup quarterback and make the rookie the hero. Yep,
exactly. And the thing is, if Minshew wins 2 games and loses week 3, and you make the switch, you're not even in that big a hole. You can still compete, you know,
especially not in that division. I mean, that division's not going to be competitive. I don't see anybody running away with it.
Well, I think it really does help to have it be able to watch from the sideline and watch how it starts and how it goes.
No question.
You know?
Yep.
Is everybody watching the TV? Like, dude,
Who are these guys?
Giant
Is he perfect,
It's
really?
the dude perfect people.
Oh god.
Like the guys that do the stupid basketball things, like they've really got all the way to.
Okay, I don't care a shit about Dude Perfect,
Let me
but
guess,
that's Kelsey's
on,
mom.
That's on ESPN, huh?
That's Donna Kelsey.
It's that part of the draft, huh?
Mama Kelsey.
She birthed 2 Hall of Famers.
Yep. Facts.
I asked her to adopt me
God
on Twitter.
It is. Yes. It's a guy we were mocked to get at 10. and we got him at
Okay.
30.
Anyway,
You got the guy at 10
now.
and
Thank
30.
you very much.
And you got the guy at
I've
3
known
and
the
10.
pick for about 5
What the
minutes.
hell?
How do you figure this out?
Dude, the Eagles won the draft.
Eagles.
No question.
God damn
No
it.
kidding.
Love it.
I'm so
Took
sick of
Nolan
this shit.
Smith, the guy who should have
sick of this
picked
shit.
another guy who should have been picked in the top 15.
Imagine taking Lucas Van Ness over Nolan Smith.
Right.
Couldn't be
like,
us.
Like 15 picks above him.
Let me take
Oh
this
my
little white
goodness.
guy.
The Commanders taking a corner not named Christian Gonzalez was hilarious.
Oh,
I hate.
Oh,
I hate
thank
the
you.
Commanders.
Eagles get
Thank you.
2 Georgia picks
Everything's
in the
going
first
up
round.
They got the
That
2
shit-
best.
That girl was just
players.
wearing lingerie on
Roseman.
freaking national television. Anybody
Ooh.
else see that?
That
Wait,
sounds
what about
awesome.
did you say something about a breast on national television?
It said lingerie.
Holy.
Those words
She had like
don't
a
sound remotely
sports
the same.
jacket, lingerie underneath,
yeah,
but the
okay,
sports
I
jacket was
see
wide
that, I see
open.
that.
Pretty much, yeah.
Dude, what is going on with the like? Why did we let the Eagles replace Javon Hargrave already with Jalen Carter?
I'll be right back.
Now they,
Just
what
like
are we doing?
Nasty.
Just like that.
Why are we helping?
This
them?
doesn't make any sense.
Oh,
I-
and
I don't
his
get it.
main
Doesn't
comp.
make any
his
All
main
right, so
comp was
AJ,
Stephon Reddick.
here's your time in.
All right, what I'm sorry. Let me turn
Chiefs.
down the TV. Hold
Chiefs.
on. What?
Chiefs.
Oh, we're going there first.
Oh,
Okay.
you apparently are gonna like
Oh, I'm
be
gonna put
Nostradamus
you-
and tell me who the Chiefs are picking.
Hold up. Damn it, TV. Where's the damn mute
Can I
button?
just say one thing real quick?
Why do you have
Georgia
it?
just had the most dominant national championship win ever. And their best 2 players, the Eagles got both of them, and they were the Super Bowl runner-up.
Yeah. Nope.
What are we doing?
The NFL GMs are stupid. We do know this.
Thank you.
Lots of people know this.
People like to make it seem like it's an impossible job to do. It
No.
is far
last
easier
year,
than
too, with
people
those
like
It's
to.
not that hard when you have Jerry Jones and Washington, what's its fucks, and the New York Giants, who are finally relevant again. I
You're
mean,
gonna run out of time, AJ. You got to be Nostradamus with the KC Chiefs because
sorry,
you told
give me a
me
minute.
you told
I'm
me
gonna-
you were
I'm gonna-
going to be.
I'm gonna
In
drink
fact, you announced it on Twitter.
you're damn right I did, because I put you in your place 2 years ago. I'm gonna do it again.
Oh boy.
So
Bitch.
was it 2 years ago? He announced. He goes CEH. I went, fuck no. Are you kidding me? And
it was
And then it
the
happened.
slam dunk. That pick
only
happened. I went,
running
oh
back
my god.
taken, and he's
Do
like,
it, Applegarth. All right, Apple, who we got?
So
Who
you
we
got
got?
it. You got to make a
I'm
pick
like,
before it
give
happens
me
on
the
draft
choking on a
diamonds.
cheesesteak when he's like, oh, okay, CEH is still there, done, and he done did it. I don't know
Shut
the
up.
pick. Hold up, I'm sitting at 338. Hold on, let me look at my notes here.
Scrolling Twitter to see if you can find it.
I'm making sure it doesn't get announced on Twitter. I'm making sure it doesn't get announced on Twitter first. You better make your pick quick, bud.
He's refreshing Wikipedia.
Yeah, Sleeper got
You
this
know
pick 5 minutes
You're
ago.
still in the 102 group that I randomly chime in. Like,
I don't know. Just make your pick, asshole.
You're incredible stalling.
Welcome to the end of the night, everybody.
Oh man.
Yes.
I can see Joey Porter Jr. here.
They're taking a tight end, dude. The future. They're just
I
gonna be
I like Jalen Hyatt, even though I don't
agree,
like
Andrew.
him. I like him for the Chiefs.
this
taking
pick.
him.
Yeah.
That wouldn't be crazy if you go Mayer and pair him with Kelsey. Like it doesn't
Josh
seem
Downs by
right.
It would be like the Favre Rodgers of tight ends.
That would be an obvious pick.
I don't think
Andy
Andy does that. I would be pretty surprised.
What about
Well, Mike, you said that in the
Osiris
chat.
Torrance?
There you go.
They're probably
But
going to
imagine what you can
something
do
boring.
when you have Mahomes and you have Kelsey, you can split out and you can go 2 tight end sets. No one's ever
Yeah,
going to know what's going to happen.
Considering all their wide receivers stink, that's probably not the worst idea.
Yeah, a lot of 12.
Yeah, receiver was pretty heavily weighed by me earlier. So,
It'll probably be something unsexy like O-line or
Osiris Torrance is still there.
Guess what? Their wide receiver stunk last year, and they won the
another
Super Bowl.
corner.
I don't think it really
Yeah.
matters.
Oh,
I kind of think it might
absolutely.
be. I kind of think it might be Jalen Hyatt, just because they like to have like crazy, stupid depth.
It
at
feels like a
receiver.
Reed guy. I don't know.
Right? I mean, that's why I think
he's a lot like Mecole Hardman, to be honest.
And like he's just gonna figure out which one works, right? And like he's like, I don't care if I've got 4 of these same players.
Right.
I'm just gonna figure out which one works and then cut one. Like who cares?
But does he learn from Mecole Hardman? Who?
No.
Or are they going
Of
to
course
trade out?
fucking
Look,
not.
No, Andy never learns, right?
Of course, he only
not.
picked Hardman because Tyreek was
The only other pick I would say is Joey Porter Jr.
they're 10.
Joey Porter Jr. only because like
Tyler
he's-
Scott.
Oh yeah, they could use help at
Who?
corner for sure.
Yeah.
Tyler.
Really? Wait, is that what your prediction is, or is that what the
That
pick
is my pick.
Okay.
That
would
came
be-
in. That had to have come
That's
in.
a reach. That's a reach.
Mingo. There's been a lot of Mingo buzz lately.
No, Mingo.
Oh,
Mingo's
no.
got his
Twitter would love that Mingo pick.
God,
That's a Twitter
Mingo's
pick too.
Mingo Twitter is
I'll
insufferable.
tell you though. After Twitter traded DJ Moore for the first overall pick, I feel like Twitter's making all the plays, dude. Yeah.
Cut him off.
Twitter or
Twitter's-
Reddit though. Reddit.
Yeah. This
will leave
Twitter picks Izzy Abac. What is it?
Abanikanda.
Izzy
That's my guy.
Abanikanda. Yeah.
I know
Get to
he's
the
not a
chopper,
first-
Abanikanda.
That'd
I
be
know
a
he's
Twitter
not a
pick.
first rounder. He's still my guy though.
They already
Freaking
got
Twitter
one.
got me back in on DJ Moore another year.
I love DJ Moore.
All right, so the pick is
Love him
Scott.
again.
That's
Take
your
You're
Garth,
wrong,
that's your
AJ.
pick, too?
Just to let you
Applegarth.
know.
Of course, I'm wrong.
Shocker.
Weird.
We were all wrong.
Yeah.
Oh, they picked a pass rusher.
All right, hold on.
Underrated pass rusher.
What do you think the bathroom situation is with all those people?
Non-existent.
I don't
It's
see
like
a lot of
New
Would it
Year's
be like,
Eve. on-
would it be like
New
the
Year's
New
Eve at
York
Times
ball
Square,
drop
you
thing?
just hold
Yeah,
it
that's what I was gonna say.
You going
You better hold it.
There's a
Or
lot
have
of
a
people
catheter.
in there.
Like you have a bag attached to you have a catheter basically
I don't.
taped to you.
Ugh,
Will
no.
McDonald's
If I'm
already
standing there for
gone.
4 hours, I'm gonna be hammered drunk, and I'm gonna need to
I'm
go to the
going.
bathroom.
I'm
4
going
hours,
BJ.
they've
But
been
like,
there all
how do you
day.
even get in and out to drink? That's what I'm thinking. Like, you're so crammed in there. Like, you know, when you're at like a concert, you're in the lawn. Like, you're kind of like you look around, you're like,
I've actually yet to see
I don't
one
wanna-
person with a
I don't
beer.
wanna leave.
I've not seen anybody with a beer on the broadcast.
I haven't seen anybody with a beer on the broadcast, but
You
you
can't
know
drink
they're
in Missouri. It's the Bible Belt.
Where's this guy's beer, dude?
Kind
Do
of
you
right.
guys ever
6
wonder
o'clock.
like, what percentage of
BJ,
this crowd actually
BJ,
knows who any of these
BJ,
players are?
BJ.
Like,
It's small.
I
Small.
can't
Changing
imagine.
my
I
pick.
bet it's like
I don't-
10%
I
or
have
less.
no idea
Wait
what
till
it is.
wait till my show tomorrow. It's gonna be it's gonna be terrible.
Oju Laurie.
Wow, that's
Because
marketing.
LSU
Can I get invited? I don't know anybody either.
won the NCAA Women's Basketball Championship. I'm going BJ Olajayar.
What the hell are you talking about?
I changed my pick.
Are you still
Speaking
talking?
in tongues. He's talking in tongues.
Nobody knew AJ was still talking.
I'll
by
give
the
it to
way.
you.
Everybody
I'll
still
give you
knew
that
it. I'm still
Huh?
wrong, so I don't give a fuck.
The pick is in. Last pick is in, and AJ, you're still wrong. Unless
they
you
picked the guy that was talking earlier in the show, Eric Soderstrom. No, whatever the hell the guy from
Felix
Family
and
Ties.
Judice Uzoma.
What's it called?
Pass rusher.
That
Modern
is
Family.
Are y'all as fascinated by draft people as I am? Like these people that
They're weird.
dress up and paint up and all that for
Yeah.
the draft? That's
I love it.
That's some super fandom that I don't
The
even
pick is in. Say the
understand.
fucking pick. Come on.
I already told you who it was.
I'm not listening to you.
Okay, fine.
Felix Uzoma.
Edge rusher for Kansas State.
Felix
That's
who?
what it is.
Yeah, and he's
And somebody else tell him who it
No,
is. 'cause
all right.
apparently he doesn't
So
want to
Ed
listen to me.
Russer, yeah, that's a reach.
So Uzoma is actually a better pick than Miles Murphy was, in my opinion.
I agree.
Yeah.
Big time agree.
And I loved
Murphy's
early on when they
a
took
dude,
Lucas Van
man.
Ness early. That was a great pick because
Ugh.
that dude's an animal. Hercules.
Disagree.
Green Bay is gonna love Hercules.
Strongly disagree.
Felix is a little shorter, weighs a little less. but
fat.
Not as good.
Think,
he's fast, boy.
I think he's a better option there. Yeah. But K-State.
No, he's local.
I mean, that's
Who?
Andy Reid. That's
Oh
Andy
my
Reid.
God!
Keep
And I
him
lost
local.
my Big 12 bet.
What for the over under?
Kansas State.
I had 4.5 under Big 12.
Oh, that's
And that was number 5.
The very last pick. That's brutal.
Nice.
And
That's
a K-State guy.
So I still win
Yeah.
because
A K-State guy that a lot of people had in the second round.
Why do you
No
win?
one had him in the first round.
Because Tomlin's a Dallas fan, and then he just lost a bet.
Okay.
All right, gang. I gotta jump.
All right.
All right, man.
Right
Thanks,
off.
Scoop, for jumping on, man. Good
Thanks
to
for
have
having
you.
me.
See you, buddy.
Yeah, man.
We'll
Put 'em
see
up,
you at
boys.
the
Cheers.
Expo.
Enjoy the bourbon.
Expo. Cheers.
Thanks.
To
You have a good night,
Taylor.
Andrew.
Yeah.
To Taylor.
Thanks, Bo.
So this makes a ton of sense. They can
You're
replace
right. You're right there.
Frank Clark, right? So
Are you
it
jumping
makes
off?
a lot of
or
sense.
what?
Oh yeah, who's leaving?
I'm not leaving.
Oh, okay.
All right.
If you guys can give me another 2 minutes,
I'm not fucking leaving.
I gotta take a whiz. We can all like recap for another 5 minutes, and then we'll bounce. If you guys can give me,
I ain't fucking leaving.
I can't hold it out much longer.
Yeah, I'm gonna go too while you're going. Talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah.
Dude,
Mike
that was brutal.
Tomlin.
I thought
do
that
it.
4.5 was so safe. I was like,
just
who
left?
else is gonna get taken?
You're like doing it on your
He's
hand.
not
You're like,
even good.
who is gonna go?
Yeah, I was gonna say
I'm like,
what the hell? Everybody
not
left.
him,
We
not
can't
him.
all
Your,
leave.
your problem was
Oh,
getting
no.
Jack Campbell and Van Ness out of the way in the first half, in the first round, because a lot of people didn't have Campbell in the first round necessarily. Because some people had his linebacker 3 or 4. The Iowa.
It's just if
lot
Will
of-
Levis goes the first round, there's no way he's there. Like at some point,
Well,
someone's
and
trading up for that.
I didn't have
quarterback
Will
and-
McDonald in the first round either.
No.
Yeah. And well, he was borderline. So when I'm doing my
Yeah, he was
math, I'm
late
like,
first.
well, the fourth guy is borderline. So hell, I'm going all in. It's under 4.5. The line's off. And
then
no,
they
it
pulled
wasn't
it.
off.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like, hey, what?
You were in the
that's why
clear for a while,
the pick
too.
is in took so long because they're like, hey, wait, what are the bettors at right now? How can we
How do
fuck
I
this
spell
up?
this guy's name?
Yeah. King Felix. Isn't he a
will
baseball
say-
pitcher? What's going on? I'm
And
confused.
honestly, that guy wasn't even that good this year. Like I'll just like I know.
You're just saying that because he's Kansas State and you lost the bet.
Oh, there it is. So Quentin Johnson earlier.
This guy sucked.
I was
right?
not liking him. The other guy got mad about it.
I'm a faster peer than.
Yeah, so you
God.
were on 4 since Quentin Johnston.
Sorry.
So
I was
Quentin
saying
Johnson
I didn't
was-
like Quentin Johnson because he loaded up on the 2 really bad Big 12 defenses. That's basically the same.
Oh
thing
yeah,
with
then I
the
said
big
do
guy.
the same thing for JSN, right? He did. Then he
Right, but he
crushed-
had 9 games in a row with 97 yards or more.
Yeah.
Interesting.
JSN.
Arbitrary number.
Quentin Johnson. Okay, Quentin Johnson. 8 of his 15 games last year, he had less than 50 yards.
Right.
He's all boom or bust.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I
now
mean,
he's
trust me, I
close to
watched-
Justin
And
Herbert.
he boomed against teams that couldn't tackle him.
Yeah, Kansas and Oklahoma State. He had one. He had
woof.
one legit good game against Michigan. It was
Yeah.
a legit good game.
That was his
He
coming
made
out
his whole
party.
career off that game.
Yep.
If it wasn't for that, he's not even thought of as a first round pick.
Yeah, you went like 10 picks with the fourth one being Quentin Johnston, and you were in the
Yeah.
clear until the last pick. From 22 to
Exactly.
31, you were
Yeah,
brutal.
brutal.
Sailing. You
And I'm like,
sailing.
I didn't even think about it. I didn't even think he was an option.
Because
This
you had
guy's not good.
Tyree and Bijan were locks. Like you had
If
to.
they're
You had to
showing him
admit.
if they're showing him beat Texas Tech's left tackle, he's not very good. It's not something good.
Yeah,
if he
so
can beat our left
you
tackle.
knew there was going to
He
be
had 3
2
sacks.
guaranteed, and then Will McDonald hits. Then, of course, Quentin Johnson, you could probably say was almost a guaranteed first round pick.
Right.
And so, yeah, Will McDonald screwed you over, and then, of course, the 31 pick.
There were 2 more than likelies, but could have not been. And then this guy, no one said he was a first round pick.
Zuma.
Because everyone thought someone traded for a quarterback.
I would not have picked that at all. Clearly, I did.
Brutal bet loss there. But
if you're Kansas City too, by the way, if you're going to pick an edge rusher and you see Nolan Smith falling, how do you let the Eagles pick him? Like,
right?
And then go with a Zuma.
That's a very good. Yeah.
Like, how do you not go up to 29 and just get Nolan
Jerry
Smith?
Jones now being like,
shit.
Oh, I bet they tried to. I bet they were trying and they just
somebody
trade.
and they're like, we all
fucking trade Cowboys.
R.I.P. Hey, R.I.P. Nobody wanted the 5th-year option on Will Levis. Hilarious.
That's wild.
All-time bamboozle, Reddit bamboozle.
But I laugh at everybody who says Will Levis is even good. Like, if you say Will Levis is a good quarterback, I can't stop laughing because when I watched this tape and I just took away name value and said, what does he look like? What does he look like? I said he looks like a guy who lost his job to Sean Clifford and transferred to a good school that had some weapons last year. He did really good there. He still didn't look sharp. And if I want a guy in the NFL as a quarterback, that's the number one most heavily weighted stat is how sharp is the guy.
Yeah.
The guy is not sharp. Sharp as a marble.
Who goes first, Levis or Jay Kaner?
Well, literally Levis.
I'm a
I do like Jay Kaner though. I do like Jay Kaner.
I have Jay Kaner right behind Levis at QB6 in the same tier.
All right.
The answer is Levis, but Jay Kaner is a value for whoever gets him.
Uh-huh.
How did the Steelers get the first pick in the second round?
They made that trade.
The Claypool trade.
Yeah, 32 is the
Holy
Bears.
shit. What a bad trade that is now for the fucking
The Bears are stupid.
Yeah, the Bears still stink.
I mean,
paying
the
two
Steelers are gonna get
linebackers a shit ton of money. It's like what are we doing here?
And they didn't pay Roquan. They got rid of Roquan.
Exactly.
Yeah, they send him to us,
And then they
fucking
get
suck.
2 guys that they could have gotten Roquan for less.
And you had a
Billy's like,
UDFA
oh, yeah,
who
we'll take
played
him.
great
All right,
for
bring
you.
him
Like,
on. We can fix this guy. No.
just
I love
bad teams
Roquan.
stay back.
Roquan's an animal, and the Ravens just keep winning. Like, the Ravens are the underdog for, like, they're the team of the day. They got Zay Flowers. They got Mark Andrews. They got Odell. They got Bateman, who's a fucking stud.
Yeah,
and they got JK, who's coming off another year off his ACL. This team's going to outscore everybody. With Todd Monken calling plays, compared to he's the anti-Greg Roman.
Right,
if there was a Greg Roman's arch nemesis, it would be Todd Monken. Todd Monken's like, we need all the weapons and we're going to use all of them. We're going to outscore you 50 billion to 10, like in the national championship. Like, oh, you're only an underdog by 14 to us. Haha, that's cute.
So just to close things out here, like, what's one prospect that you guys are outside of Nolan Smith, outside of like Will Levis, like, right? Those guys, like, who's the prospect that at this point, like, you're most excited to see where he goes tomorrow? Tomlin.
I'm wondering what the Jimmy Johnson trade value chart is for Tennessee to move from 41 to 32 and take Will Levis there. And then they bamboozled everybody. They get the guy they almost traded up for, and they getting him at
that was a smart hold. Like, sometimes you don't want to make that move, even though it's appealing. And look how smart they look now for just sitting there and watching him tumble to now they don't even have to commit to him for more than really 3 years. 3 years with a 4th-year team option with a second-round pick. That's massive.
And as much as I don't like Skoronski in general,
he's a beast.
He's still a solid fucking player. I didn't like him as an Eagles fan because I knew there was lots of talk of him coming here, and I didn't really want that. I wanted other things filled first.
Right.
I want to see Brian Branch. Brian Branch needs to go somewhere good. That dude's a monster.
I'm amazed that he's still sitting out
What
there.
about you, Jason?
Well, Branch was one of my guys. Porter for sure, and then I
Yeah.
think Mayer too. I mean, I want to see where Mayer goes. I know we talked about him, and some people aren't really big fans of his, but for the value of where you're going to get that guy now, I mean, as a second round pick, I think Mayer's pretty darn good for a second round pick. So, just to
what
see
about
what
what
the
about
landing
any
spot
guys
is.
that like weren't graded in the first round, like guys that not guys that we expected to go today, like anybody else that you're kind of like, I really like this guy. Like, who do you like outside of, like, the obvious Porters and Mayers and those types of players?
Adebawore from Northwestern. His
yeah.
first name he goes by Tom Adebawore. That guy is a monster. I thought he would go before Uzoma, so that was surprising that the Chiefs went with Uzoma instead of Adebawore, because I had more of a better fit there than with Uzoma.
What about you, Jason?
I think I'm just thinking I play IDP a lot.
That's
Steve
fine.
knows. So
No,
I'm
fine.
thinking of like guys like Trenton Simpson and Drew Sanders. I want to see where they end up, make sure that they have a good landing spot. And
Sanders is nice.
early
isn't he?
opportunity. Yeah. I don't want to see him get buried. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like Chad Muma was a guy last year that I liked a lot, and then he got stuck in that Jacksonville depth chart, and he's in.
But
like
it's a
purgatory
it's
now.
a non-premium position.
Yeah.
It's a lot like running back on the offensive side, where
Mhm.
it's not appreciated in the draft because
Right.
you can pretty much plug anyone into middle linebacker and not do terrible.
Right. But if they get that starting position, they're going to rack up tackles and
it's
point. So
Well, Steve, you're an IDP guy too. So, like, what are some of these like defensive players that have fallen outside of the first round graded guys that that we've all talked about already multiple times tonight? Who's somebody else that you're like interested in seeing where they fall?
In addition to Simpson and Sanders, Henley, the linebacker from Washington State, I believe, I'm very interested to see where he lands. I'm trying to think of edge rushers that are still left.
How about Foskey?
Yeah, Foskey,
Yeah.
Papo, Sewell. There's a
yeah.
lot of linebackers that could go in the second and third round here that we would that are going to instantly become IDP relevant, I think. Wait, let me pull up my list here real quick. I think I've got a couple edge guys still. Nick Herbig from Wisconsin.
Oh, yeah.
I think he's going to be a nice steal here for someone coming up soon. Ivan Pace Jr. I hope he goes in the third round. I think second would probably be a reach for some teams, but I really like Ivan Pace Jr. That's kind of a
LaPlante's got a couple guys. Our producer here, person
The
on
Brown-
buttons. Thank
the
you,
Brown
Mike,
twins.
by the way. Thank you for person on the
Yes.
buttons, leaving
Hero.
getting everybody
Hero
in and
ball.
out and changing the banners and all that stuff, man. Much appreciated. But I'll let you have your
Thank you.
floor for a second.
But yeah, the Brown twins. I know one's offensive, but one's defensive. Sidney Brown, and then you got Chase Brown. I think those two guys are going to be a good steal for whoever gets them to late in the draft. Because
All right,
Sidney
well-
Brown was undersized, but he's a very versatile, pocket knife type of defensive back to anybody that gets him.
I think the big thing for me would be offensive line. We haven't seen it yet, but I think center is a
Center's
position of
dead
need
in
for a
this
couple
draft,
of teams
honestly.
that have some high picks this coming round. Seattle.
Juice Scruggs.
Yeah, you got Seattle, you got the Jets. I mean, of course, the Jets, Rodgers is just dictating everything there anyway. So
He's their GM. I mean,
He's right.
oh yeah. I mean, he's
Maybe
been in
that's
the
Joe's
dark
a good
room
combo.
for 4 days. So why wouldn't he have earned a promotion to GM?
What do you think he
on a new
meditated to,
team?
guys? Of course he was planning this all along.
What do you think he did in that dark room other than just
Masturbate.
masturbate a lot?
It's the only thing you can do.
Things have
Exactly,
escalated.
Well,
Like
it's
everything
dark,
else
but
is
at
frowned
least I
upon
know
except for finding
where
yourself.
Something is.
His Olivia
Anyway,
Munn notes he brought back on.
I mean, you got.
I can only see what's attached to me. So
Yeah. What can I take off of me that will somehow end up in New York later? My seat. I mean, you got Tippmann, you got Schmitz at the top there. I really think they're the only ones that are worthwhile for this next round. But Seattle and the Jets are two teams that have a lot of stock in the second round that I think could sneak up and go after these guys because they need them.
Yeah. So we do need to close out the show, though, guys. I do really appreciate everybody coming on. So I'm going to let Tomlin go first. Let everybody know where you can find your stuff and what you got going on this year, man.
I'm with you at Fantasy Six Pack at Tomlin. Hey. Mostly betting stuff now, but fantasy football stuff too. So come check us out and go Cowboys, even though I don't really know our first round pick.
All right, man. Have a good night, man.
Did you know your first round pick last year?
I actually did because he was on a list and he was called a walking holding penalty going into the draft.
Nice.
And we had led the league in holding penalties.
Offensive lineman, right?
He had
so there's a scheme fit.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Fits the team.
I love
It worked out.
I love it.
Tyler Smith's pretty good, so I'll defer to Will McClay at this point.
All right.
But y'all have a good night.
Hey, thanks for coming on, man. Have a good night yourself, man. Jason, let you go next, man.
All right. Yeah. Oh, first of all, thanks for having me. It was a blast being with you guys. I appreciate the invite. I'm over at Dynasty Nerds. I'm doing primarily Dynasty content, as you would imagine. And that'll be throughout the summer, mostly written content, but I jump on pods and stuff too. So you'll see me around. My Twitter handle's there as well. So look forward to interacting with you guys and everybody listening.
Awesome, man. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, thanks
and
for having me.
have a good night.
See you, man.
Appreciate it.
And Mr. Bo.
Hey,
what's up, man?
What do you want me
What
to
you got? What? This just your little outro, man. What you got?
I am a writer and occasional podcaster.
AJ's laughing and I'm laughing.
Fantasy pros, betting pros, in between media. You pretty much name it, I've written for it, including Fantasy Six,
including us. Yeah, you were awesome.
I am the ultimate freelancer. Bring it on, King of Spice, right here.
Wherever it is. Yeah, I know. I suck it. It's been a while, but I'm good at just pointing at AJ.
I'm over here.
Hey, baby.
That's pretty much what I do to AJ. How about that? Yeah. It's just this, and then it turns into this, and we're good. We're good.
You should visit my website, bigtimeflavor.co.
Yeah. Great hot sauce, man.
Thank you.
All right. Hope to see you soon and talk to you soon, man. We will we'll do it again soon.
Thanks, man.
See you later, man.
All right. Later, buddy.
All right, fellas. So we are done. I think everybody is kind of toasted at this point.
Yeah.
In more ways than one. So we're gonna call it quits. I want to thank everybody. If you were listening and watching, if you're still, you're not.
If you're
but,
a sicko.
There's I know the numbers. There's 1 and 1, so nobody's watching at this point. But I just want to say goodbye, just in case. It's fun.
Yeah, this will live forever, right?
Yeah, it will live forever. It's on our YouTube channel and Facebook. So it's a good time. This draft was a lot more enjoyable than last year's.
Yeah, agreed.
Last year's was chaos.
Yeah.
This year's was fun. We could actually plan, but I had a good time, especially with all the guests. Thank you to AJ. Awesome. Thank you to Steve for coming on and helping me with this. Appreciate it, you guys. I hope you come back next year. And I think that's what we got. And we're going to close it out from there. Unless you guys got anything else to say.
I mean, yeah, I just would like to say thank you again. Yeah, of course he does. Yes, thank you to all of our guests. Thank you to Steve. Go Birds.
Go Birds.
Love this draft. It was a nice first round. And
say go Commanders.
Suck it, Dan
I hope
Schneider.
I hope it works out as well as us.
I mean, I'm good with suck it, Dan Snyder.
Georgia players last year.
All right, we can all agree.
I just
I did hear
thank
you, Mike. I'm
to-
sorry, I talked over you.
Yeah, you did, Dick.
No,
I did hear you.
Shut up! You're still talking over me. Mike, the floor is yours.
I hope it works out as well as you for you as it did for the Packers getting Deontay Wyatt and Quay Walker from Georgia last year. It probably won't. You guys got much better blue chip prospects, but goddamn, I hate it.
I mean, they got like 2 top 5 prospects
I
within
know,
the first.
like it's stupid.
Totally insane.
Yep.
NFL draft people suck. I don't understand it. Anyway, all right. Good night, everybody. And we will see you next time. Peace.
Go Birds.